We are the 9th of October 2022, and here where I am, it's 3:55 p.m. and I intend consciously to spend the next few hours, probably 8 hours at least, that's the length of the video, talking about about God, about the world, about me, about negativity. And I've decided to improvise partly my talk, although I have prepared documents, which are my own documents, and I will try to talk about all topics as briefly as possible without sacrificing a minimum of intellectual rigor. And I've understood recently that I've tried to communicate very complex ideas, although I'm still trying to do so, but I have to apply what I believe in a way. So instead of explaining to people in various comments in my videos that we live in an age where through the internet anyone can speak to anyone else, I will begin the video by saying hi Mr. Putin, hi Mr. Zelensky, hi Mr. Xi Jinping, Mr. Kim Jong-un, and here the people, the white people, I mean Putin is white, but the Americans, they are, I know their name, but we have Mr. Anthony Blinken, hopefully you can see, Mr. Anthony Blinken, US Secretary of State, Mr. Paul Nakasone, Director of the National Security Agency, Mark Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I think that's him, yeah, Christopher Wray, Director of the FBI, and Mr. William Burns, Director of the CIA. I've understood that one of the reasons why my videos have been unsuccessful in terms of quantitative number of viewers is that I have tried to communicate with the most intelligent people on this planet in order to reach the elites. And now I am consciously doing the opposite, namely I talk directly to the elites in order to reach the most intelligent people on this planet, the European gods and goddesses. We'll talk about this later. But just to illustrate, we live in an age where anyone with an internet connection, a camera, a YouTube account, or any account can talk directly to anyone else in real time. And why would these people who run the American government, and eventually not just the American government, all other governments, but they don't know it, but I know that they do, but they don't, yeah, is because if someone has interesting things to say, maybe they would listen. And the interesting thing I have to say is the same story that I repeat in most of my videos that I've been publishing on various channels. I will put the link of all my channels, Cultural Hegelianism, Phénoménologie de l'Esprit, Eternal Light, this is this channel, and also there are videos which had been deleted and now that I published in 2019, which are available on the website, all censored. These are all the videos, as far as I know, that I've published on the internet over the past 3 years, but especially since the month of February, when Mr. Putin invaded Ukraine, and yeah, this is what caused me to restart my channel cultural Hegelianism. And I've been talking, I've produced, I think, more than 400 videos over the past 7 months, and I have, as of now, 330 something subscribers on cultural Hegelianism, and on this channel, on which I intend to keep publishing videos as long as I can. Maybe that will be one of the last videos, I don't know. But I have 32 subscribers, so I have made dozens, hundreds of videos, and I have been unable to reach anyone. And one of the messages that I've tried to share is that my God experience of 2018, namely in the month of August 2018, I knew myself to be God. But what is God? Who am I, or what am I? And what is being? These are the kind of philosophical questions, here is philosophy, that I've been asking myself for 4 years. And one of the answers that I found is that the only way that I have to convince anyone, and eventually everyone, I will make philosophical jokes as long as I can, because any other, I mean all the other actually, is to produce a universal speech, an encyclopedic speech, a complete speech. And this speech is far from being completed, but there's the formal structure. I came prepared. You gotta do everything yourself, don't we? We gotta do everything ourselves. I speak to me and my several selves. I could say, because I can anticipate, that if I talk for a long time, I might spontaneously quote American cultural movies, references from American pop culture. This is just, my culture is predominantly American. I mean, my pop culture, my real culture is European, but I spontaneously use American culture to spread ideas. So here's the formal view of the totality of being, which is God. It would not be very I will not edit the video. The failures are part of the process, I guess, and this is precisely one of the things that I would like to talk about later. One of the problems that I suffer from is that most of what I do, I consciously experience this as being a failure, but yeah, we'll talk about this later. So, okay, I comment briefly. This is a European symbol associated with the revival of paganism, but actually it's a Christian symbol, because it's a symbol. It's not officially Christian, but it represents what the Christian call the Trinity. Christianity is here, but actually it could be here as well. This is just a symbol to illustrate a process, the process of God. So I could have put the cross here in the middle, I guess. But it's a pagan symbol, but actually it's the symbol of the European religion. And one of my messages that I've understood is that they actually coincide. There are two ways of expressing the same divine truth. So I will briefly comment. I have already done this in one of my previous videos that you can find the link, not the link of every video, but there is this channel, and by the time that people realize when I post the video or whatever, I might have something interesting to say, you can find all my videos. And I understand myself, so yeah. The three triangles represent the process of God, which is logic, nature, spirit, so to speak. Logic is, I will speak really here very briefly, the mind of God, the pure thought, what the Christians call the logos. Logos and logic, they have the same root. It's the word, the speech, the rationality, the reason, and eventually the logic. So the Christian, one of the purposes of my video is to antagonize slightly, or fully, I don't know, Mr. Burns, and etc., etc. But I've understood also that I kind of, yeah, I will talk why I'm, no, first I finish commenting this and then, yeah. But I will slightly antagonize the formal Christian. They don't understand, intellectually, they don't understand anything about Christianity. Go to church once a week, everything's gonna be alright. I promise! Maybe that's a joke, I don't know. But don't worry, everything's gonna be alright. Everything, yes. Within everything there are aspects, moments. It might be difficult for some. These are logical jokes for myself. Whatever. So yeah, the first moment, the first triangle, that's just to illustrate. It's the mind of God, logic. Divided in being, essence, concept. I will use this table board as long as I talk, maybe as long as I make videos, I don't know, because it's kind of useful. The second moment, the second triangle, is nature. It's important. Nature is divided conceptually, but also ontologically. That's the structure of what nature is in mechanics, physics, organics. Mechanics means the movement of objects within time and space. Physics is the qualitative aspect, the properties of objects. The chemical properties in ordinary modern language, this would be physics, partly chemistry, and organics. It includes geology, botanics, and zoology, namely the earth as a totality, plants and animals. So this is nature, the realm of time, space, matter, movement, the physical properties, the laws of nature, gravitation, electromagnetism, the interaction, strong and weak, and all the subsequent following laws of nature, the properties of the physical objects and their chemical transformation, the various interaction of the chemical substances, and eventually life, the life of the planet, the life of the earth, and all living organism, the most highly developed, the most complex being animals. And here we have the third moment, which is spirit. In Christian terminology, this is Father, Son, Holy Spirit. The Son, it's in the language of Christian philosopher, is nature. The Father is the sky Father, the God as a mind. Nature would be the body of God. Christ symbolically. Not exactly, but the Son, it's God descended onto earth symbolically. That's what the Christian mean, although they don't understand. And spirit is, I simplify, the consciousness of man. And it is divided into subjective, objective, and absolute spirit. I can anticipate that I will use the word Geist, subjective or Geist, because it's not that it sounds better in German, it's that I've had to give up on most of my German terminology for the sake of making my IDs Denkbestimmungen, but also the ID, here it's a subtleties for the select few, the only one maybe. If I say Geist, it's translated in spirit, but actually Geist includes soul, consciousness, mind, psyche and spirit. The soul is the topic of anthropology. Consciousness is the topic of phenomenology, the subject matter, the topic, the main focus of attention of phenomenology. The psyche is the study of the psychology, the study of the psyche, namely the soul. Here it's the soul really as a natural moment as a tied with the body. Here also as well, but it's more psychology in a sense of emotions, tendencies, inner introspection, and also intelligence. So that's why it's psyche and mind. And here it would be spirit, also mind and spirit. So the word Geist in German includes what we understand by soul, consciousness, psyche, mind, spirit. In English they only have one word. I mean, yeah. No, they have several words, but yeah. So if I use Geist, it means the whole realm of Geist, precisely. So subjective spirit, or subjective or Geist, is precisely anthropology, phenomenology, psychology. So the soul of man as inhabiting a body, the relation of man to an objective world, the consciousness, the awareness, the relation of the subject to an other, the object, the world, nature, or other subjects, other consciousnesses. Psychology is the interiority of man, and objectiver Geist is the exteriorization of the determinations of nature and of anthropology and psychology into the realm of collective institutions, law, morality, how to behave, how to act, and Sittlichkeit, which includes politics, economics, sociology, etc., etc., and eventually absoluter Geist, absolute spirit, which is the consciousness, the highest consciousness that God, eventually, and human consciousness gives itself through artistic expression, religious symbolism, ceremony, beliefs, faith, rituals, whatever, and philosophy, which is the conceptual, the thinking, grasping. That's what begriffen, the concept, means to grasp the totality through a cognitive process. So philosophy, it's not formal nonsense, as the Anglo-Saxon would say. As long as I can speak more or less under not too much intense pressure, I will antagonize slightly the Anglo-Saxon and their philosophy, or lack thereof. Yeah, so that's a joke. Philosophy is the conceptual grasping of the totality, and there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what God is, because for most people who believe in God, and for most people who do not believe in God, God is just the God of the religion, the bearded sky-father living in Cuckooland. Never heard about him. Yeah. Maybe there's a connection with the poor quantitative success or lack thereof of my channels, I don't know. But yeah, for most people, God is whatever they imagine, living God knows where, in the realm of logic, maybe, in the sky, as they think. But actually, God is the entire process. That's why God is being. But being is not just being, it's the process of unfolding, determining itself, giving itself a content, developing the logical categories, which are the ontological and conceptual structure of reality. Here I can anticipate that it's becoming a little bit too complex. So the mind of God is the result of being developing itself, which gives rise, creates, brings forth, exteriorizes a world that is nature, and out of this world emerges man, which is the self-reflecting consciousness of nature. So there is a continuity, but also distinctions within the process. But God can become conscious of himself through the self-reflecting activity of man, and the expression of man in the realm of objectiver and absolute spirit, which itself is an exteriorization of the soul and the psyche of man. This comment, I will comment this later. It's just the formal presentation. So now, back to the hot topics, I guess. Yeah. I improvise. I mean, I have a plan of what I intend to say and to talk about, but I slightly improvise because I imagine that this will be the first video. At some moment, more than 10 people or 20 people have to watch my videos, I guess. I'm pretty sure, but yeah. So here's my address. The address of my empirical self. This is where my singular self, my empirical self, we see, yeah, where I live, and I do not consciously intend to move except as long as the circumstances enable me to do so, to do the ordinary business. But this is where people can find me, and I will use my jokes. You can send me letters, but please don't send bombs because I need to talk for now. And since I'm partly going a little bit insane, the reason why I'm making this video is because I experience moral torment every day, more and more, and I suffer from contradictions that I have to solve eventually. And I've understood recently that one of the contradictions that keeps reappearing in my reality, that has reappeared for the past 3.5 years, is that in a way I am constantly lying and deceiving and manipulating, because I have tried to speak the truth on the internet for the past 7 months, but already in 2019, and in this sense I have been honest, one might say, because I have revealed pretty much everything about me, personal information, my story, embarrassing facts. I have posted countless videos where I try to be honest, knowing that I say embarrassing things which will come back at me. I have listed my fears, my flaws, my vices. I have made fun of myself. I have posted my library, very personal information about myself, my empirical family, about people that I've had experiences with on the internet, my political views, my path. I've talked about me, and not only, but I've tried to talk about a topic of universal interest. And here maybe the joke, I don't think that my personal life might interest anyone. We'll see, but that's one of the... I've shared pretty much everything, so in a way a part of me says to myself, I have been honest, I have tried to be honest, but there's an intelligent part which says, I'm smart enough to understand that sharing information, if no one gets the information, I'm still being unfair, and I'm still manipulating. So I've understood, because I'm quite smart, although I can be quite dumb, is that in order to speak the truth, I have to speak the totality. I've shown the formal view, and I will spend the next many hours trying to speak about the totality. And as long as I do not speak the whole, the truth, the totality, the whole of being, the process of God in its entire, at least in a formal standpoint, because I cannot speak the totality on my own. That's the negative. Here I'm talking to, I envision that people who have never heard anything about philosophy, Hegel, God as a process, religion, whatever, science, because at some moment I will have to make a video that will reach more than 20 people. And I am forced in a way to repeat more or less most of the things that I've said in most of my videos in the various parts, but I have understood recently that I have to produce one video in which I cannot talk about everything, but at least formally, so that it might interest people who might recognize themselves within everything. I try to contain my frustration, because yeah, that's my problem. But so I am constantly lying and deceiving and being a hypocrite, because I know that although I try to speak the truth, I am smart enough to know that the truth is the totality, and I do not speak the totality to what I call the empirical persons that I encounter in my ordinary life, because this is the kind of truth that leads into a mental asylum. The idea that in a way I am God, but it's more complicated than that, because God is divided within himself, there's the singular, there's the universal, etc., etc. But on the internet I have tried to speak a universal speech, and what I consciously decide to do, I don't know if I will be able to follow my standards, is once, if I can record the video, upload the video, post the video, whatever happens next, when I encounter people, I will give the link to my channels, and I will be forced in a way to speak my truth to everyone, namely that in a way, I know myself to be God, but I am as surprised as you, whoever you are, another, watching this, I don't know when. I didn't expect that. Me neither, I guess the other will say. It's quite unexpected, because I experienced myself as being a God who was lost and didn't know really what I was doing here. And after 4 years of more or less intense and constant, more or less, at least for 2.5 years, constant inquiry, I do not know. I mean, I've understood more, but I'm still partly ignorant and whatever. And this video is driven by some sort of an ethical imperative. I have to kind of let go to speak the truth, because I have had so many contradictions within my process, within my development. I have said so many contradictory things. I've had so many changes of worldview while still preserving a rather coherent system, more or less, and what I've illustrated is the result. I will comment later, but this is partly the result of 6 years of intellectual awakening, but actually an entire intellectual life, one might say, my intellectual legacy as of now, knowing that it's a process which keeps moving and changing. I have tried to make, over the past 7 months, well, I've posted not videos every day, but constantly, namely, I've been working, not really working, but I've been thinking and dedicating my days between 14 and 16 or 17 hours each day, and even the night when I dream, or when I have visions. I mean, I don't have visions, but yeah, I know what I mean. I've been thinking and dedicating myself to trying to understand God, and I have grown tremendously on an intellectual and psychological level. But I have constantly tried to make plans to do good, knowing that I am the root of all evil, because within reality there is evil, and within the whole of reality there is the whole of evil, all the evils, and this is what I suffer from. Not physically, not yet. These are jokes for. But I suffer morally, because I know myself to be the root of all evil. So, for instance, the soldiers murdering one another, the prisoners in North Korea, the oppressed in China, the Uyghurs and all the political dissidents. I know that in some way they are a projection, or they are caused by myself unconsciously. And here it's a process that I do not fully understand. And all those who suffer from the scheming and the manipulation of the CIA and the American government, whether in the US or anywhere else in the world, the coup and the drug trafficking in South America, the corruption in Africa, the corruption in Europe. We'll talk about the corruption of the governments of Europe, the European continent later maybe. I'm not a schemer! I try to show the schemer how pathetic their attempts to control things really are. That's a joke. Actually, I'm a schemer, but yeah. But precisely, whenever I try to do good, it backfires, it fails. My intentions produce the opposite of what I intended to do, or no result, or I share truths which no one receives, but I know that they will come back at me at some moment. So I found myself in a situation where I am experiencing a constant moral torment I probably deserve. I'm not saying that I do not deserve. I'm saying that I have decided to share my light, to enlighten whatever, the world maybe, the dark. I'm the light bringer. Oh, they, the Christians, maybe they will start to say, oh no, the prophecies are true. What did you expect? But probably the Christians, they have become so stupid that light bringer, they don't even know what this means. So let's keep the Christians in the dark. Let's keep them in the dark for now. About the light, they will see that later. Yeah. Which makes me think about my books. This is part of my contradictions. I said to myself, I decided to be a Kantian, namely to act according principles, because reality has become so complex, it moves so fast, there are so many contradictions that I have given up on trying to anticipate the consequences of my actions, which means behaving like a utilitarian Anglo-Saxon thinker, and I act out of principles, namely, I set a few principles that I am even forced to break sometimes, most of the time, but I have decided I would share these books as long as I publish videos in English. I will talk more rigorously about these books, but precisely I have done this for many weeks now, I guess, or in many videos, and I understand that whenever I publish one video which becomes successful, all my good intentions will have been ruined because I will try, but I told you that you should quit your stupid job or remove your kids or yourself from the educational system because it's completely it's a failure, etc. But I know because of the YouTube algorithm that by the time that many people reach this message, at least all the attempts will have been in vain. So I will not even be able to say, but I try to do good. And this is precisely one of the aspects of moral torment, is that no matter how hard I try to do good, I can't. Which makes me talk about the CIA, the FBI, etc. One of the purposes of this video is to try to antagonize the smart people on this planet, to say, hey, I am here, I've been making videos for a month, I've officially declared a spiritual war on pretty much everyone, on everyone actually, including mostly the US government and the US at large. It's a spiritual war, but maybe you should get interested in what I have to say. So that's one of the purposes of this video, to reach these people, the director of the CIA, the FBI, the US Army, etc. Because we live in an age where anyone with an internet connection can talk to anyone else. This is one of the ideas that I've been trying to share, but why would these people be interested? I don't know, maybe because I talk about God. Now I can pick up my books, I can comment pretty much the verses of the Bible, the Quran, the Indian text, but precisely this is one of the problems that I've had. I've asked myself, who am I? Am I just a commentator of... I can comment almost every verse of the Quran, the Kabbalah, the Jewish religion, the Muslim religion, yes, the Kabbalah. I can comment the Zoroastrian religion, the Iranian religion. I could comment as well Sufism. I have all the books of all the world's religions, and the kind of insanity that I think about me almost constantly. I could show the books, but actually I won't, because the kind of question that I ask myself is that if I forget to mention one religion, will it be the one religion which will come back to haunt me? I mean, all of them will eventually. Here I'm in a mood to laugh, but yeah, I have all the books of all the world's major religions, Indian religions, Christians, the Bible, of course, the Veda, the Upanishad, the various traditions of the shamanism, the native faith, of all the the word religion, but here I explain to people who might be interested in watching my videos someday. I have tried. I spent most of my time for many months trying to comment the writings of Hegel. This is what I've been doing, because he talks about being and about God in a philosophical sense, but it took me quite a while to realize that the reason why people were not interested in my videos was simply because it was way too abstract, way too complex, and now I have to come back down to earth and to speak in an intelligible language for the masses. Here's another book about religion, and I will talk about the revival of the European religion and Christianity, which are the two religions, which are actually one, that I'm most interested in. But yeah, so I could pick, I have, precisely, now I will not show all my books. I have one video uploaded on this channel, which is supposed to be to become public. Eventually it's programmed to become public. I delay constantly one day, until one day later, until I will no longer post video if my channel is still on YouTube. It will appear. This is one of my contradictions. I reveal the list in the chronological order of all the books that I have bought, or most of them at least, so that if someone is interested, someone other than myself is interested in my intellectual development, I already posted this video on my other channel in English, but it will appear with personal information about my empirical family and my phone number. I shared also my email address, so people eventually, if they are interested in whatever they think I am, they can get all the information about me, precisely because one of my messages is to explain that there is only one reality and that we are all interconnected. And the reason why I understand most aspects of reality is because I am the negative, namely I am separated from the one substance, which enables me to have a view on the totality of being, and the only way that I can prove that I understand reality more than anyone else, at least in the broad aspect, is to provide a universal speech, that which I have been working on. And now I am not in a possession of this speech, but I can talk rather convincingly nonetheless. So, yeah. I know that it will not be rigorous, but I took the decision to be a Kantian. That's a joke for theologians and philosophers. Because precisely when people understand, because they will have to understand what or who I am. One of my conflicts precisely is that I am trying to be a Kantian, namely to act morally to redeem, not in the hope of finding salvation, but a sense of inner self-worth. I am trying to be a Kantian, namely to act according to principles of duty. But I have been frustrated because I have constantly failed, but whatever. So now I improvise, but nonetheless, I will begin by talking about science, and then I will a little bit trash talk the people that I intended and still do to antagonize slightly. Yeah, but let us talk about science and the cosmos. Yeah. I will take a glass of water and try to appreciate drinking a glass of water. I have lowered my expectations more and more in terms of intellectual rigor, in terms of requirements for myself. I have become less and less demanding with myself, and with others as well, which makes me more and more frustrated with myself. But one of if I had to share just one idea, one might speak, if I might speak as an idea, which actually, if people have watched up until now, maybe they will have understood. Whatever. I will try to illustrate in intelligible language what I think, because I have been thinking about this for I will move the camera for months and years. And one of the frustration, I'm honest with myself and with God, maybe, and with others, that I cannot peacefully read books, but I can overcome the frustration. But I've understood that precisely what I think as of now is that my duty, because this is what I think is right, is to share the idea, namely the view of the totality, and to help. Let's pretend that I'm the light bringer to help others, because I know that there are others in my reality, people who experience themselves as self-subsistent individuals. And my purpose is to steal your freedom, so that you might not be responsible for whatever sins you think you have perpetrated, so you can put the blame on me, etc., etc. But first, I want to share the idea, and I will try to express myself as simply, as clearly as possible. We live in an age where anyone with an internet connection who speaks on the internet, how should I explain it? There is only one nature, there's only one cosmos, there's only one universe. So whoever you are outside of my empirical self, I know that there are other humans outside of myself. I have adopted this over the months, which explains part of my insanity, but also part of my knowledge, because I have been a radical skeptic. Whoever you are outside of myself, you are within time and space, you are within nature, you are an anthropological being, namely a living organism, living within nature. And nature here, I repeat, is time and space, matter and movement, mechanics, which is the movement of objects, chemistry, let us simplify, geology, botanics, zoology, let us simplify. When Newton, I will talk about the official storyline, it's complicated, but as long as you're still, for sanity, I will speak, for reason of epistemological sanity, I will talk about the official narrative. When Newton uncovered the laws of the movement of the planets within the solar system and the movement of material objects, the laws of mechanics and dynamics, the principle of dynamics and mechanics, he extracted through his thinking activity, through his mind, the laws of nature, the formal structure, the way nature, namely the world of time, space, matter and movement, functions, and he used mathematical determinations to express the movement of falling objects. And he was, now I have to switch the table board because this is one of the other ideas that I've been trying to share with others. Please don't! We were happier when we were living in the dark. Maybe I said, me too! But you haven't seen the all of the lights. Yeah, I should have said this. When I speak, when I use references, pop culture, music, the only thing I demand maybe from the people who watch this, other than myself, maybe I will if I have the opportunity someday to watch my video, is when I recommend a song, please listen to the song. You pause the video, you stop the video, you listen to the song. It helps illustrate what is a song. No, I have to switch the table. It's vibrations of the universe. Yeah, I've learned this in European mythology and polytheism. Maybe someday people will see all of the lights. Most of the light comes from the European pantheon. But yeah, as of now, I try to enlighten partly the dark. So yeah, I will explain in the next few hours Europeans, etc. I already have, but yeah. Newton, he was, in the official narrative, a singular individual of a particular ethnic origin. He was an Anglo-Saxon, a particular era, the 17th century, a particular country, England, a particular religion. He was a Christian. There are many other particularities, but he was a singular individual who elevated his mind, his consciousness, to the universal laws of nature. They were not very accurate in comparison with modern standards, but it was a breakthrough in the context of the 17th century. And what Newton uncovered with the laws of physics, it was the product of one individual mind in a particular context, but the laws, they applied to all other particular, namely they were not only valid for the England of the 17th century, but also the England of the 18th century. Hopefully, the laws of physics haven't changed, but here I will make a joke to praise the English. The laws of nature haven't changed, but the English, they have become smarter over the centuries, maybe, with Maxwell, who was a Scotsman in the 19th century. The laws of physics, in a way, they don't change. I don't think they do, but the consciousness that humans have of them changes. The story that Einstein corrected the inadequacy or inaccuracy of Newton to make the understanding of nature, the intellectual grasping of nature, more intelligible, because the view of Newton could not predict accurately the movement of Mercurius around the sun. I think it was a slight, there was a slight discrepancy. Is that how you call this? It could not perfectly predict, so it had to be there had to be a whole conceptual change. Very smart, this Newton, but he had to be corrected nonetheless. So yeah, science is a process of constantly rethinking, reshaping, reconsidering the laws of nature. So it's an interactive process between thinking minds and the laws of nature. Yeah. Do they change? We don't know. But the consciousness that humans have of the laws of nature, which are the laws of their own being as natural beings, we are all subjected to the laws of gravity, for instance. The consciousness that humans have of these laws changes constantly with the betterment of science. We'll talk about... can I speak about race realism? If people have spent 49 minutes listening, now I can speak about race. I mean, in a moderate way, but I'm always scheming in a way, even when I try not to scheme, but whatever. What was I saying? Yeah, so the laws of physics, which were discovered, grasped, expressed mathematically, conceptualized, whatever the language, the term, by Newton, they did not only apply in the 17th century, but also in the 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, etc., but also not only in England, but in Scotland, Ireland, continental Europe, and eventually Asia, Africa, America, and eventually on the Moon, on Mars, on Venus, Jupiter, etc., etc. Namely, they are universal. And this is true for every scientific endeavor. Namely, this is an idea which is actually so simple that I find this worthy of wonder, in a sense of I wonder, but do I have to teach you everything? I thought I was useless. I'm just the negative. I didn't think that I would have to teach anything to mankind, but apparently I have to. Namely, when scientists, which are anthropological people who think, they use their intelligence, which is a determination of psychology, to think about nature. First, what most people have not realized is that they think about themselves. In a sense, there is a continuity between the laws of nature and the laws of man, because in this sense, let us adopt the evolutionary perspective, man lives in the continuity of nature, namely the laws of zoology, anatomy, physiology. They do not cease to exist, here I speak ordinary language, within man. The laws of biology, they are present within each man. That's sociobiology. This explains the presence of Spinoza. Spinoza is the thinker of the substance. The substance is always present. That's the problem. That's a philosophical joke for scholars. And they can say, if they are smart, we can say the same thing about the negative. The problem is that he's always present. That's the kind of insanity that, whatever. I will keep with my philosophical, I will keep producing my philosophical jokes as long as I can. Maybe, hopefully, I do not have many hopes, but maybe I can upgrade the intelligence of ordinary human to the point where they will be able to grasp my philosophical jokes someday, and then they will say, but your jokes, they were wonderful and funny, it's too bad that, here I will be a little bit evil, I'm quite confident because I've understood that at least at some moments, some humans are kind of logically programmed to love me partly, so I can be negative, and some people will love me partly. Yeah, about my philosophical jokes. If we combine the dumbing down of the educational system plus the dysgenic processes at work, mostly in Western countries, but everywhere in the world, it explains partly why some intelligent people are misunderstood. Yeah. I can anticipate if somehow, somewhere people watch this video, they will say, but he's as arrogant as the prophecies predicted. Yeah. I try not to, but whatever. What was I saying? So yeah, Newton. First, when scientists, thinkers uncover the laws of nature, or the laws of mind, or of psyche, or Geist, or whatever, or spirit, but the laws of nature, let us begin with, it's more simple, or more complex sometimes, but they extract universal knowledge. It is valid for everyone, potentially at all times, if the laws are correct, but it's everywhere for everyone, at any time. That's why there is only one nature, one cosmos, one universe, and this universe is thinking itself through the self-reflecting activity of man. And here we make the connection with, so this is just the idea that I want to say, namely that every thinking human is a particular mode. Here we talk like Spinoza, seriously. Every thinking human is a particular mode of the one infinite substance, and each human has a given perspective on the totality of the substance, is a window of consciousness, namely each thinking human sees the whole of being from his perspective, with his categories, his culture, etc., and his position in time and space. But if the universal laws of nature are uncovered by any scientist, because of the relationship between the singular, the particular, and the universal, they apply to all singulars. Namely, every human being is a universal, is subjected to the universal laws of gravity. And I know from personal experience, when people throw themselves off the window, they fall, because every human being anthropologically is also a physical object, and as such he has to obey the laws of gravity. I know. That's why it's not good to throw people off the windows, even if they are communists or homosexuals, and in Muslim countries. It's not really moral, let us say. Yeah. And what I wanted to share, the idea that I've been trying to share, is that we live in an age where the modern, up-to-date version of the latest, most recent scientific discoveries are being made available in real time, potentially for everyone who has the ability to use an internet connection. We have the latest discoveries about the structure of the universe, the cosmos, etc., etc. Mr. Krauss. And this knowledge is made available in real time for anyone with an internet connection who has the time, the leisure, the intelligence, the interest to study the cosmos. Here I will insert a song. I will not write the song. It's Ellie Goulding, Love Me Like You Do. Love Me Like You Do. You find this on YouTube. You can listen to the song, pause the video. If there is an author watching this video, you can pause, listen to the song, it explains. Yeah. And here we have an example of a compendium or a handbook which encompasses the totality of the most recent knowledge in the realm of physics. And this is made available for everyone. Here I will make a transition to explain, because I've understood this recently as well. People who watch this, whenever they watch this, if they have an internet connection or whatever, they can look on various websites about the references of this book, and they can see, they can discover, they can realize that, hey, but the educational system in the United States, it has been turning our children into idiots. With our tax money, we good American workers, we have been working hard, and they steal our money, the state, to turn our children into idiots? Can you tolerate that, Americans? I don't know. Apparently yes, but well. So yeah, this book, Real Education by Mr. Charles Murray, it's a singular book produced by a European, anthropologically. I'll talk about European later. In a particular context, 21st century America, but also in a Western country. When we say the universal would be Western, the particular would be American educational system, and the singular would be the book by Charles Murray. There are countless other books in the US about the problems of the educational system, financed by the taxpayers' money. So in the here, it's not European, this would be Northern America, the United States, and if the universal is Western, it applies for the Canadian educational system, the Australian educational system, the English educational system, the German, the French, the Italian, the Spanish, whatever, and eventually it applies to most educational systems in the world, namely, they suffer from serious dysfunction if the purpose is to turn people into intelligent, competent, self-reliant people, which is not necessarily, because there is, I understand, no, I'm smart enough to understand that there's a problem with an excess of intelligence, but I will not, as of now, go into too much complexity, because basically there's a problem with the educational system, and there are libertarians who explain how to fix the problem. Yeah. That's the very simple idea that I've been trying to share. Yeah. And now, yeah, I try to anticipate in real time. I have many things to say, but I will sit for a few minutes, and because I know what I want to say, but yeah. I will comment the formal structure of the totality of being. I do not forget you, Mr. Putin or Mr. Burns and Ray and Blinken, etc., all the others. Because at some moment, people will realize that there is only one reality, and that each individual is a mode, a window of consciousness, a neuron within the cosmic brain, whatever, of this one totality, and that we are all interconnected. There's a world wide web of consciousness, and yeah, I just put a reference about the educational system. And I am whatever, the negative of this substance, and that's the reason why I see the totality. And I will comment, not very rigorously, because it would be too long and too complex, but at least the formal aspect, and if people somehow they can watch this video, if they have access to the internet, if they have leisure, or because they have quit their stupid bullshit job, they can I will put the link to some of my best videos in terms of intellectual content, namely the Central Intelligence Agency, the German version, the process of God, the logic, my view of the intellectual and spiritual life of the US and other Western countries. Because precisely one of the aims of this video is that I want at least some of these people to watch my perspective on America and of what I call the Central Intelligence Agency, and to see if they think that they can compete intellectually. I don't think they can. I don't think so. We'll talk about this later, but yeah. But here about the educational system. Here's a song. You can pause and listen to this song. D12. That's the band by Eminem with Eminem. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to save the nation, or maybe I won't, but I don't want to be like you. I just want to live my life. Every day is a celebration. Yeah. One of my goals is to abolish, to get rid of, as smoothly as possible, of the educational system in the US, but eventually everywhere, because it's just there are problems, basically. So yeah. Now, yeah, what I want, a little bit of controversy. It could be worse, but yeah. The connection between the educational system and the spread of knowledge on the internet with the development of science. People are becoming aware that, I mean, I'm not sure that they are, but that there is what we call human diversity. Many humans are diverse, different in terms of many anthropological aspects, which have a consequence upon social outcomes. And here I pick up my vision of the totality so that people do not get lost. This is one of the purposes. I try to show, at least formally, the vision of the totality so that people will not get lost, or maybe they will, but to try to show what I'm talking about. Yeah. Here it's really the most simplified view. Okay, the educational system, it belongs in the realm of objectiver Geist. Sittlichkeit, partly, it's an institution whose purpose is to bring instruction and education, eventually more instruction to the young population. That's the purpose of the education system, and eventually in modern Western countries, it's to make money, to become a productive member of society, so that people can spend most of their time working jobs they hate, so that they can buy shit they don't need, to perpetuate a parasitical system which feeds people who are either not intelligent enough, who are detrimental to the well-functioning of society. So there's a tremendous accumulation of useless bureaucrats within the context of the totality. People who are hired to take care of problems created by the welfare state, which is an attempt to respond to the problems created by the failures of the educational system. Whatever. So yeah, what I want to talk about is that, human diversity. It emerges from the realm of anthropology in free society with freedom of speech, liberty, spirit of inquiry, etc., etc. Books like these are published which help humans who have the time, the leisure, the opportunity, the intelligence, whatever, to read and to study these books, to become conscious, to become aware of the anthropological determinations of humans in terms of race, gender, and eventually their impact upon class. Class means the economic and sociological hierarchy and structure of a society. So yeah, there's a connection between anthropology and sociology. This is one of the messages of someone like Charles Murray in a book like The Bell Curve. It was controversial officially in the 1990s. We have moved forward. Today we can speak about this topic, so it's not going to bring any kind of controversy, right? Yeah. I'm trying to make the Americans smart again. I mean everyone eventually, but mostly the Americans, because I'm talking about their society predominantly. Yeah. The clock's ticking for the American educational system. That's a joke. I will take a few minutes to write what I've been talking about. Yeah, I will drink a glass of water that I will try to appreciate. So the comment that I can make briefly is that people are becoming aware, if they have an internet connection, if they have the intelligence, if they can speak English, if they have the leisure, or if they watch this video or whatever, that there is a cognitive hierarchy within the American society. But here I will use my logical that's a concept. The bell curve talks about the US in the second half of the 20th century, mostly the 1980s. It's published in the mid-1990s officially. It's about a particular type of society, the American society, a democratic society, but also it talks about the very structure, the sociology of democracies, namely, I summarize the book in 20 seconds, if humans are unequal, and they are, in terms of cognitive potential, in a society where there is free competition for climbing up the social ladder, as they call this, the smartest will rise to the top. It's a quantitative determination. It's not always true because there are other factors, motivation, psychology, health problems, opportunities, discrimination, etc., etc. In America, they do not discriminate against blacks mostly, but against Asians. The Asians, they are smarter than average, and the leftists, the white leftists, they do not like smart people, so they implement all sorts of regulations to prevent the smart from expressing themselves with the intention of harming or indirectly hurting intelligent white people, but actually it has a side effect, namely these poor Northeast Asians, they are discriminated against in the American educational system. They are refused entry at Harvard and all the MIT, Yale and all the prestigious universities of America because they are too smart. Can you tolerate that, dear Asians? You are being discriminated against. This is one of my intentions. I will try to bring a little bit of controversy on every layer of American society to annoy people a little bit, so that they blame, I don't know, who is to blame? I don't know. I'm innocent. That's a joke. I want to be blamed. I improvise a criticism of every layer of the American society. Yeah. Yeah, what was I saying? So now, yeah, in connection with the educational system, through the internet, there are various here I will take a few minutes to comment the educational system, the place within objectiver Geist, social problems, etc., etc. So I do this in real time. I will not edit my video. I know the good thing about me is that I know that whatever I do, I have to fail because I would like to be good, but I can't because I'm the negative. I can be partly good, but not completely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be the negative. I have to make errors, I have to be punished, I have to be judged negatively, I have to whatever. So that's the good thing about me, is that I'm in some sort of a mood of saying, whatever happens, I have already made countless errors, sins, mistakes, whatever. So now I'm in I have tried to anticipate the consequences of all the things that I've said or didn't say, what people understand, what they don't understand, what they think, what they know, what I know, what they don't, etc. I've been thinking about this constantly for the past many months. Now I find myself in a position where I say, I just don't give a F, as Eminem would say. No, not really, but I just let go, so I speak freely. I'm allowed to speak freely because my channel has 32 subscribers, and by the time that eventually it gets more subscribers, people will be able to see all the things that I've said. I don't know if they are interested, but whatever. I think they are because, yeah, precisely that's part of the yeah. So, here I will switch the camera. Here I can make a physical comment. I am trying to, we'll see, this is the view of a society from a perspective of objectiver Geist. I will briefly comment. I can talk about physics because I am trying to bring order and clarity within the mind of others. I know that there are others within the substance and in my mind as well, and by working to bring order I have to bring a little bit of to exert work, which means energy and the dissipation of energy, so it brings about chaos in a way. In my room here it's a lot more chaotic than it was 1 hour and 20 minutes ago because I am trying to bring order, so the two are kind of united. And here let us talk about the American society. The American society is, like most Western societies, what we could call an anarcho-tyranny, namely it's an ordered, it's a chaotic order. I mean, it's a tyranny. Western societies are tyrannical because of the bureaucracy, the legislation, the rampant crime, the corruption at all levels of the political game, the financial corruption, the moral decadence. Whatever I say against others, you can put the blame back on me. That's the fun of me, but I have to exteriorize a little bit of my negativity. So there is corruption, decadence, dysfunctioning at all levels of society, but because it's a totality, in a way, it's ordered, namely that it's a chaotic order. So it's ordered, but there is chaos, of course, within the totality of the society, but it's ordered in the sense that it's part of the everyday life. People get deceived by the politician and the state, they are lied to, there is crime, gangs, drug trafficking, abuse of all sorts. There are societies which corrupt the media through finance. Everything finds this normal because it's part of an ordered chaos, in a way. A chaotic order. These are not the same, precisely. It's a chaotic order. It's still order, but there is chaos within it, namely the dysfunctioning of the educational system, the welfare state, the parasitical bureaucratic jobs, etc., etc. So it's kind of almost a work of art, one might say, because the chaotic tendencies of societies have been incorporated within a totality which functions more or less, at least as of now. But there are inner contradictions which have to be solved eventually to order the chaos, precisely. To bring back order. This is one of my plans. So, do we see here? I mean, one of my plans, a plan that I've been thinking about, but I am trying to establish in real time. So, yeah, here's the view of the formal view of a society. Yeah. I will explain briefly. This is the idea that I've been trying to share. No, I will sit myself on the sidewalks. In order to understand, let us talk about a social phenomenon, a social topic, a social subject, whatever. Here, the educational system, it has to be recontextualized within the view of the totality. And now I will comment briefly. So here it's the formal structure of a society, a modern society. So we have the whole, the totality, with most of the parts. And I will bring my own commentary. Here is the realm of family, marriage, education in the sense of the upbringing of the youth, not education in the sense of instruction, and men and women relationship, how to seduce women, the relationship between the genders. That's the realm of feminism, mictos, etc., 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 etc. So this is the bedrock of a society. I will talk about subjective Geist, anthropology, psychology later, but here it's objective Geist, the realm of institution. This is the formal presentation of a society. Here I'm interested in the case of the American society. So this is the bedrock of a society. There is a relationship between the living units, the cells, here it's a transposition of biology into the realm of sociology in a way, and there's a connection between the units of the basic component of the social life and the behavior which is taught or inherited to the youth, namely how to behave, how to be responsible, the ethical standards, what are the values of a society, what is praised, what is condemned, what is encouraged, discouraged, etc., etc., and the notions of good and evil. There are universals, one might say, but it can vary, it can change depending on the circumstances, the particular context, namely the era, the decade, the sociological, anthropological, demographic, religious context. It can partly vary and be modified. And the people of a society, they have to organize themselves collectively to work and to produce goods and services which enable the material reproduction of the life of society. So there is an economic system which has to be financed. People who want to start a business, they have to find the money or the resources to make the system function. And this brings about, do we see? Yeah. I will switch a sociological division, namely by the division of labor induced by the need to produce economic goods and services. Each working person who participates within the life of the social totality has to be divided into various job roles or opportunities: blue collar, white collar, CEO, welfare parasite. I have been a welfare parasite, but welfare parasites, social workers, a teacher, FBI agent, CIA agent. Yeah, maybe they are some sort of social workers or some sort of social parasites. I don't know. That's a joke. That's a joke. Yeah. So, by their economic production, the need to produce goods and services, human beings are divided de facto into various sociological classes, and it brings about hierarchy, those who with a higher status, and then there's a connection between the social status and the culture, the ways of life, and the kind of hobbies or leisure. Namely, it is determined by the position that someone has within society. Rich people, they do not have the same culture in the broadest sense, ways of life, customs in the broadest sense, way to behave, how to enjoy leisure, how to talk to others, how the interaction between others, the respect, etc. There's a common sense of respect. I mean, when the society is not filled with crime and all sorts of really negative behaviors, improper behaviors in America, but in most Western countries, when a society is not dysfunctioning too much. So here we have crime. Yeah, what people consider moral standards, way to behave, customs, how to interact, etc. It's partly determined by their sociological and economic status, which itself is determined, we know this thanks to Mr. Charles Murray and Richard Bernstein, by their intelligence, which itself is partly determined by the genetic diversity. So yeah, and then depending on their occupation, people will live in a different era, rural era, city, urban, etc. Here that's the division of labor. Each working member of the society occupies a specific task within the social totality: factory worker, craftsman, teacher, spy, agent of the NSA, military, soldier or general or whatever, president, politician, thief. They are the same in Western societies. The thieves and the politicians, they are the same, but yeah. We will talk about the corruption of the political system later, or maybe I will do nothing but talk about the corruption at most levels of society, whatever. People will say, but you are corrupt. Yes, but I want to be blamed. That's what I'm working on. The modes of production, the use of the land, etc. So there's a connection with geography. And then, here I will just simplify, the member of the people, they elect, when they have a relatively free democratic system, they elect representatives which form the government. They unite together to form politics. It can take the form of violent shifts of class or ethnic conflicts or both, but also more diplomatic exchanges through dialogue, intellectual interaction, etc. There are political tensions or conflicts which bring about various modes of governments, etc., with a separation of power. Those who are granted or who have the possibility or the moral authority to enact the laws, to enforce the laws, to make the laws apply, and to judge those who trespass or transgress or do not respect the laws, etc. The separation of powers, that's the government. And here are the laws, the rights, which are granted to the individuals, member of a society, when the society is relatively free. Individual rights, property rights, the right to form contracts, natural rights. Here it's the collective law. So here would be the inherent rights of the individual, what an individual as a thinking entity responsible above, I don't know, it depends, the quantitative determination of age, is it 18 years old, 21, 25 or whatever, depending on the level of traditionalism of the society. The individual is granted rights, inherent rights, in a republic, one might say in a republican society where individuals are kind of considered as autonomous agents. Not necessarily all of them, precisely, there has to be restrictions because of the question of age, gender, wealth, maturity, intelligence, responsibility, duties, etc., etc. There are various, this would be political science. So yeah, these are individual rights, collective rights, the collective institutions like the judicial system, the police, the prisons, etc., etc. All this has to obey the Constitution, which is the fundamental law, from which all other laws derive. They all have to respect the Constitution. That's, here I introduce my logical determinations. The ground and all the existing laws are derived from the ground. They are one with the fundamental law, but they are nonetheless different, but they have to be in adequation. In a sense, they carry the same determination. They cannot contradict the Constitution. The liberty of Americans has to be respected. Let us assume that God said so, somewhere, somewhen. Maybe if Americans watch this video, they would say, thank God, he's on our side. Yeah, the problem is that God is on both sides, which is also the solution, because it enables to say contradictory things, and then when confronted with a contradiction, it was a moment in the process, Don't blame me, blame Hegel and his dialectics. Here I will introduce a song that I keep introducing. My head and my heart. If people want to understand God eventually, and myself, I guess, they can listen to the song by Ava Max. My head and my heart are torturing me. Let us say that God switches from side to side, and both sides make him suffer in a way. I mean, I say him, but I could say myself. I try to find a compromise, but it's difficult. Yeah, so there's the question of the logistics and how to, the energy would be the physical finance of the society, and here it's the monetary finance, in a sense, how to make all the divisions of a society function smoothly, how to find the resources, the financial resources, the monetary, the money eventually. Here I'm falling into one of my contradictions, because I intended to we'll talk about the monetary system. I do not forget this part of the plan. I have a lot to say about the question of money. But yeah, money in order to finance the functioning or the dysfunctioning of the system. And yeah, here we have the educational system precisely and the health system. So it's a collective institution which is connected with the totality of the rest. So when there's a problem with the educational system, most people who are vaguely aware that there's a problem, they look at this aspect, but they do not see this within the totality. They do not understand that there is a problem with the educational system because there's a problem precisely with the banking system, with the politicians, with the government, with the economics, with the laws, which is tied to the question of immigration, the question of citizenship, etc. There's a problem with the structure of the family. There's a problem with collective behavior, collective ethics. There's a problem with the media who encourage whatever nonsense is being taught in American schools or all other schools as well. So one of the ideas that I've been trying to share is precisely that if just one element is taken and considered, that's better than not being even aware of the problems, but it has to be recontextualized within the social totality in order to be intelligible. The educational system is bankrupt, not financially, but partly morally, but in terms of the quality of the instruction which is being taught, precisely because the rest of the society is dysfunctional as well. And someone like Ron Paul, he's kind of very smart because he talks about many topics. He has a holistic view. He talks about the problems of the educational system, the Fed, individual rights or lack thereof. The libertarians, they are kind of fragmented in countless schools, and they see that there are problems at most level of society, but they are not necessarily aware of the full picture, one might say. So I promote, as of now at least, mostly libertarian books, and the libertarians, they see the problem with the bureaucracy. That's Ludwig von Mises. They see the problem with the welfare state. They see the connection between intelligence and social status, namely the sociological determination, the cognitive determination of sociology, namely the idea that people, their place within society depends on the cognitive level of intelligence in a way. So yeah, now let us talk about this part as well. Usually, we will talk about this later a little bit more. There's a deep state and secret services which actually are they are in connection with the financial system, the monetary and banking system, and they are the ones who control the government, the official. That's why there is not Mr. Biden. I have a song for Mr. Biden. That's why Mr. Biden is a puppet, because those who control the official representative, and it's true in every government. The same goes with Mr. I will show now a little bit higher. That's why these people, most people who are vaguely aware of politics, and given the current context on a geopolitical scale, they have to be eventually, they think that these people, or the official representative, Mr. Biden, Mr. Macron, Mr. Olaf Scholz, or whoever, Liz Truss or whoever, that they are in charge, because they are the representative of the government. But actually those who control the government, they are the financiers, the bankers, the deep state, and the secret services. That's why here, Mr. Wray of the FBI and Mr. Burns of the CIA, they are not either those who really control, because they are bankers and financiers behind the secret services, but they are more in control than those in the government. Yeah, that's why I try to talk to them, because as of now, in the current state of things, they are the ones who control, who pull the strings, as they call this. Yeah. And I'm trying to do this, to take over with my mind, or my spirit maybe, and your money and infrastructure have been important to now. Hopefully the Americans will understand me partly if I use their own cultural references to try to communicate. Yeah. So there are various lobbies, non-governmental organization, globalist institutions. So it's all derived from a unity of the monetary and financial and banking system in ties with the deep state, which is the one pulling the strings in the official narrative. We'll talk about the deep state. The secret services, and the visible aspect of government is the presidents. Yeah. And there are various connections. Here, countless books are being published, data are being revealed on the internet, etc. The connections between the banking institutions, the deep state, the secret services, the government, the corruption between the lobbies, people united, they receive money from whatever secret bankers to corrupt the government. There are relationships of influence. It's a long story. It's being parts of the truth are being unveiled daily on the internet for whoever is interested, but the totality has to be reconstructed in order to see the whole process. So here is just a formal presentation of how a society functions. So yeah, and of course it's tied with geopolitics, which is the relationship of the politics of a state with the other states, and that's why these people are represented here. Diplomacy, military, and the writing of history. The media, they are kind of partly financed by the banking system, partly in ties with the government. They are supposed to criticize the government, but in modern democracy, the media are just byproducts of the government. They just tell whatever story the politicians and those who finance them tell them to narrate, and that's why it's mostly a dumbing down of the population. People are being lied to, manipulated in various ways by listening to the media, the broadcast media, and there is an emergence of alternative media thanks to the internet. People are free to express themselves on the internet, to express their view and their perspective on their society in relatively free societies. And of course there is a disconnection between the official narrative of what the world is, how it works, and what people learn on the alternative media. That's what in the West we call the red pill, namely to detach oneself from the official narrative and to see things how they are, first in the realm of objective spirit, and then objective Geist, and then in the realm of subjective Geist with the question of anthropology, psychology, race realism, etc., and to connect the political, geopolitical, historical events with other determinations of anthropology, psychology, and eventually to reconstruct the view of the totality. And this process of revolting against the system brings about knowledge, understanding, and it's a negative, in a sense. The system, what people call the system, this is a formal view, is being negated because there is an inherent inner revolt against the system, and precisely this is what brings forth knowledge, because it brings forth distanciation and a mirror image of those who think that they are in charge. Do you feel in charge, Mr. Burns, Mr. Ray, or even Mr. Putin, or Mr. Xi Jinping? Because I've understood this recently, that I've tried to outthink, to outsmart, no, not to outsmart, but to anticipate everything. And I've wondered, I've asked myself many times, but do the people who think that they are in charge, do they consciously control the process? And then I remembered, I am God. My mind is God. Even if I think of myself as being stupid, I've talked about this in many of my videos. In a way, my mind is God. So they cannot be smarter than me, at least that in some perspective. I can be very stupid, I have made countless mistakes, I keep making mistakes, but in a way, I understand them much more than they understand themselves, because I possess knowledge that they don't. Namely, that I know myself to be God, and they don't know that I am God, and I'm trying to explain them, and the only way that I have is to show the view of the totality, and at some moment they will say, whoa, this guy, he looks very smart. We didn't anticipate that, because I have anticipated many outcomes, consequences, etc., but I have understood that even if I am trying to teach manipulation to the manipulators, the level of complexity that goes in my mind, even when I experience myself as being stupid, it's way beyond what any of these people can envision or imagine. That's one of my problems, is that before starting this video in the last few days, I said to myself, I am trying to exteriorize my negativity by finding an opponent who can challenge me on an intellectual level. And I said to myself, I have to antagonize the entire world just to find enough intelligence to compete. That's why I have not yet started the trash talking, but eventually I would like to antagonize all these people. Hey, I'm here. I'm trying to subvert your government, all the governments, so that at some moment people will be interested. Hey, who is this guy who claims that he is God, but also kind of Lucifer, the negative, or whatever, the devil, how you want to call this. That's me. I look like a clown. Clowns can be quite serious. Americans should know that. That's what their movies are supposed to teach them. Yeah. But eventually, at some moment, here I will take a short break. I've realized, I'll talk about a personal experience. Over the past few days, or past week maybe, I've realized, but when you look at the American news, the kind of stories that the Americans are interested in, namely the FBI investigating whatever in Trump's house, Trump has documents, whatever, the FBI, they're interested in this. From my perspective, this is just a comedy. It can be quite serious and sometimes quite funny, but it's just some sort of a joke, in a sense that what I'm trying to say is that the FBI, they are supposed to control not only the American society, but also they are probably controlled by the CIA, and I know that the CIA controls these people. I will talk about this later, but they don't know that. I know this, but they don't. So I realized, but what kind of documents could Trump possess that might interest the FBI? Because here I had a, how do you call this? I came back to earth, as they call this. I had some sort of a common sense awakening, because I've been trying to communicate almost daily for the past 7 months. The idea that I know myself partly to be God, and also the negative, etc., etc. I've been on a quest of a philosophical, religious understanding, asking myself questions about the meaning of the cosmos, the nature of the universe, where do I come from, what is reality, etc. And I've been writing, here I'm promoting myself. I want to be negated, precisely, that's difficult. I have to find someone who is interested in what I have to say eventually. But when people, because I've been disconnected from ordinary reality, and I've wondered myself many times, but will others, I know that there are others out there, I have adopted this, but now I'm sure, who are interested in things, and when they understand that there is an individual who knows himself to be God within what they call reality, eventually they will be interested. I thought they wouldn't, because I've been trying to communicate with no return, basically. But I've understood recently that actually, if people are interested in a kind of nonsense that whatever, oh, Trump has special documents about national security or whatever, or when they are interested in the life of the biography of music artists, sportsmen, celebrities, or whatever. But eventually, I understand they will be interested in me, I guess. If it can help negate myself, I'm all yours. I'm willing to share everything, precisely. Even the good aspects, not only the negative. I have some good in me to share. That's what I've been trying to do. I mean, no, first, I don't know really, but yeah. So I've just realized recently that there has been a cosmic misunderstanding. Yeah. And there still is a cosmic misunderstanding. Because here I will tell my story, I have a story to tell now, that I have been repeating over and over in most of my videos. But now I can anticipate that eventually this video, at least if I can upload the video, if there's not some sort of a technological problem or whatever, eventually at some moment, humans, some of them at least, I don't know, will have to hear about me, I guess. I don't know, because here I'll be a little bit insane, but I will not partly insane, but because eventually every religion talks about God. Every philosophy talks about God. Philosophy, real philosophy. Most artistic expression express aspect of God. Every society is a manifestation of the spirit of God in a way. So eventually, at some moment, people will be interested in what I call God. I mean, the totality of being becoming conscious of itself. And I understood recently that I've tried to communicate in a gradual way, but I understand that it doesn't work because my truth was way too complex, even for all the intelligence services in the world, NSA, FBI, MI5, or whatever, the Mossad, all the secret agencies, the central agency of the world, even if they unite, and they are united, I know this, they don't, because I have my agents. They don't know that they work for me in a way, but I am way too smart for them in a way. I understood this. And the kind of questions that they ask themselves is so far removed from the kind of question that I've been asking myself. Because I've asked myself, but who would be interested in me as an empirical individual? That's the first question. And then, even if I am God, I have asked myself, but is there anyone interested in God? Because I've been talking about God in most of my videos for 7 months, and no one seems to care. And here's my pathetic, oh, I'm a victim, there's a misunderstanding. I can play this card. If it can help bring good, whatever. No, seriously. I have just realized by watching the news precisely that, but the level of consciousness of the intelligent people among the American society is so far removed, namely, whatever. Yeah. So yeah, precisely, let us continue. The social media, yeah. I will show my books later. So there's a rise of alternative media, the social media, communication, through the internet, big data, technology, etc., etc. And thanks to technology and the internet, the collective consciousness of mankind, the mind of God, the spirit of God can become aware of itself in real time, and knowledge is being made worldwide, is being made available to everyone else in real time. And the reason why there are the pictures of these people is because I said to myself, okay, maybe people, if I use images, there's a great cosmic drama, the battle of dark versus light, as Mr. Dugin says, maybe it will help illustrate my message. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So now I will keep talking about the educational system and the internet precisely. There is. Here I will be a little bit negative in a rigorous scientific way, because this is what I want to talk about basically. The connection between the educational system, the development of science, and anthropology. Actually, I've understood, my worldview has been, and still is, way too complex, because it's way too complex. What I've been expressing now for almost 2 hours, it's very simple, but the kind of intellectual complexity that I've been trying to achieve has been way too complex. And that's my problem, but whatever. All problems are my problem. That's why I am the solution. I will use my joke what I can. At some moment people will understand that I am the root of all problems, of all evil, of all everything which goes wrong, everything which is unfair, and the only solution that I have, and now I will laugh when I can, is I am here, I have a body, I have emotions. I didn't think that I had emotions. I have discovered that I'm an emotional person, partly. And whoever you are, if you want to blame anything which goes wrong, has gone wrong, will go wrong in your life, you can put the blame on me. There's a song by Akon, and maybe that's the best aspect about me, is that I am here on earth and I can endure, I don't know, I can experience pain. We will see how much pain I can endure. And here a joke for Mr. William Burns. We live, hopefully some people will understand, we live in an age where any random guy with an internet connection and interesting things to say can speak to the director of the CIA. I have interesting things to say, Mr. Burns, and I have 2 jokes for you. The first one is, I can anticipate if you watch this, because one of my aim is that you as an empirical individual or someone in your agency watches what I have to say eventually, and you might wonder, was getting caught part of your plan? Of course! What's the next step of your master plan? I would like to dismantle, I want to dismantle the bureaucracy, the welfare state, the educational system, the banking system and its dysfunctioning, and every useless institution, not only in America but in the entire world. Because when people, here it's the serious aspect, when people realize the kind of nonsense that they have been financing for years and for decades, when they realize, eventually they will have to, because in the long run, this is what I tell myself, everything has to disappear one way or the other. It can go more or less peacefully, more or less smoothly, but eventually people will realize that there has still serious problems in most Western societies, but because of what I said earlier, that knowledge is universal, in every society on this planet there are serious problems. And I've tried to communicate this, but I've realized that at some moment people will realize, that there are inequalities in terms of intelligence and status. Inequalities, here are the soft books. I have very radical books. I will not promote them, but I have them. There is the list of my library, which is supposed to appear whenever I stop posting videos. Yeah. There are anthropological differences. There is corruption at all layers of society. Here I will use Mr. Dawkins for the sake of promoting religion. That's part of improvised scheming, I guess. Yeah. Just an example. Mr. Dawkins. I will use the God delusion to promote religion, which is very Hegelian, I guess. He says somewhere, Of the 535 members of the combined houses of Congress, not a single one admits to not believing in a higher power. This is statistically beyond implausible, verging on impossible. More than 20% of the US population at large, no tell pollsters, they have no religious belief. The figure swells to 40% for American scientists and to 90% for elite scientists. How is it even remotely plausible that the figure for the US Congress is 0? To put it in starkly cynical terms, a successful US politician is either religious or a well-educated and intelligent liar. I know that it's okay if you don't believe in God. I mean, depending on who you are, it's okay. But it's just to illustrate that there is deception at all layers of society. Because there's deception within God, so to speak. And I understood that I have to speak the full view all in once. In a way, that's the problem of God. I cannot speak. I have tried to, but I have to speak the totality. I mean, it's not possible strictly speaking, but the view of the totality all in once. These kind of books, it's just a singular book. It's from many years ago, but there are countless books which appear weekly. Daily there are videos about the problems of the political system, the deception of the politicians, the manipulations. Whatever I blame on others, they can blame this back on me, but I just have to exteriorize my negativity so it can come back at me. I understand this. I know that when people first watch this, if they do, it's unintelligible, but I've been thinking about this 17 or 16 hours a day for the past 7 months, maybe for many years. That all it takes to where is the book? I don't need the book. It's there. I will take the book nonetheless. I haven't even read the book, but I get the idea. I say this for every book. I don't read books because I get the idea. That's precisely one of the aspects of me. There just has to be one individual who shows the view of the totality to others to revolt against the system, basically, because the system is full of contradictions, because God is full of contradictions. And just I simplify here, because I try to anticipate what people will think, but I cannot precisely. I have given up on trying to anticipate everything on a conscious level. But there are people who complain about every aspect of society. And here it's a singular society. I think about America, but it's valid because it's the most contradictory society in the West, but in the world at large. I've talked about America in most of my videos, and I will keep talking in this video. The problem is that people, they see, whenever they are vaguely intelligent or aware, that there are problems of crime, the welfare state and the violation of property rights, problems with the health system, the educational system, a degeneracy of culture, inequalities or oppression in sociology, white flight. There are problems, overcrowded prisons, the problems with the police, which is either some blame the excesses of the police because they are accused of being racist, and others, usually on the right, they say no, the problems are the criminals are granted and allowed way too much freedom to perform all sorts of criminal actions. There are corruption within the educational system, corruption within the political system, because the politicians, they lie to the people constantly, because, here it's just an example, but that's precisely my problem. I am, maybe I am too negative, because that's the good aspect of me. I'm just negative because I speak the truth, and even while being very moderate, I'm very negative in a sense that I thought that I would have to make lectures very complex, in a logical structure to explain the interconnectedness of logic, nature, subjektiver Geist, objektiver Geist, absoluter Geist, in a very rigorous way. And I can do that if I am allowed or granted the time. I could make a very extremely rigorous, and I will try at some moment just to explain the level of complexity that goes in my mind, although I experience myself as being dumb. But actually I've understood, maybe that's wisdom, that all it takes is a little push. Just this book. If someone can just show this book, I haven't even read the book, but I get the idea, while showing the view of the totality and illustrating many books about many other topics, and as long as I keep, how long has it been now? I intended I at least have 6 hours to keep talking about the view of the totality. Democracy, it's a bad joke. But those who know this, with a serious, not just the ordinary people, they know that the politicians are corrupt and that democracy is a joke. That's why they do not vote, most of them. Precisely, when a society reaches a point where 1/3 or the majority of the people do not even go to the polls, when they do not go to vote except for what they think are important elections, it's because the level of civic responsibility has reached such a level of decadence because of all the problems, because there is dysgenic processes, the problem of the educational system, the problems of morality, the problems of inherent corruption, the manipulation of the bankers. People are dumbed down in various ways. So when people are not even interested in going to vote, it's already a proof of what I said earlier, the chaotic order. Namely, the democracy can function, here Zizek would probably agree, can function only if the people are so fed up with democracy that those who don't believe in democracy are part of the democratic process. Like it's normal. In order for a democracy to function, there has to be at least, 20, 30, 40% of the population who are not even registered on voting list, or they don't, for them it's a waste of time, and in a sense they are right, because I know what Churchill said, but it's a seriously problematic regime. And just to show this book, with all that I've said, namely, you go on the internet, you check what people think about democracy. It will spread, eventually people will realize, but democracy, it's a big joke. Here, what I think, here I will side with the people. That's a joke, I'm not on your side. I'm not on anyone's side, because no one is on my side, because I'm supposed to stand in the middle. Although I have a tendency to lean on the right, which I see now is on the left. No, so the right, because I have to bring balance to a leftist society in the West going a little bit insane. I've understood this. I have to lean towards the right to restore balance. I will be a right-winger as long as I no longer have to. That's how I think of myself. And the proper balance of right-wing that I have found as of now is right-wing libertarianism. I have explained theoretically why, and I will keep explaining if I have to. I can become even more right-wing. I have the books, I have the mindset sometimes, but the proper balance that I have found, theoretically at least, is right-wing libertarianism until common sense is restored. Ron Paul, Charles Murray, Daisy Luther, Thomas Sowell, and Jeff Deist. Yeah, I will talk about Jeff Deist later. You are part of the plan, Mr. Deist. What's the next step of your master plan? Do I look like a guy with a plan? I just do things. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught the attention of a libertarian thinker with not a widespread audience, precisely not. That's one of the problems of the Libertarian Party in the US, but whatever. Yeah. I will talk about the libertarians. I have a lot to talk about. I know I anticipated, I cannot talk about everything, so there will be misunderstandings. I can anticipate. Precisely, my message consists in saying that whatever I do, there is failure on my part, errors, sins, contradictions, impossibility to anticipate, a contradiction between my intentions and the result that they bring forth. I want to do good, and I am allowed to do partly good because I am not just negative, but I will just speak. I have to be in accordance with my Kantian principle. I said to myself, I would speak for at least 5 hours, but actually I think 8 hours, maybe slightly more. I try to the contradictions will come back at me, so I just speak myself, I speak freely. This is maybe one of the last times that I can express myself as observing humans. And then at some moment, they will have to, but you have been observing us. This is what you have thought about us? You're a piece of trash, you're a jerk, you are as bad as they said you are in some religious mythologies. Maybe not, maybe I'm worse, maybe I'm better. Maybe I'm just misunderstood, I don't know. But I will grant myself the right to speak freely. So yeah, just on the question of democracy. If someone could provide a view of the totality, here is just objektiver Geist. There is no subjektiver Geist and nature, and these are even more important to a certain extent. No, it's more important because subjektiver Geist is that which brings forth the realm of institutions. Yeah, so just if someone can show the view of the totality and explain. So here I will just illustrate the interest and the importance of having a full view. Do we see? Yeah. So a book like this, I take the blame, no problem, but it's a political book written by not really a scholar, an intellectual, so that would be within the educational system, although it's not really, so it's a political book which criticizes the dysfunctioning of democracy, but Mr. Hoppe is very intelligent because he's German, maybe, and because he has been trained as a Marxist, so he has the German mindset, partly, the Marxist training, but also the libertarian view, the proper balance of German ethnic interest while being universalist. Here I cannot make a lecture, I've talked about this, I cannot talk again about this. I have to, I am focusing on political, geopolitical problems as of now. I've said, yeah. So, yeah, this is a book which partly sees the view of the totality, but what I'm trying to express is that actually my idea is extremely complex, but also very simple, because all it takes is a little push, as they call this, if somehow people can understand what I've said about the collective consciousness becoming aware of itself thanks to the internet, etc., etc. When people read just this, not read this book, or read the comment, or understand that there is only one mind thinking about itself, separated into various groups or sub-parts or whatever, people will know that democracy is problematic because the average intelligence is declining, but it's very limited. The people, they are not responsible because there's a problem of standards of morality, there's a problem of equality for everyone independently of the particular characteristic, namely gender, age, wealth, the number of children. Namely, people who have no children, no wealth, who are irresponsible or immature are allowed to vote. It's complete nonsense. This universalist aspect of democracy. People who are unemployed, who are with low intelligence, who are irresponsible in their personal life, etc., etc., they are allowed to vote. Of course, it functions because the media, academia, the politicians, they narrate the same ideological nonsense all the time to manipulate the people. That's a collective, unconscious discourse. I mean, they all agree with one another, although they are not aware of this, but they are determined by the totality. And also Churchill probably said just an average conversation with a conversation with the average person. I'm not sure that it's Churchill, but someone said so. It's just no. It's but then in a grand scheme of things, it's the best of all possible regimes. Maybe at some moment because whatever, but actually no. It's yeah. Yeah. So now I will just take a short pause and I will talk about partly about economics. I'll just take 5-minute break and then I will talk about economics. Here I'm in a mood to sing a song for the Americans, to mix this with some sort of a dubious joke, which will come back at me eventually, but yeah. I had prepared a list of songs for the Americans. I make plans, but I contradict my own plans. This is part of being who I am. I spend my days making plans in order to think to do good. That's maybe the pathetic aspect, or the I don't know what people will think, but actually I don't really care at this moment. But I've been constantly trying to elaborate plans to make good, to do good, not because I care about everyone else or about the others, but because I care about a sense of self-worth. I've already said this many times, but I cannot find any sense of any sense of accomplishment or satisfaction or whatever if I cannot bring I wouldn't say happiness, but at least I don't know, see, happiness or joy or whatever, satisfaction. I mean, satisfaction, I don't know, partly. But I've kept trying to anticipate everything. What I am consciously trying to do. And I know that I'm talking alone on an empirical level in front of my camera, but eventually also on a metaphysical level. That's the problem of being whatever I am. I talk to myself through others who on an empirical level do not respond, but at some moment they will, and here I don't know what's going to happen. So that's one of my last videos where I can speak as maybe the negative. I mean, I will keep being negative, and others as well. That will force me to become positive, maybe. That's the story. Others are so I will not be unnecessarily negative, but the kind of questions that most humans ask themselves, and the level of intelligence, even though I keep repeating that I experience myself as being partly dumb as an empirical individual, my level of intelligence is way excessive in a way. I am way too smart, and that's why I've already said this, but that's the good news that I bring. What the Americans call the return of Jesus. I'm not Jesus, but I'm here to remove the guilt from others. This is my plan, actually. My entire maybe at some level, I just want to remove the freedom of others, and where there is no freedom, there is no responsibility, and when there is no responsibility, there is no guilt. So, what I want at some the end goal, or the condition to obtain ontological, moral, psychological peace with myself is to remove the freedom of all other humans, and the only way is to say that it's the truth, that there's only one individual which is responsible for all the sins, all the errors, all the crimes, all the whatever these people or those people do, have done, or are doing, or the consequences, the corruption at all levels, and all the negativity that it brings. I just want to be blamed. I have to, in a way, just to be morally free, in ordinary language. Here, it's very clear in my mind, but I anticipate that this video, if it is not this video, this will be another. At some moment, I will succeed quantitatively in communicating, but then there will be misunderstanding, and I understand why, because my truth is way too complex. But what I'm consciously trying to do, there are various goals, aims that I set to myself, but one of the end goals is basically to steal the freedom of all others, and eventually to take the blame and the responsibility for all the problems, so that others, at least, they will be free. I don't do this because I'm Jesus, I'm back, kept you waiting, huh? If I were, whatever, Lucifer, I would say, hey, I'm Jesus. Very intelligent, this negative. No, seriously. I'm in a mood to laugh, but what humans call Christ and the Antichrist, here I will be serious on a philosophical level. They are the same. I mean, they are partly the same but partly different, simply because Jesus in the mythology of Christians is the guy, the God who takes the blame, who takes the responsibility for all the sins. He washes away all the sins of humans. There is only one guilty, that's Jesus, etc. And what people call the devil, or the Antichrist, or Satan, or whatever, in Christian mythology, he serves the same function, namely he's the one individual who takes the blame of all the others. Simply, Jesus is good, and the Antichrist is bad on a moral standpoint, because Jesus is innocent and the Antichrist is guilty, but they serve the same function, namely, everyone can put the blame on them. That's the fun of me. That's how I find kind of transcendental peace with whatever I am. Here's really the kind of that's my own sadness, but I reflect upon myself. That I know that the story has to have I wouldn't say a happy ending, but I will find peace on a transcendental level at some moment. Although it's my conflict, but I don't. I will speak freely for a few minutes while I can. I suffer, and when I suffer morally, and eventually I will suffer physically, but when I suffer morally, I kind of blame God as a pure mind because I blame God for... I mean, I do not blame him, but I think that being what I am is unfair. The negative. It's unfair. When I really suffer, I try to say, I deserve all the blame, but when I suffer, really I say, okay, being what I am, knowing that I haven't yet fully understood at this moment in time, it's unfair. The one individual who has to take all the blame, I think it's unfair when I suffer. But then, on a higher level, it means that all the others are innocent. And the good aspect, if you can talk, if there is evil or if there is bad, there has to be good, is that I know that the others are innocent, but I keep forgetting, and when I am frustrated, I nonetheless exteriorize my negativity, my anger, as they call this, which is true on an emotional level and psychological level, but I really want to be blamed, partly because I'm masochistic, but partly because this is the only way for me to be at peace with myself and with others, namely, I just consciously, maybe the consequences will be different, maybe when I turn it will be different, but I just want humans to be relieved from the moral suffering, the physical suffering, well, but the moral suffering, that would be the first step. But the problem I realize when I try to do this, when I try to steal other people's freedom, of course they want to assert their freedom. They want to negate my attempt to save them. They are like me on a philosophical standpoint, namely a rebellion, a negation, and they experience, that's what I can say, they experience my attempt to steal their freedom as a negation of themselves as empirical individual. That's how I can express in intelligible language the interaction between the negative and modes of the substance, that which we call ordinary human beings. Because one of the attempts of this video is to explain that Mr. Putin, Mr. Zelensky, Mr. Xi Jinping, Mr. Kim Jong-un, etc. I can anticipate, but they have to, like all the others, but I try to go gradual. They are innocent because in the current circumstances, the people who control this side, here is part of the insanity for ordinary consciousness, namely that Zelensky and Putin, they are on the same team. They don't know it. That's the tragic aspect. And they control this side of the conflict. Here I will talk a while more seriously. They control this side of the conflict, but they don't know it as well. Actually, no one knows, because that's the problem. I experienced myself 4 years ago as being God, and I didn't know who I was, what I was. I experienced myself as being limited on many levels. And I have kept this, not this belief, but this certainty, this assertion, which I know is true, that I experience myself as being limited, and I do not really believe that I am God as an individual. This is the distinction between the universal, the mind, and the singular, the spirit, the flesh, etc., and the problems that I've been trying to solve on an intellectual level. I keep forgetting that even though I am very limited, I can still outsmart everyone else except what I call the real God. That's the conflict between because it's some mode of existence, there is no one else to antagonize except God. So here I will play the romantic card. I don't want to antagonize what I call the real God, because I know that I have to lose, and it's completely stupid to struggle against God, but there's no one else to struggle with. And why is there a need to struggle? Because without struggle there would be no virtue. there would be no heroes, no villains, but no heroes as well, because struggle is part of life. And also the more question that I ask myself is, where does negativity come from? From a philosophical standpoint, I know, but why does it have to take the form of this, some sort of battle between God and himself, in a way, between me and my substance, or me and my mind, or whatever, and whatever. Here I talk to myself. The reason why I am struggling or fighting or whatever, the conscious reason is because I want to achieve something positive. I want to restore order. As long as I live as an empirical individual with my ability to speak or to whatever, I will struggle to bring order with bringing the least disruption possible. I struggle also because I want to do good, and I am not allowed. And every time that I've tried to do good, it has backfired. There's a joke, yeah, I know. That's why I'm always burning, etc., etc. But seriously, I will not edit the video, I will publish the video. Here I'm plunged into a thing, real profound thoughts. I want to have a sense of self-worth. And it can only occur if I can associate the happiness or the joy, the innocent joy of others with my own happiness. And also because there's a cosmic misunderstanding, and the people that my heart is spontaneously attracted to are suffering because of a cosmic misunderstanding, and this is my the trick of reason, namely using passion to achieve its own end. So here I'm being manipulated by reason. I know. Because I try to be a Kantian. That's partly maybe comical or deceptive, I don't know, but I try to have a sense of duty, just to feel a sense of self-worth, although I already know that I have already betrayed everyone, I have already committed virtually all sins. So I'm just trying to repair the damage that I have inflicted onto others, which are reflection of myself. So I will not. No, I will. It's no. This. I keep my thoughts for myself. I will keep working on Objektiver Geist, but I just. No, but the story that I told myself before making this video, that I had been telling to myself for the past several days, is the proportion. I thought that God, the real God, was 3% of my mind, and the 90 it changed, was 30, then 3, then 0.3, and that the remaining, let's say 97%, were my empirical self, and that my divine self, like the real God, which lives in my mind, but he's more knowledgeable, that's how I envision things, he knows everything and I don't, so I keep discovering, so I keep becoming more divine as I envision this, but also I cannot know in real time everything, so I'm limited, and in this sense God plays with me. It's not always funny for me or for others, but he plays with me nonetheless, and I'm partly frustrated because I've already told this story, but the story that I told myself before making this video in the past few days was this tiny proportion of what I call the real God within my mind is so intelligent that I have to antagonize everyone else, including my empirical self, just so that there is balance and a fair, I would say a fair struggle, I don't know. But then I realized, whatever, it goes so far that that's the story that I tell myself, so and what I call good, knowing that it's to accept, to let go, to give up on all sorts of I mean, I am still partly planning because I have prepared and I still have in my mind the intention to explain that, but to give up on all forms of planning. I wanted to make an introduction by using the songs of Eminem, and now I am losing myself. I did not anticipate lose yourself, but yeah, I had songs for these people, and no, I will not because it's fake, no. But that's why I'm frustrated, because I would like to achieve, so here people can say, oh, that's vanity. You can say that. I have many sins, maybe all of them, but I am frustrated because I have never been able, whatever I am, I have not been able to produce something positive that I can call my own. I mean, I have various achievements in my empirical life, but I have kept trying to do good, either moral good or creative good, namely to produce something which really is of value and is a product of myself, and I have kept failing because my videos, no one watches them, although I know that they keep getting better. I'm not sure that this video is good, but they keep getting better intellectually even when I talk ordinarily. But I am partly frustrated, and here it's one of my really negative aspects that I know is wrong and I'm trying to struggle against, but I'm partly envious and jealous maybe of humans, because with my limited state of consciousness I experience others as being able to have a sense of achievements, whereas I don't. The others, they work and they can say, this is the fruit of my labor, and I have it has taken me a long time to say the same thing. That's why I love the song Don't Push Me by Eminem, because he says this is my sweat and tears. Well, when I'm frustrated, I use the negative energy of Eminem in a good sense here, that the positive negative, namely I have experienced myself as saying, but I have worked. I have not worked as hard as many others, but I have my own work, and I would like, that's the arrogant self, but here I'm not faking because I partly experienced this. I am in a constant pressure. Then I will talk seriously about geopolitics, but I'm in a state of constant pressure because I have to achieve, and knowing that if I fail, it's not the fate of slightly economic recession or a few thousands of soldiers who get killed on a battlefield. No, if I fail, there will be cosmic catastrophes. So I have tried to anticipate everything to prevent all sorts of catastrophes that I have caused myself, either consciously or unconsciously. I cannot deny this, but I experience myself as causing unconsciously problems, and in a sense I find no satisfaction in the various problems that people encounter throughout the world. When it happens unconsciously, I think to myself, but how does it work? And I have been frustrated because those who create, they are under pressure and they suffer. I know this because of Lady Gaga, Eminem, and the poets of the European tradition. So they suffer, and I recognize and I acknowledge their suffering. So yeah, but all those who create, let us talk the example of music. If they fail, the CD will not sell well. if the businessman, if he has, he's under pressure to satisfy tens or hundreds or thousands of customers, depending on the size of the business, but if he fails, well, he will be fired, or will have to go bankrupt and start a new business or become an employee, etc. But it's very difficult psychologically for him, okay, but the way I think is, if I fail, and I know partly that the consequences will be very negative for others and also for myself, but I'm in a constant pressure of every word that I speak. And here, that's why I've given up. I've understood, that's part of the wisdom, I guess. I have given up on trying to be rigorous, and I speak freely, but I can anticipate that I'm doing, it could be worse, I can anticipate, but I'm doing what I hate, namely I speak randomly without being able to peacefully plan. I mean, I partly enjoy because I can speak, but I would like to have a structured and ordered, and here I have to improvise. Whatever. And I have been talking, here that's the comic, here I know that's God, the real God, making a joke on me. I try to laugh, because it's partly funny. I have been talking alone for 7 months. I already had in 2019, but since the month of February, I have been talking alone, sharing a worldview which I have developed, not alone, because it is drawn from the 1,400 books of my library, mostly, and all the videos, but the synthesis, that's not the proper Hegelian word. It's not synthesis, it's concrete unity. But let us call it ordinary language. The synthesis, I have developed a worldview that I have shared, but with very few people, because it's so over the top, so disconnected from the experience of other people in a way, that at some moment I know now that people will be confronted by the worldview that I have developed. And some, of course, will find this very negative. They will not like or enjoy what the worldview that I have developed. But I know that others will be kind of fascinated. I know. That's how it works, partly. Yeah. That's my scientific self. I don't know how long I will be in the mood, but I am, in this sense, I am the subject of a scientific experiment. And yeah. Yeah. Whatever. And I will use what I still call my freedom, although I'm not sure that it's a freedom, but I will say what I think is that I know that somehow, all the others, we are all one somehow. It's so complex, but I've understood that in spite of all my attempts to gradually share my truth, which is partly what I call my truth, in the sense of the philosophical truth, namely the totality of being, thinking itself, is evolving. When I say my mind changes with every waking hour, I mean this in the sense that already I had not plans but tendencies that I wanted to talk about, and now already I've been talking for more than 2.5 hours, and now I've already given up on most of what I thought I would say. Thank God there are my partly racist books to help me keep track of sanity. Let us talk about the difference in intelligence between the various countries. Thank God there was always a little bit of negativity in the good sense, because it brings knowledge. Here's my scientific self with partly my negative self. Whenever I start to have deep, I don't know, but profound thoughts, I have to remind myself, oh yeah, what's really important? Race realism. That's what they call the white devil, probably, I don't know. But precisely, let's talk seriously about race realism. Because there comes a moment when people will have to know the obvious, basically. We live in an age where, thanks to the internet, the program for international student assessment, the PISA test, it's made available in real time. That's the connection with the educational system. The results of the various countries who participate in these tests, of course, they are quantitatively distinct and there are tendencies, and now, that's the tragic aspect, now there are geopolitical tensions. Here I will say what I've been thinking about political correctness. Their moral, their code, it's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. I don't need to quote the full sentence because Americans with a popular culture, they know they will be smart enough. But basically, it just illustrates, that's my cynical self, but it's realist in a sense that the political correctness. Here, that's part of the insanity. A serious understanding of how political correctness can emerge would imply a sociological, economic, and also psychological analysis of precisely. I will show subjektiver Geist. The philosophical message that I had to share simply in order to understand a society. Here it's really, I have the documents, it's not really document, but it's so simplified here, it's so simple, but it's useful nonetheless, namely, in order to understand any social event or any social occurrence, it has to be recontextualized within the totality. I have to find a proper balance between, I can be very serious intellectually in going into insanely complex without forcing myself. This is just a rigorous way of thinking. I can envision an extremely complex, rigorous way of thinking, but I'm intelligent enough to understand that. Eventually, my videos will become successful, and the intelligent people that they were supposed to reach, they will be intelligent enough to understand themselves. So I have had the tendency of thinking, okay, I'm completely worthless, I have nothing to say on an intellectual level, etc. Then I have worked hard and hard and hard in order to establish an intellectual reputation, but I have failed, which has kept reinforcing the belief that I had to work harder. But the reason why it has had no success is not because I was not smart enough, but because I was way too smart while thinking that I was dumb. And now I have hopefully grown wise enough to understand that I don't have to comment rigorously how I think with the interconnectedness of all the aspects, with all where is the book that I'm looking for? It's here. I could make, if I have to, I will, but the data. Because here I could talk about the Anglo-Saxons and how they collect data, and they just see one aspect. They do not see the process of consciousness. They do not see the interconnectedness, etc., which is true. But basically, here is again, I'm just repeating what I think for myself. If this video is not successful at some moment, I really will work harder, better, faster, stronger, and I will implement all the data in real time of all the aspects, all the quantitative determination of all the politicians, the GDP, the growth, all the debt and exchange rates and all the sociological statistics and all the percentage of urbanization, the number of police officers, all the data of all the countries in the world. If I have to, I won't have to, because either people won't do it or they will do it, I don't care, or it will be useless, but this is the kind of thinking when I'm here, I'm in a stable mood, but when I'm a little bit excessive, I say to myself, but the only way to think seriously is to connect all the data, but not empirically. And here I'm not in a mood to make fun of empiricism, but I'm really serious. All the empirical data, they have to be incorporated within a central intelligence agency, a real central intelligence system, but it has to be interconnected with the totality of all other determinations in a conceptually rigorous way. And I know that the people who think they run things, they don't, because they do not understand the process of consciousness, because they are from a different generation. That's the sociological explanation, but simply because they are modes of the substance and they do not have the perspective of the negative. And here talking about German philosophy, metaphysics, it's way too complex. It's way too complex. For them, I'm not saying, oh, I'm super smart, because no, I am. That's the theory of the 97.3%. I am dumb on an empirical level. That's how I experience myself. But I'm still way smarter in terms of intellectual content than the totality of all the secret services combined. And yeah, because that's the speed at which I think. I have dozens of what I would call great ideas on an intellectual level every day. Every hour I have 3, 4, 5, not just one idea, in a sense, not 5 ideas, but modes of thinking. Like if I were given the time and the condition, I could make a great lecture on this, I could make a great lecture on that, I could explain this perfectly clear, in a perfectly clear fashion, I could be interesting and people could like me, and here I would enjoy being appreciated. But the problem is that I can do this, or I can't, because of the constant pressure of the problems caused by myself, but through the mediation of these people and these people. That's the first frustration. It's my responsibility, I know, but I'm nonetheless frustrated because I'm contradictory. That's part of the insanity. But that's the first problem, that there are problems everywhere and there are people who complain everywhere. And the good news that I bring is that you can send your complaints to me. I have shared my address. You know where to find me. Send your complaints. Yeah. So that's the first, the good news. The positive brought about by the negative. But second is that because of the constant moral torment and pressure, I can't, and because I think so fast, even if I'm limited, my ideas, they become out of date. I started this plan to make a video. I did not want to plan, but I'm not completely insane. In a sense, when I say I came prepared, partly. Very useful, these American movies to communicate ideas. Yeah, very useful. Hopefully. I mean, hopefully. No, precisely, but yeah. It goes so fast in my mind that that's why, here I will be serious, that's why I keep working on the view of the totality, because when I get lost, I need to see the view, the ordered view of the totality. And whenever I start talking about the totality, I am joyful in a way. And the sad aspect for others and for me, the problem of whatever we are, as long as there is a we, is that this can happen, as far as I've understood, only because there is negation, separation, which is evil and whatever. That's just whatever. The sad aspects. But that's my problem. Because here it's really the moral aspect. Whatever I am, whatever you want to call me, is that I genuinely suffer from the suffering of others because it makes me feel like a failure, but whatever. So, yeah, the view of the totality. Yeah, let us talk about the educational system and the distribution of IQ, etc., etc. Educational system, it belongs to Sittlichkeit. And through the internet, with the PISA test, for instance, it's made public and available that there are differences in school results, which for someone who is vaguely, who has the ability, the time, the interest or whatever, I'm not in a mood to make jokes about Peterson and clean your room, precisely because I had cleaned my room, but I've been working. I mean, it's not really work, but I have to brought disorganization. Whatever. So, for people who have the time, the opportunity, the leisure, the intelligence, or the whatever, the connection between the inequalities and the variation of results in the PISA school test and the anthropological determination, which are connected with psychology. IQ belongs to psychology, and education is collectivized psychological treatment, one might say. That's why there are so many problems with the educational system, because there are problems with the psyche of a lot of people, but I don't blame them. Books like these occur, happen, are made manifest, become present in the collective consciousness, which explain, in a rather rigorous Anglo-Saxon way, at least, connection between intelligence, anthropology, school results, etc., and economic results. And here is where the kind of hypocrisy, which is my own hypocrisy, but it kind of falls apart, because it cannot be kept hidden in a way, because for geopolitical reasons, the people who think that they are in charge on a conscious level, they have, I mean, except if they are working for the CIA or whatever, but the others, precisely, they have the interest of their country in mind. And I'm smart enough to understand the geopolitical tension when you just look at the groups of people, I don't know, consciously I don't know what's going to happen in the coming days or whatever, or I just say what I think as of now, that's part of the process. I am saying what I think, whatever the consequences, that's part of who I am. That's the Ozin aspect. Yeah, it's just made self-evident on a world scale that the people who have problem with one another know here. I know that my view here is already very different because Zelensky and Putin are on the same team. Only I and a select few know this. Yeah, we'll see who the select few are. For now, I will keep talking to everyone because my plan here, I follow my plan. I'm kind of stubborn. I want to talk to these people in order so that the really intelligent people, the European gods and goddesses, and those who are supposed to help them in their handling of the geopolitical situation, might get the message eventually in one way or another. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, it's becoming evident for anyone with enough leisure, time, intelligence. Here I will pretend that I'm the good guy while being the bad guy. That's the unity of the positive and the negative. I could use this song to talk about many topics, but let's use a controversial topic in the modern state. So here's my my intellectual weapons. If somehow my plan vaguely functioned, right now my plan is to make a video which will reach more than 50 views. Can we get above the 50 views limit? I don't know. Yes. Renegade by Eminem. Since I'm in a position to talk to these kids and they listen, I ain't no politician. Now who's the king of these rude, ludicrous, lucrative lyrics? Who could inherit the title? Where is the books of Mr. Douglas Murray? Put the youth in hysterics. Maybe it's hatred I spew. Maybe it's food for the spirit. And the mind. Maybe here's what I think. Maybe it's beautiful logic I made for you just to cherish, etc., etc. I'm debated, disputed, hated, eventually, and viewed in America. What I think is some of my more radical books. I will try to find a proper balance. Let us find a properly... Actually, my books, what I really think, it's really radical. I will publish, or I have already published the books in my library, my intellectual development, but given the context, I can imagine that people, this will be the first video eventually that they will watch. Let us imagine that I'm viewed. There are many more problems about me. As of now, the first problem, the kind of it's not a problem, it's just, in my view, that's the first moment, just to talk about race, because it's becoming so self-evident. The people who have a problem with one another on a geopolitical scale, if you look at an IQ, if you look at the data of IQ, anyone who has vaguely the knowledge and the intelligence, they will realize that these are intelligent people who struggle against one another. The average IQ of these countries, in America it's broadly 100, it has declined, I know, and here it's 96 until 105. So the fake aspect here, that's the their morals, their code, it's a bad joke. namely the knowledge about IQ. That's why everything has to be made public at the same time. Eventually, I cannot talk about everything rigorously in one video, but just to realize that economic inequalities in the present day, but throughout history, whatever people call history, the historical process, is determined by IQ. It's so self-evident that people will have to know at some moment, and then, well, and with IQ comes, that's the process that I've gone through, and that people who take the red pill go through. Then when people understand, here I really speak in ordinary language because I intended to make very complex, logically structured, logically determined, with the logic of quantity, measure. I could, I won't, that's part of my Kantian Kant. Nietzsche and Hegel, they're always fighting with one another. At least with you, I'm at peace. That's a joke for the philosophers, I guess. More seriously, it's just in order to bring about a world revolution for the better or not, I don't know. Just when people become aware of this, suddenly here comes the light. It's really that simple to connect the dot between the variation of intelligence, the economic results, the political, geopolitical, historical aspect. Just one determination enables to I could reconstruct the whole process, but actually this is the process that intelligent people go through in the Western world. When one aspect is being, how do you call this? You get the idea. If I can't speak, I use gestures to try to communicate. Yeah. If you connect this, which is a model, here's my evil scheming self, but actually it's not. It's politically incorrect while remaining in the realm of political correctness. The same goes with this book. You just look at the publishers, Cambridge University, but if you mix these two books, which are politically politically correct while being politically incorrect, that's the unity of the positive and the negative. It's negative in the sense that here it's philosophical, it negates the current zeitgeist of political correctness and leftist kind of nonsense. I could make an entire lecture to explain why it has come to be that the leftists think like they do, but I've talked about this in most of my videos. Now I will go to the point. It negates the current zeitgeist, so it's negative, but it's also positive because it brings knowledge and understanding, and the same goes with this. It brings about a new perspective for those who have been in contact with these ideas. Then there are more kind of radical books, and when the consciousness changes, suddenly people start to dig the archives, one might say, and they realize that eugenics, dysgenics, the process, etc., etc., it has gone for, I mean, people have thought about this for many decades. It has been suppressed by the leftist mindset in the West. It has to be connected with the historical process, the problems of German nationalists in the 20th century and the excesses of their political agenda, one might say. Yeah. And then they connect the dot with the bell curve. If they are even remotely smart. That's why maybe I'm starting to become useless philosophically because I've shared all my ideas. I am at peace with the idea of being negated. I don't know when I will be negated. But I have found my inner peace, one might say. That's when I exteriorize my negativity. That's very Hegelian, I guess. I can anticipate. Yeah, but just this knowledge, it changes. Here I will be serious on a philosophical standpoint, because it's really serious. It changes, I mean, on a philosophical standpoint, it changes the perspective of the present day. When people gather new knowledge, they reinterpret through the entire realm of objective Geist. Now, while I talk, I will move my table boards. it gives a new perspective, it sheds light. Here I'm in a scientific mood. As long as I talk alone, I have various mood shifts. When I will be confronted by others, eventually I will have more, maybe more antagonistic views. Although I still have, I antagonize myself when I'm alone, because there's no one else to talk to, basically. Yeah, but when people understand this, they understand that here's the view of the philosophy of nature. I will comment this as well, but now let us talk about subjective. No, let us talk about nature. No. We'll talk about this later. Here is the view of subjective of Geist. And here I'm smart enough to understand the logic of order and chaos, because the more I try to promote intellectual order, the more my room becomes kind of chaotic, but it brings about order nonetheless. But I understand the unity of both, and I also understand I'm smart enough maybe to understand that I don't need to promote it's kind of consciously planned. Here I kind of have to praise myself partly. I don't know maybe it will fade, but at least on an intellectual level, here the book that I had prepared, they are kind of moderate. Yeah, I mean, here it's very radical, but it goes on such a metaphysical level that yeah, but these are moderate books. That's part of my scheming self, my intelligent scheming self. Namely, a book like this, it's kind of politically incorrect, but nonetheless it's respectable. But I understand that I just need to promote the books which are negative but positive at the same time, and yeah, intelligent people can understand the logic of the process, basically. Because here, when people become aware that there's a determination, I explain here how people think. When they understand the connection between anthropological determination of intelligence and political modes of organization which can promote the increase or decrease of the collective intelligence, they become kind of eugenicists, although they won't admit this. And then there is a struggle between the various powers who wants to develop and thrive, because the West has given up on the idea of improving its population. It's doing the opposite on a genetic standpoint, but there are others who have not given up on this. So there's a contradiction, because the morality of the West, here I speak in ordinary language, only the Western world has adopted a self-negating sense of morality. This is the contradiction which is being made manifest in the realm of geopolitics, because there are other powers who, given their current level of consciousness as whatever, as I envision this, there are peoples, not people, but peoples, countries on this planet who have not given up on the ideal of science, and this is one of the contradictions. I'm not saying that it's good or bad, it can have good or bad consequences, but in terms of the process of consciousness, there are countries which have not given up on the scientific ideal, and they are in conflict intellectually with countries which are promoting, which are using science secretly to promote the downgrade of their own population through various means, not just the native population, but also through the mass movement of the people, as they call this. And this is a contradiction. Yeah. That I have understood many years ago, but there are still people who do not understand, although either they understand but they are not willing to talk publicly. That's the good, that's the fun of me, that given my current circumstance, my current situation and the current circumstances, I have to talk publicly, and whatever happens to this video, I've anticipated. There comes a moment when I have to speak the truth anywhere. I mean, while I can if I can sleep, I will have to eventually. I will not talk during my sleep. If I can't sleep, if I'm forced to talk, whatever, I will talk, yeah. But there comes a moment when I will have to speak my truth, which is the totality. Of course, it takes a lot of time to talk about the totality, but that is the formal aspect. And what I have decided before making this video, and whatever happens when I can upload and share the video, I will speak my truth, and I will have to confront all the contradictions that I have left in my path, all the negativity that I have exteriorized, all the. That's why I have given up on an empirical level on the attempt to anticipate and to control. It's impossible. On an empirical level, it's impossible. That's why. Here I will praise God while I can, the real God. I'm not always in this mood. Here I'm in a scientific mood. Whenever it happens, a little bit of controversy, I don't have to forget where my real allegiance. Here it's moderate book. I mean, do I have allegiances? I am the most unreliable guy in the entire pantheon. That's a joke for the European gods. I am Loki. I bring challenge to the gods, maybe or maybe not. Maybe I'm Balder. I bring light to my brothers and sisters in light. Maybe I bring light. Maybe I bring a little bit of challenge. I don't know. To make sure that they do not grow too complacent and that they recover their real self, their best self, their true self. Yeah. Yeah. So here that was just a translation. Yeah. So. I have many contradictions, but yeah. What I want to say is, yeah, when I'm in a scientific mood, the level of intelligence of what I call the real God, I mean the entity which can think and knows everything in real time, obviously I don't, and no one at this moment can, it's so amazing. I will praise this intelligence. It's so amazing. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, the question of IQ. I don't know what the consequences will be, but at some moment people will realize. That's what I realized in 2017. That's why I think that maybe the whole of mankind or whoever, they will go through the same process that I have gone through, and reciprocally as well. That's why I'm so disconnected, and that's why I'm kind of dangerous, because I have experiences. Here, that's the emotional part. I have had traumas. Really? That's why the politicians, here I will antagonize everyone. They are clowns, because whatever they think about consciously, it's so disconnected from what's really important, in a sense. That's here we'll talk about the Kabbalah. They say that there is in God there is the severity and compassion, the two aspects. That's the yin and yang. We find this in the Kabbalah, in the Chinese philosophy represented by symbols. We find this in German philosophy as well. There is in my psyche. Here I speak maybe as God. I don't know, but there is the severe tendency, the will to punish myself, but to be demanding in terms of standards. And there's also the compassionate aspect. And now I had plans to make jokes about you, but eventually you are just clowns, and here I'm not in a mood to, you really don't know what you're doing, although you are competent in your field of manipulation, etc., but you miss completely the religious aspect. You are being manipulated by the banking elites who are following a Kabbalistic plan, but you don't know what you're doing, so in a sense, I wanted to trash talk you, but I don't know what people will think, but basically my plan was really to antagonize these people because they are supposed to be the smartest, but they do not understand what they are involved in a way. Because I don't understand myself, but here will be introduced a little bit of comedy. I made a video about the German CIA. And I really want one of these people, the official schemers, I mean, they know that they are schemers, to watch eventually someone who is intelligent and who thinks that he's in charge, to watch the kind of videos that I've produced while being mediocre, experiencing myself as being completely mediocre on an intellectual level, and just to have, really here, I'm speaking as a scientist, I don't really care, but just to have the perspective of the other from a scientific standpoint. Yeah. And while I'm in a compassionate mood for the idiots, as I call them, if whatever happens, but if you feel threatened because you were in a position of power, what I think when I'm in a compassionate mood, I really think this is just stop, disconnect from the system if you can, and that's why go on a transcendentalist meditation. Emerson, Thoreau, here I speak to the Americans. The Americans in power, not these people, but whoever. If you can, or I don't know, just quit your job, your bullshit job, and go meditate about transcendentalism or Buddhism. Really, I mean this. If you offer resistance, eventually we're gonna have a problem. But if you don't, if you say, okay, when you've watched some of my videos or whatever, understand the process, that's what I think, I don't know. If you say, okay, the level of intelligence, it goes way too fast, it's way too complex, let's go on a meditation, Buddhist, transcendental retirement. Yeah, that's yeah, that's what I thought about these people, because it goes way too fast. The intelligence, basically, I've understood this recently. I think that God suffers, probably. I mean, God suffers, yeah, but probably from an excess of intelligence. Maybe there are many problems. I try here to explain the suffering for myself and for others. There are many reasons, but one of the reasons is that maybe God, as a mind, suffers from an excess of intelligence. That's the hypothesis, but maybe I'm the result of an attempt, I don't know, but an attempt to dumb myself down, and maybe here that would be really problematic for me, but maybe I am way too smart, even when I dumb myself down. I don't know here, but whatever. Yeah. So what was I talking about? Yeah, this is the view of subjective Geist. And here I will talk seriously, not in terms of philosophical, in terms of psychological torment about the FBI, the CIA, the Mossad, or whoever. The kind of question that I'm asking myself constantly is, I'm recording a video. The kind of psychological torment that I inflict upon myself, unconsciously, but is, will I succeed in recording the video? Will I succeed in uploading the video? What if there is a problem with the electricity grid? What if there's a problem with the computer? What if there's a problem with the downloading? What if my computer... This is the kind of question that I ask myself constantly. And then I would say the consequences would be very problematic. What if my channel gets taken down? What if there is an economic collapse in my country? I can anticipate partly. What if all the time, every minute where I try to think I'm trying to do good, I say, but what if it backfires? What if my intention to do good comes back at me? I'm in a constant, when I'm in this one, I'm in a constant state of anxiety, an existential anxiety, if not terror, and I don't need anyone other to oppress myself, because this is how I experience myself constantly. And then I ask myself, is it because I am guilty? I have to punish myself? Is it because it's an ontological fear, an ontological anxiety? And when I have understood recently, I'm just sick and tired of the... I'm not saying, oh, let's abolish all this, because I can't. I mean, not as of now, but I have to confront all my contradictions, and I have most of the contradictions, maybe all the contradictions. That's why I'm some sort of confident, in a way, because how should I explain this? I laugh often, not my joyful laughter, but some sort of a... Now I'm always smiling, or now I'm always laughing, because I have tried to do good so many times, and it has backfired, or God has tried to play a trick on me in various ways, through various means, whatever, and I experience this as a constant struggle and a constant anxiety. And the good thing about being constantly afraid or scared of doing everything wrong, and everything I do, will it be a failure? At some moment, maybe that's Nietzschean here, that's a joyful acceptance of whatever condition I find myself in. And I'm not saying I still will experience difficult situation, I can anticipate, but with the ordinary psychological torment, I am kind of immune to this. That's why whatever technique, special interrogation technique, manipulation, whatever they use in the CIA or whatever, it's I mean, it's very serious for those who suffer the consequences, but it's not really here I will be serious with myself and honest. I have experienced at least 3 times situation of ontological suffering, one might say, on a divine level, in a way. It was me being confronted by my own negativity, in a way, not physically, but morally, and I will have to again, and just that here it's partly tragic for others and partly it's difficult for me, but here I'm in a mood where I think that maybe there is positive in me that I can share with others, that the kind of problems that the politician, and eventually the politicians and their problems, these are the problems of the people, because they have to care about the problems of the people in order to be elected, etc. But the kind of things that they think about, and the kind of problems that I think about, they are somehow so disconnected, at least as of now, that that's why there are many things that I'm no longer afraid of, because I live in a state of constant self-inflicted, unconsciously, but self-inflicted moral torment that I'm getting used to it in a way. So, yeah. That's the origin of the whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Whatever doesn't kill me makes me stranger. It explains a lot, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. There are dozens of ideas in my mind every minute. There are so many things that I wish I could have said in this video. I can still say these things, but now I had planned some sort of a structure, but it goes way too fast. It goes way too fast. That's why here I'm in a mood to spread good news. I will be completely misunderstood. So I have to forgive others. So the good news is that all others will be forgiven, because the level of the speed of intelligence, it goes way too fast. That's why I partly hate myself, because I would like, really, I'm serious in that. I would like to speak in an ordered, rigorous way, and I can't, because I'm driven on all sides by ideas, and I transition from this, from that. For instance, here I will talk about the things I wanted to talk about. Physics. If people have spent many hours watching this, more than 3 hours. If they don't, well, I will try harder, better, faster, stronger. I will try new methods of communication. But if somehow they watch this and they find themselves in a position where they can be rather in a stable, peaceful state, whatever, there are conferences on the internet. I mean, that's just the idea that I wanted to share, basically. And one of the ideas. The whole of knowledge is made available in real time on the internet. All that people need is a formal structure to see the view of the totality, but I cannot anticipate who watches this, when, what, in what situation will he or she find himself in. Will he have the ability, the interest, the possibility? I don't know. On a conscious level, I don't know. But here I try to balance I try to I try to the counterpart. Now here I will take a short pause and I will cool my my mental level of functioning, I guess, and I will then speak seriously again. So here's the view of subjective Geist. These are the determinations of the soul, the phenomenology, and psychology, and these are the branches which have to be taken into account in order to understand what the soul is. I've talked about this in some of my videos. I cannot, maybe I will, I don't know, but no, I'll just take a, I will not edit the video. I will just, that's part of the revelation or whatever. But I just take a pause. What I'm consciously trying to do, I mean, as of now, I'm just taking a pause and eating bread and vegetables, but what I understand on a philosophical standpoint, my role is to share the view of the totality. This is what I think is my role philosophically. My role morally and religiously is to abolish evil, namely to abolish myself, and my conscious, what consciously drives my action, consciously I mean, is some sort of a Kantian view of, I mean, I don't have a choice, but is to say, the principle is I will share my light as long as I can. I have so many contradictions that will come back at me. And I have made mistakes. This is what the negative is, consciously or unconsciously. And I have tried to anticipate, think what others would think, what they would think about what I think. And I realized recently that my level of consciousness and the level of consciousness of all the others, eventually, they are so far removed. Yeah. And I'm wise enough to know that the ordinary people who are not delving into metaphysical speculation, they are much more intelligent than I am on many levels, because they know how to run their lives. They have a social intelligence, and I don't. I'm a completely here I'm talking as an autistic person in relation to others. I don't know how to run my life on a basic level, how to take care of all the conveniences of ordinary life, because I lack social intelligence. And in this sense, this is one of my contradictions. I'm really dumb on this level, but I could improve, but I have prioritized more important things. But I know that my immaturity, in a sense of being irresponsible as an adult, will come back at me. And that my super metaphysical self, I don't know how to solve this problem yet, but maybe I'm enjoying the last few hours or days where I can speak alone with what I call God. So I will say what I think. God, as I envision him, is amazing. Not always, but actually most of the time. But here I speak as an empirical individual. What I think, what I can. I really feel like an embarrassment as an empirical individual. Maybe that's the tragic misunderstanding that as an empirical individual, the way I've understood myself is that I am the negative, and I have been deceived by the writings of Hegel. If I have been deceived, if not, Hegel really knew everything. But if I have been deceived on the value of my empirical self, then Hegel deceived me. Yeah. The kind of insanity that I'm thinking about is that I am out of the picture because I am taking a pause. Does it mean, is it some sort of meaning that where there is subjective guise, that's the realm of the soul, I should be on the frame? This is the kind of insanity that I think about. If I make an unconscious mistake during one of my videos, will it come back to haunt me? That's why Mr. William Burns, Mr. Vray, Mr. Blinken or whatever, take a retirement. You will have to retire one way or another. If you can do this consciously, somehow, if you hear about me, you are as innocent as all the others. But I've understood it. I have to hurt innocence. The innocent. This is evil. But since everyone is innocent, and people are hurt within the totality, I am, by very definition, I am evil. I try not to, but I just have to speak normally, or my actions through my whatever I have said or posted or done or didn't say, it's enough to be evil. So, in a way, that's why I suffer. I'm spontaneously evil, and I try to do good. And I'm genuinely trying to do good. Like really, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but this is one of the most serious problems that that God suffers from, maybe. That I suffer from, at least. Guess who's back? Back again. That's a joke. But actually, what I thought about is I had various plans. What I call plans are just thinking what I'm going to talk about in the next few hours. It's not a long-term plan. It's just common sense. I mean, I don't know, but yeah. I could use all the songs of pop culture to try to communicate my message. But actually, I feel like it's not cheating, but like I'm being a parasite when I do this, because I imagine myself, I won't do this. I will just one song, in case it's not clear, because it would be really funny if it works. But at this point, I had a song for, I mean, it's not a song, but it's not, whatever, but I had a song for Mr. Biden. At this point it's useless, but nail in the coffin. I don't want to hurt you, Mr. Biden, but it's just what I plan to do. Nobody wants to hear their grandfather rap, and old men have heart attacks. I don't want to be responsible for that. So put the mic down and walk away. You are innocent, Mr. Biden, but just walk away. That's what the Republicans should do. If Republicans were smart, they would... I'm not a Republican. I'm much more radical. I'm an old-fashioned American Republican, maybe, in the current circumstances. What the Republicans... Let us talk about politics briefly. I don't forget about IQ, but the Republicans in America, you should use the songs by Eminem and make public announcement to Mr. Biden instead of trying to talk about Biden and all the problems of his policy. You just say, nobody wants to hear their grandfather do politics. Just put the mic down and retire. Here it's the comical aspect that if somehow, for whatever reason, I cannot communicate, I will be more and more serious. Namely, I'm not playing here because this is how I think. If I have to collect the data, I already published the data, but if I have to collect, actualize, systematize, organize all the data of all the layers of being about the American society, but actually eventually all of that society is just to get my message, because that's what I said earlier with just democracy. It's a joke, but if I have to prove in a rigorous way why all the elections of the past decades, how they are, either they are rigged financially or psychological manipulation, or the relationship between the economic level and the psychological, social determination of the people, the determinism between the religious upbringing of the people, the psychology of the people, the anthropology of the people, how the voting patterns are determined by gender, race, social status, intelligence, religious affiliations, how the politicians use this information to manipulate the people, how the media... Yeah, so I experience myself as being a parasite because I borrow the work of others. And actually, what I consider vaguely moral duty simply to speak normally, but I have to sacrifice all my plans in a way, all the songs that I had prepared to talk to various people because my mind moves too fast. And actually that may be a good thing, because the songs that Eminem uses to trash talk other rappers, these are his songs in a way. And yeah. I have used them, and maybe I still will, I don't know, on a psychological level precisely, but now I don't need to anymore, because just if I could have may I have your attention please? With the intelligent Americans, if there are still intelligent people in America, I mean, within, I know it's a country where the people are the most intelligent, I know this, but within the system, everyone is within the system. What I mean is, I know what I mean. I know what I mean, because precisely when I'm smart, I know that America is precisely the country where the people are the most intelligent, but in order to become intelligent, they have to go beyond the American category. I will introduce my categories later. And they have to revolt against the system, but the system is revolting against itself. That's the negative from a philosophical standpoint, explained within the context of modern Western societies. But yeah, if I just could talk, maybe it will not happen, but just could talk peacefully and seriously about the method of knowledge. Here again, I'm in my scientific mood. People who have much more knowledge and expertise on an individual level, of course they are much smarter than me, but they completely lack even just the formal method, and I understand why, because that's the role of the negative. Here I will talk kind of seriously. In a philosophical standpoint. And here that's part of my contradictions, namely, I have a I'm so full of myself that I keep talking about myself. But precisely no, but I could talk about the psychological problems of whatever people call God, or as an individual, or the negative, or the Lucifer, or whatever, but also that I have tendencies within me that there is the psychological self, and there is the scientific self, and when I am sometimes in a mood, I just want to talk about science and philosophy in a real sense, real philosophy, namely the conceptual grasping of the totality, and here, again, I become a kind of a monster without being consciously evil, not a moral, but an epistemological, namely, that's what scientists are partly, just to study, to be indifferent and to consider the other, even if, or precisely when he or she is human, as an object of inquiry. And this is the kind of the negative, not in a sense of morality, but that's just a epistemological negativity, namely to consider the other as just a topic of inquiry. But I accept, at least on a transcendental level, that others might do this for me as well, to study if they find this interesting. Let's make a joke to the theologians. If somehow I am God, the idea that humans might study me in one way or another One of the most ludicrous ideas I've ever heard of. Very funny, these theologians. Well, or not so funny, I don't know. Part of my plan was to antagonize everyone consciously, but actually I already have, in a way. I already have, because the Christian theologians, but all others, they don't understand. Here I'm serious again. There are very few theologians in the history of thought which have thought seriously about what God is, and they are mostly German. Whatever. So yeah, this is a formal presentation of subjective Geist. Here I will talk seriously as a philosopher. This is how the human soul emerges out of nature in a chronological perspective. Namely, it is determined naturally, biologically, zoologically, physiologically, anatomically. So here, UPS, every singular human, contains the determination of the universal determination of zoology and anatomy and physiology, for instance. I will make a joke, a self-negating joke. My physiology, nothing interesting to study. I have to trash talk myself because I'll try to be fair. But I've read Nietzsche, I understand that. Somehow, partly, not only, just partly, there's a connection, partly between physiology and certain aspects of the mind and the spirituality, partly. I understand. Whatever. So yeah. Here I will talk about geopolitics. Because what I consciously try to do, I probably will fail, but Mr. Putin, I chose a picture where he's smiling. I don't know when people will watch this, what will have happened on a conscious level, I don't know, but Mr. Putin, he's depicted, here I try to be good, but I've already talked about my attempt to be good, but he's depicted as the bad guy. And at some level he's innocent, but here I explain why, partly, because the pressure of most of Russian society, a significant part, as I'm recording this video, it's 7:49 p.m. We are the 9th of October, but the pressure of a significant proportion of the Russian society, he has the pressure of his immediate environment, his advisors, etc., etc. The pressure of the entire Western world, the psychologists, the historians, the politicians, the journalists, the thinkers, the intellectuals, they all talk about Putin every day almost. The psychology of Putin, the motivation of Putin, the plans of Putin, etc. And Mr. Putin, I say what I think, if I contradict myself, but to be in this position where the pressure of the entire world, because I can anticipate, it will happen to me as well. I can anticipate. I have a song for here. I will be positive, Mr. Putin. If you watch this or somehow, there's a song by Paramore. This is the kind of song that I listen to when I still into you for the better. Let us hope so. I'm not a good guy trying to save everyone, or maybe partly. I don't know. That would be comical. There's a song by Paramore. I think you don't speak English, but I try to be fair, but the idea that the negative might be fair is kind of ludicrous. But yeah, leave Putin alone. No, seriously. I cannot anticipate on a conscious level the consequences of what I say, but I just explain, in case it's not clear, what happens in our day and age with the internet. I'm not on the side of Putin, because my entire video consists in trying to speak to Americans, to explain to them that, did I make this clear, that the conflict with the entire world united against America, the idea that I've been trying to express, maybe I forgot to explain this clearly, is that the entire American government and those pulling the strings are united against the American people, at least the best aspects of the American people. Maybe I should have made this clearer. For me, it's so self-evident. I've shown the books, Battlefield America, etc., etc. I think that people living in empirical America, with all the criminality, the drugs, the failures of the educational system, the failures of the banking system, the failures of the welfare state, the deception in the academia, etc., etc. I've made videos about this. I will not show all the books. I could, but yeah. I just explain. I will show my vision, my simplified vision of the totality. What happens on a collective level, unconsciously, and eventually, when my truth becomes widespread, intensity extension, people will understand, and I will have become useless. Maybe I will no longer have to talk, and if I can bring peace to others or satisfaction or whatever by shutting up. If I shut up, it makes them happy. I have been talking alone for 7 months. I have left my intellectual legacy with all my contradictions, all my errors, all my sins, probably. So here's the view of the totality, really the formal and simplified view. So what you had in front of your sight, if you are another watching this video, it was subjective guys, but simply to explain. Yeah, I will make a joke for the Anglo-Saxons, for the educated and smart Anglo-Saxons. This is armchair thinking, what I'm about to do. Armchair theorizing, as you call this. As long as I'm in a mood to make philosophical jokes for a select few of what I think are Anglo-Saxon philosophers or scientists, well, that's why I don't need to force myself to be kind of evil, because what I'm interested in basically is philosophy, science, and the European people, but they are kind of connected. Sometimes because the European philosophy consists in being disconnected from oneself. This is also the story of the European religion. Let us choose another religion. Christianity. They are the same. Is there a religion where things are simple and not a constant struggle? Let me think. No, Buddhism, no, they complain about the dialectics, suffering, etc. No. Islam, no. That's the constant struggle against oneself, the jihad, the lesser jihad. No, the greater jihad is the inner struggle against oneself. Judaism, no. Hinduism, no. Atheism. There are no struggles in atheism. Let's become atheists. No! I already regret. More seriously, what happens on a collective level? I take the example of Putin, but this is just. At this moment, it has to be clear for people with even remotely intelligent, others who are watching this. Knowledge is being produced constantly, and here I will use this as an opportunity to praise the Americans while trash talking the Americans. This is my way of loving America. If somehow Americans, yeah, can, yeah. So knowledge is being constantly produced. I have to look at the camera. Is being constantly produced in real time by the UPS, namely singular individuals, scientists of all sorts, psychologists, not politicians but political theorists, but also all the people who express knowledge publicly. They talk about, they are individuals, so singular, talking about a singular case. I don't know, the psychology of Trump when the FBI comes to investigate whatever documents he has. The FBI, well, agents are coming. That's him, the anomaly. Do we proceed? He's still only human. Upgrades. I can battle with the FBI. No problem. Maybe problem, but yeah, because here I will make a short. If somehow my videos become successful at some point, if people realize that I've been talking about God, eventually in all of my videos, even when I don't, I still talk about God in a way, because there's nothing else to talk about. But if there are others who might be remotely interested in God, and these are the kind of questions that I've asked myself: is there anyone other on this planet who is interested in God other than the abstraction of the religion? And when people understand, maybe they will be interested. I am willing to share everything. As of now, I will keep for myself my computer, my internet connection, my camera, etc. But eventually, I can share all my books, all my money, all my data, my bank account, my whatever I own on an empirical level. It's all yours, whoever you are. I might regret, I can anticipate, but I'm in a communist mood. I will talk about libertarianism and communism after, but yeah, I don't care. Take whatever you want. I have so many contradictions. That's my Kantian self. I spread my light until I run out of light. Yeah. And my light is maybe sometimes too brilliant that it becomes kind of dark. That's the story that I tell myself. The real God is way too brilliant. Too brilliant. That's the kind of the sad aspect. Maybe I will be able to know really at some moment the mind of the real God. And here I say I am too brilliant, but I do not think myself as being the real God. But maybe the real God at some moment he will say, I am just too brilliant. And here, I can't help but feel a partnership for the good with God. And I speak to God and I say, you and I, we are too brilliant. And here I become kind of negative towards the other. They do not understand us. We are too brilliant for them. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, individual persons, they produce particular types of knowledge, psychology, politics, economics, whatever, which is part of the universal self-consciousness of spirit or Geist, and it is being produced constantly, daily, but people are not aware. They do not have the view of the totality. They think of themselves as producing knowledge, but they see the knowledge that they produce, hopefully. The political theorists, psychologists, economists, philosophers, historians, etc., but they do not see themselves as being part of a process which produces itself its own self-consciousness. This is the substance acquiring its own self-consciousness in the words of Hegel. And Mr. Putin, here I will be serious. What time is it? It's 8. I'm not running against the clock, because I know that to speak about the totality in a rigorous way, like I have so many contradictions, because there are people that I want to help, but I will improvise. Whatever. Yeah. So UPS, so universal knowledge. So there's the ascending path and the descending path, and the ascending path is the production of knowledge unconsciously. I mean, people consciously produce knowledge, but they do not realize that it's the substance giving itself its own self-consciousness. And the descending path is, once universal knowledge has been acquired about IQ, psychology, economics, etc., it can be applied to all the particular cases and all the singular cases. And in this sense, Mr. Putin is under kind of a lot of pressure, because he's the center of world attention, and all the thinkers have an opinion about Putin. And here, I'm not taking sides with Putin against, I mean, maybe I am, but what I'm expressing is that in our day and age, there are hundreds of millions, if not billions of people, and among these population there's a tiny proportion which is scientifically competent because of IQ distribution, training, education, etc., but they spend most of their day thinking about all the aspects of Putin as an individual, but also Russian society, but also the reaction of the West against whatever the Russians do, etc., the interconnectedness of everything. It moves so fast, and I have tried to think about this process. That's what I've been trying to do the past week, namely just to read the news and to apply the categories of my system and to recontextualize the news, but it goes so fast that it's impossible on an empirical level, on a human level. I cannot. I could do this. I could be a great commentator of the daily news, but it goes so fast, and the process of information, consciousness becoming aware of the information, which changes consciousness and now reinterprets the world with the new information accumulated, which has an impact upon the interaction with other through communication, either publicly or privately, the change of behavior, etc. It goes way too fast. It's impossible to follow the pace. That's why I am responsible for every problem, every disaster which has occurred, occurs, will occur, whatever. I'm not here. I'm trying to be good. That's my Jesus aspect. Here I'm in the mood to make a joke. There's no Jesus as people envision this. That's Christ as a principle, if you will. I have to. I know somehow. People may like this aspect of me at some moments. That's the best of you. Why don't you show this constantly? That's the kind of question that I've been asking myself. Because there's the negative. What are we going to do about the negative? I let you decide. Do as you please. I am here. I cannot escape. I don't intend to, but anyway. No, seriously. Just to explain, but it happens for every politician. It happens for Biden as well. The pressure that the West puts on Putin, that's the same kind of pressure that the Republicans put on Biden. I have showed you the path. You trash talk a little bit. Mr. Biden, you are too old. Go retire, please. Do not become a transcendentalist. Go to church. Reflect upon your life. Retire, Mr. Biden. Yeah. So what was I saying? So there is a constant pressure upon I mean, it has always been the case for the leaders, the political leaders, but we live in a day and age where the totality of world information is made public in real time, and there are hundreds of millions of people who focus their attention on every single move and speech, and it can be quite difficult for these people. Yeah. But the kind of mistake, the consequences of the mistake that they do, which in a grand scheme of things are not mistakes, and if they are, you can put the blame on the negative. That's really why I'm here. I'm here to solve the mess that I have created. Yeah. The problem is that I have unconsciously created this mess. And I consciously will receive, I mean, I will be conscious of the negativity that I will receive, and I will not recognize my own unconscious. I've read, God knows what kind of books I've been reading to try to understand this, so I cannot, but I can anticipate. What was I saying? Yeah. So, yeah, there is a study of important individuals, but people, they do not see the process. And now I will be more serious, a little bit more rigorous, with the categories of subjective Geist, namely in order to here I will be, what time is it? 5 o'clock. I would say I would talk for at least 8 hours, maybe less. But I cannot think about everything in 8 hours because it's been 4 hours. Maybe I will talk again for 4 hours again. I will stop. That's my problem. I know what the problem is on a cognitive standpoint. But now I will take a pause. Here, the kind of insanity that I've been thinking about is that because I'm not sure of the English language, if I say I take a break, that's what I should say. I take a break for 5 minutes, but I say I take a pause, because if I say I take a break, will I have a mental breakdown caused by this? This is the kind of insanity that I think about. That's why I monitor every word. In a sense, I am the political correctness. I can understand the leftists, probably the white leftists. They constantly think I have to use the proper word. I have to use the proper word. That's a people of color. That's not a black person. That's people of color. That's not a Negroid, that's the anthropological determination. Not black is derogatory. It's person of color. Person of color. I'm trying to free your mind, dear white leftist, or not so dear, depending on the circumstances. But if you can rid yourself of some of the nonsense. It's not nonsense in the grand scheme of things. It's part of the process. It has to bring about a reaction, because the consequences of this, I've already talked about it, the consequences of this is these kind of behaviors which bring about, when it's recontextualized, it brings about these kind of behaviors associated with this kind of sociological studies and the consciousness of this. It brings a little bit of anxiety within white people who are smart or who have the leisure or the time or the interest, and then it becomes more radical. I have the books. I will not even promote the books because I can go very right-wing. That's part of yeah. But yeah, that's the process basically. So yeah, I will take a break. Not a breakdown. Have we started the fire? Yes, the fire rises. I will get burned, but whatever. Yeah. I will comment in a rather serious and systematic way the determination of subjective Geist, but yeah. I will talk in an intelligible way while being rigorous to explain the method of knowledge So here, yeah, I will talk rigorously. Yeah. Do we see? So, subjective Geist is how. Let us assume let us imagine an evolutionary perspective, namely how man emerges out of nature as a self-conscious or as an anthropological determination. Here I will briefly comment these branches of sciences. In order to understand one individual, one has to understand his relationship to the position of the planets in the solar system because of solar magnetism, the electromagnetic but also the gravitational force exerted by the various planets from an astronomical standpoint, namely the position of the planets on a strictly physical standpoint has an influence, which is what astrology, not astronomy, astrology, somehow vaguely discerns through symbols, predictions, interpretations, signs, etc., etc. There's a connection. The astronomy would be the Verstandisch view of the Western perspective, and astrology would be esoteric wisdom, etc., etc. But eventually, in order to understand one individual, he or she has to be recontextualized within what I would call the cosmic totality. Namely, the behavior of human is influenced partly, it's not, I've read Hegel, it's kind of not significant depending on the strength of character, but it has a slight influence upon the behavior of every individual. Climatology, meteorology, here there are the aspects of the influence upon one individual as an individual, but in the chronological perspective, the climate and meteorological processes have helped shaped in the evolutionary perspective the various genetic differences between humans. The connection between human groups in a historical perspective and the geological climatic determinations of their environment is what has shaped their character in terms of physiology and also psychology and genetic differences, anthropological differences, the history and geography of human genes, and the brief history of everyone who had ever lived. These are the kind of politically correct, moderate books. Yeah, so mankind is acquiring its own genetic self-consciousness through the work of mostly European, in the sense of anthropological European, mostly white people. European here means white. Yeah, so the sociobiology, that's the connection of the zoological aspect of man, namely that humans are partly influenced by their zoological determinism. Here, whatever perspective is adopted, in order to understand a human being, he or she has animal instincts for the better. I will make jokes while I can. Because there is love in the animal realm. I see what you're doing. Yeah, but seriously, I've read the Encyclopedia, I get it, the idea. There's also already Eros and Thanatos in the world of nature and in the world of sociobiology, which is really the transition from ethology, which is here really animal behavior in a sense of the basic instincts. I haven't watched the movie, I hope that it's not gonna... I understand, yeah, but basic instincts in terms of animal reproduction, of the organism, and also replication through reproduction with a member of the other sex in the animal kingdom. Yeah, so ethology is animal behavior, and so ethology is to zoology what sociobiology is to anthropology. That's determination, that's a relationship of analogy. Namely, sociobiology is the idea in ordinary sense, Denkbestimmung. Oh, I start to speak like a German again. I'm falling into my best self, maybe. No, that's not the best, that's the worst. Bring back the popular... No, the popular... I don't know, but... I would like to... Whenever I start talking about order and rigor and systematicity, I start using my language again, which actually is the serious way of knowing, but whatever. So yeah, that's a relationship of analogy, namely human beings are partly determined by sociobiological impulses, in a way, that they can control more or less for the better in social interaction, but there is this inner animal tendency in every human, that's UPS. I will not show the board because I need to comment this. Yeah, but yeah, so, and here what I wanted to say about America. Because I'm making this video eventually for everyone, but mostly for Americans, because the kind of things that I've thought about, here I will praise America while a little bit trash talking about America at the same time. These kind of books, I've just had this realization when I was maybe inspired or maybe too, I don't know, demanding or too arrogant, I don't know. These kind of books, this is what I call American mediocrity, in a sense that mediocrity here means in the middle, It sounds derogatory, but actually it's not. It's simply the average standards of America. Because we're talking about geopolitics. America, there are many people on this planet who have a problem with America. America has many problems with itself. That's what I've been trying to communicate in most of my videos. Because these people who run America officially, that's what they think at least when I'm recording this video. Of course there are the bankers, the financiers who are pulling the strings, but these are the people who run things, the government, they are controlled by these people, who themselves are controlled by the financiers. Yeah, but let us assume, let's pretend. Americans have problems with themselves at every layer of society. Every ethnic group has a problem with America in America because they all have a different vision of what America is, ought to be, was supposed to be, should become, etc., etc. The classes, I've made videos about this. I will not. Maybe that's a mistake because whatever, but there are problems. For now, I focus on this. I cannot think about everything at the same time. Maybe not yet. Somehow, somewhere. Yeah. This is American mediocrity in a sense that the standards of the United States of America, it's a country where the artistic, intellectual, scientific, educational, here I'm serious in the sense that there are problems with the educational system, but in spite of the problems, the number of PhDs who are qualified in their realm with their limited perspective, but they are qualified as experts, it cannot be denied. The standards of America, they are way above any other country, not only, I mean, quantitatively because it's the largest populated, probably the country where there are most Europeans, in terms of anthropological Europeans, the most populated. That's one of the reasons, but also the institutions, the mentality, etc. And here, I will be honest in a kind of... that's what I thought, honestly, that these books, they are kind of mediocre. It's fantastic work from the perspective of a scholar, it's rigorous, it's systematized, it's really great work, but it's just the average standard. I mean, no, this book in particular is slightly better, I mean, even better than most books, but these are the standards of America in terms of intellectual and scientific production. Namely, there are books, textbooks or a compendium or I don't know how to call this, which are being produced probably weekly, on a weekly basis, in all topics. Here I could pick a few minutes to check on the internet, but I won't, precisely because I don't think this is my role as an individual, but others have done this probably. Quantitatively, the number of papers in scientific papers of high quality in physics, chemistry, biology, anthropology, evolutionary psychology, IQ research, politics, economics, which are being produced on a weekly basis, on a daily basis. The standards of America, here I'm serious, they are, when I say this is mediocrity, this means that there are even better books. I mean, it's really a good book, but really, the standards in terms of achievement of a decadent America, they are way above every other country in the current context of, I mean, in terms of proportion, countries like Iceland, if you take the number of Icelanders in comparison with the scientific, cultural, intellectual achievements, this is probably one of the highest achieving countries, like Sweden, etc., the Scandinavian and Nordic countries. But America produces great standards on a daily and a weekly basis, and the reason why many people on this planet have problems with America is because the standards of America, while being low and decadent in comparison of what America used to produce 50 or 60 years ago, even though there has been a constant decline, it's still way above everyone else except Europe, if the quantitative, etc., but it's way above everyone else. In this sense, this is what I think. Even when America is decadent, and it is decadent. It's still above most the others and all the others in terms of achievements. Then there are moral problems, etc. But yeah, that's what I thought. Namely, I made video. I made videos about the spiritual and intellectual life of the U.S. The intellectual life and spiritual life of the world, the center stage is happening in America, and namely, it is the mind of God. It is God becoming conscious of itself, the spirit of God, whether it's Odin or God or whoever, becoming conscious of itself thanks to and through the intellectual development and life and movement of America. That cannot be denied, whatever insanity I might speak. Yeah. And all the people who have, or will have, or whatever, and at some level they are aspects of me, but the empirical people who have problems with America, here I will praise the Americans. I will not always do this, but they hate us because they ain't us. This is what Americans say, or English-speaking person, namely, the standards of America as a country are so high that the others, they can't. That's the problem. Because expressed in ordinary language, the kind of books that are published weekly or daily in America, the standards in terms of clarity, order, expression, etc. Of course, that's just Anglo-Saxon science. No, but seriously, just to recontextualize, it happens in very few countries quantitatively, in the sense that I realized this a few weeks ago. I came down from my German metaphysical yeah. So that's why here the story that I tell myself is that half the world has a problem with America, the whole of America has a problem with itself, but still in the middle of all this, these troubles of all sorts, there are Americans who stand still with their mind and their will. And if they don't, I will, because I have no other choice, and also because it's part of my process. So yeah. Here I cannot express now what I said in my recent videos about America, because yeah. That's part of the problem, is that I know broadly what I have thought. Then there's what I have said. I have had the time to rewatch some of my videos, but I know what I think. But the process goes so fast, and I don't know what the others know or don't know. That's why there are misunderstandings. But I just realized recently that from a certain perspective, the European perspective, the German perspective, America has become really decadent. But one has to consider from which hate. I know hate is not H-A-T-E, it's H-E-I-G-H-T, the hate, the quantitative determination of space, from which hate, it fell. No, it's decadent, but the standards, while being so high in comparison with most of the rest of the world, it's too complicated to express. I've already expressed this, namely an American way I will have to pay the consequences for saying this, but America, even when you're decadent, you are the best. Yeah. Hopefully, there's a happy ending. I'm not sure, but I will be able to say, me too, while talking as God, obviously, if I can somehow. Even when I'm decadent, I mean, there are forms of decadence really, well, I understand myself, but yeah. Yeah. What was I saying? Let us continue the systematic and rigorous commentary. So yeah, I don't know who I am talking to. I mean, I'm talking to myself at some level, but I'm in a situation where I've been talking almost alone for 7 months, receiving very few comments. So I've developed my worldview talking alone and alone and alone. And eventually I started to doubt, will everyone, or not everyone, anyone other than myself watch my videos someday? And I've started to think maybe God, the real God, is playing a trick on me, is joking in a sense that I'm an experiment. I've been talking alone. I have developed my worldview for 7 months. But actually, it's the result of 6 years of intellectual development and 13 years of isolation, of social isolation. So I don't really know who I am talking to. But eventually, here I'm in a scientific mood. That's the Ozin. It's compatible with Ozin because Ozin is some sort of a scientist. Jesus, I mean, I'm not Jesus, but the Christian perspective, they kind of coincide, but the Christian God is a moral redeemer, and Ozin is a scientist. They can adopt. Science is a means maybe to redeem. But sometimes I'm in a scientific mood, and in this case, I am the subject of an experiment. Namely, I have developed an autistic worldview, which encompasses the totality. So it's not completely ludicrous. Precisely, it's much more serious. I'm not in a mood to laugh. It's much more serious than, on a formal standpoint, than most people, except Hegel, maybe the writings of Hegel, but whatever. Yeah, so I've been developing my worldview, and eventually it has to be confronted with what moderately intelligent people experience as their reality in America, mostly in the entire world. But I have mostly been living in the mind of America, in a way. I mean, the entire Western world, but precisely it's universal, etc. But I understand myself. If it's not clear, there are videos. If not, I will clarify myself with my own light. Yeah. So, yeah. Here I will just take a few minutes to clean my room, and then I will show the table and express in a more systematic and rigorous view what I think, what happens on a philosophical standpoint. On a collective world scale, whatever. The backup plan. Because that's one of my problems. I know myself to be evil, but I have a will to do good, but I don't know if or how it works. So my good aspect, one might say, I don't know, but these are the kind of books, moderate books, that I promote in case of problems. This is the intellectual compromise that I have found. And if I am honest and stable and not completely insane, what I intend to do, as long as whatever the world lasts, to be right-wing until, in the realm of politics, right-wing until common sense is restored, namely Charles Murray, Ron Paul, Daisy Luther, Thomas Sowell and Jeff Deist become common sense, at least in America, and eventually America is the beacon of the world for the good, when it is true to its concept, one might say. Here's really my plan, but actually it's not completely insane, because it's the result of really a constant intellectual struggle to find solutions to really serious problems on an intellectual standpoint. That's the story. The table board, it's just a formal presentation, but actually I have not commented in this video. I did this in a preceding video, but I will not either. If this video becomes successful, if it doesn't, I will make another video. I will communicate differently. But if this video becomes successful and if others realize that something is happening, there are other videos on my channel. There are many contradictions. I have no answers to many questions. Am I trapped by all the errors that I've made? Can I save whatever? I would say, can I save others, the others that I want to save in priority, so that they might enable to save myself by just having a sense of self-worth. That's the story that I tell myself. But in the realm of politics, these are the kind of solution that I found. And here's the insanity. The bad guy, let us talk like Americans, the bad guy is trying to offer good solutions because he's not completely bad, but he is bad enough to know that if I'm the bad guy, the good solutions that I promote, they would look like good solutions, but actually they wouldn't be. That would be really negative. But at this point, what I intend to do on a personal level, I will. The video will be as long as it can be. Yeah. Then I will upload the video and sleep. It will take many hours. And then when I publish the video, that's what I intend to do. Will I live up to my moral rules, whatever? Then whenever I encounter empirical persons in my surroundings, I will give them the link to my channels, and eventually I will speak in French at some moment. I don't know if I will make other videos in English. I don't know, but when I have to, I will speak in French, and I will have to speak my truth, which is kind of ludicrous. Namely, I know myself to be reason, and this knowledge implies problems for me, but problems for everyone. I mean, not everyone, but changes, massive changes for everyone. Problems for me, problems for a lot of people I can anticipate, but disruption, let's call it that way, I know in broad outline that I will find myself in a situation where all I can do is spread my light and endure the suffering of the negative. Because I've anticipated, tried to so much that I don't know. First, I have doubted that if people would eventually watch my videos, some they have to, but on a moral standpoint, do I have to tell others what to do? Do some people expect me to tell them what to do? I have tried to do this, but I know myself to be negative, so I am good enough to know that because I am evil, not just evil, but yeah, I am good enough to know that I don't have to give advices to others because I am partly evil. So yeah, that's why my morality is a Kantian in a way. I do what I think is right, and I share the knowledge, and people are smart enough to organize themselves in a way. The educational system is bankrupt, the welfare state, there is crime, illegal immigration, corruption at all levels of the American society, but most Western countries, and actually all countries. So yeah. The people are intelligent because precisely that's here I will talk a few minutes. For many months and many years, I have experienced myself as I am the parasite, and all the others, they work for me, and I'm just here to take whatever the substance of their work, which is also the work of the substance. Yeah. I have experienced myself as being a parasite, and then I have worked for 7 months daily to try to communicate with constant failures, and I have started to think, but I am the worker. The greatest lie ever told, maybe, I don't know. I'm a worker, man. I worked for 7 months in my life. Yeah, no, but seriously. No, there are moments where I say to myself, but do I have to do all the work? Do I have to teach you everything? Do I have to teach Christianity to the Christians? Yeah. And then I start to become a little bit arrogant because I start to antagonize the supposedly intelligent people, the Hegelian scholars, the Christian theologians, everyone, because they don't know what they're talking about, but I don't know either. Although, while being ignorant, I still have a clearer view. But. Yeah. Here I will just make a brief comment. I'm starting to talk about myself, that's decadence. Decadence. No, but seriously. I really suffer from intellectual autism in a sense that I don't know who knows what and who is capable of understanding what kind of information. I'm not here. I'm not saying, but here is one of my problems. That for me, people with I've become arrogant because of IQ, probably confident, but also arrogant. They come in pair, but. In a way, I'm very critical of myself. If I'm honest, I'm very critical on many aspects. But sometimes I expect the others to be like me. Yeah, I expect the others to be like me for the worst aspect, because I know on an abstract standpoint that, well, all the problematic behaviors that I talk about in this video, they are a reflection of myself, partly, that I have to accept. That's my problem. But I tend to forget that sometimes I expect the others to be like me for, I wouldn't say the good aspect, but a good in terms, what is usually considered good, namely intelligence, but precisely I'm intelligent enough to understand that there are problems with intelligence. The idiots, they think, we would like to be more intelligent. The intelligent, when they are stupid, they think, we are happy of being intelligent. And when they are really intelligent, they say, no, intelligence... Let's try to find a compromise. Maybe that's the story, I don't know. But more seriously, I expect unconsciously everyone to be like me, namely for an IQ below 115. Here, that's when I become arrogant. Below 115, that's already limited. Below 85, that's why here's self-deception in the sense that I have tried consciously to make videos for the most intelligent people on this planet. But then I've tried to make videos for scholars, unconsciously to make videos for scholars, knowing that on an empirical level, empirical, yeah, they are much more knowledgeable in the sense that they are experts in whatever field of endeavor that they are specialized in, of course, but they lack completely the global view and the philosophical understanding. And I've tried to make videos for these people, but I know that scholars, they are not gonna watch a YouTube channel with 30 subscribers. So I forgot to talk to the ordinary people, which was my original intention, through the help of music, etc. But it's only through an attempt to talk to the most intelligent that I have acquired the knowledge and the understanding and maybe the wisdom to know how to talk to the least intelligent, but I'm not sure still that they are capable of understanding, not because I downgrade them, because I've experienced myself some moments where I wish maybe I was completely dumb, which I partly am, but whatever. But I don't know what they are. Well, I don't know whatever. What I want to say here, I will back up this philosophically. Kant says somewhere that to be really a good philosopher means to be really popular, one has to master the rigorous aspect. To be exoteric, one has to master the esoteric. Because, as Hegel would say, inner and outer, essence and existence. Yeah, I've read enough of logic to understand. I grant myself a few minutes to clean my room, as Peterson would say. I do not edit the video because precisely that's part of the stupidity, partly that I've invested everything, I mean, yeah, almost, my entire working time on intellectual rigor, and I have, in terms of formal presentation, aesthetics, etc., I have tried to improve the accessibility, but if I were competent, I would have invested 1 week maybe to learn how to make a presentation, to mix the voice, etc. I could have done this, but I focused most of my working time on studying logic and the encyclopedia and knowledge and the structure, etc. So that's the result. That's my working tools, pieces of paper. That's the comical aspect, maybe. If we take aside the value of the books in my room, the value of my material to try to take over the CIA, it's maybe, I don't know, $1,000. Maybe that's the comical aspect. There has to be comedy, partly. Yeah. And not just me laughing at myself for my failures. There also sometimes a genuine comedy. I'm an American, partly. I'm here to entertain. That's my view of American entertainment. Yeah. 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 If some Americans at some moment, I mean Americans outside of myself, I guess, can say at least he was not boring. As Americans, that's what we expected. We just did not want to be bored. There are people on this planet, probably, I don't know a lot about all the countries, but they think our country, it's boring, but there's relative tranquility. Maybe the Americans, they are made in the image of God, like all the others, but maybe more than the others. Maybe they just want a good life. That's Bibi Rexa, I'm a mess, everything's gonna be alright, my therapists say. That's kind of a way to transcend the chaotic aspect. But maybe Americans, they just want life in all its vitality, sometimes suffering and hardships. Yeah, but life, if lived fully, an American life maybe, is not boring. Yeah, that's what I can say. Yeah. But now I will clean my room, as Peterson would say. I will clean my room. I have been talking alone. I've been thinking alone in my apartment since 2009, talking with very few people. And actually since 2013 I have lived in what I call a library, because this is when I started reading. I've already told this story, but I have lived on an empirical level. I have lived almost completely alone, and on a metaphysical level as well. And in a sense, my truth, here I talk to myself. I think about the US, but I know that I'm talking alone in my apartment to my camera. I'm talking to the whole world, but in my mind I'm thinking about the US, but I know that the US is a particular country, etc., etc. But I know that, so I'm talking alone on an empirical level, like I have been for the past months and years to a certain extent. I'm talking to Americans mostly, because these are mostly their references, and this is my intellectual world in terms of science and pop culture. In terms of culture, it's European, and in terms of real science, it's German, obviously. And in religion, well, that's European and Christian, whatever. But I know I'm smart enough to know that when my truth, which is the totality thinking itself, becomes widespread, I in a way I will be all alone as well. That's the song by Rammstein, ohne dich. Ohne dich kann ich nicht sein, mit dir, mit dich, mit dir bin ich auch allein. So I have been talking alone, like literally on an empirical level. I mean, I have talked with a few people in the street, but I have been talking alone in my apartment with God in a way. Not literally, but I've been talking with myself and exteriorizing my thoughts on the internet while listening to people that I am attracted to and fascinated by and amazed by and that I find brilliant, etc. While exteriorizing my thoughts about the world, society, particular societies, about all humans, about God, about all topics. And I have received almost no comment or whatever. And I know, when I'm kind of smart enough, I know that eventually people will have to watch my videos, at least some of them. And by the time it happens, my truth is in a way so ludicrous and so my philosophical truth, I mean, it's so ludicrous that here I don't know what will happen, how people will react. I mean, I know what happens for me, but on a collective scale, I have built views that because here I will just take a few minutes in case it's not clear. I don't know. Here I try to anticipate. Someone eventually will watch this video. This will be the first video that they will watch about me. I don't know what they will think, whatever. But my truth, put very simply, if an American who is a fan of Eminem, there are many, the life of God, in a way, it's the story of Eminem. No, not the life of God, but what God is Eminem, in a way, partly, or completely, precisely. That's so here, I mean, I'm being honest because I have no other choice, in a way. That's the moral aspect, one might say. I speak the truth even when I lie. I lie even when I speak the truth. Both sides, yeah. No, but here I have, in a way, I'm programmed, which is good in the sense to speak the truth. I have found myself. I don't know if this video will be successful, but eventually one video, or it will have to be successful. And when it happens, I will not try to anticipate, but I have talked to a few dozens of people over the past 7 months. Although my video keep getting, not this one, but the videos on which I work. I mean, I have worked on this video, but this has not gone according to plan. whatever. I had so much things to say, interesting things, that I will never be able to speak. Basically, I have invented so many scenarios spontaneously that maybe, thank God, it will not happen, but it would have, I don't know, no, seriously, but that I know I'm intelligent enough to understand that there comes a moment where I will go from a state of talking to no one, basically, to talking to everyone eventually, or all those who find themselves in a position, whatever, and all the contradictions will emerge at the same time. My initial intention with this video, now how long has it been? It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. Was to rigorously trash talk every layer of the American society. I began with the geopolitical tangent because I said to myself, the Americans, they are kind of superstitious, they are supposed to be. If we start talking about whatever, the end times and whatever. But here I think about Caroline, because I will talk to you, not knowing if you will watch it. I know that you are, in a way, the person who is most like me, who has spent most of your adult life in a library, and you are European, as I understand this. And you are also American, and in a way, I'm also partly American, because there are aspects of the human condition that only the Americans understand. I mean, yeah, it's complex, but I will talk in my logical language. there's the gradual increase, and ideally, I know it's impossible, I understood this, but I would have had a gradual increase in viewers. But I understand the algorithm, actually it's just logical determinism and also determination, namely an indifferent quantitative change which produces a qualitative change, and when the quality changes it attracts more quantity. That's what happens to whatever. Maybe it will not happen with this video, but it will happen with another, or with whatever. It will happen at some moment. I will go from 30 something subscribers to, I don't know, to whatever, because I talk to everyone, although I speak randomly, but the rational kernel, the core of what I say, it's the singular, the particular, the universal, etc., etc. But my initial plan was to antagonize the most intelligent, given the current circumstances, but in a way, because this is kind of my my moral self, namely I try to antagonize. That's what I've consciously tried to do, maybe in my best moments or my worst, I don't know, but to antagonize the strongest out of a misplaced sense of self-righteousness. But in a way it goes way too fast, in a sense that the truth that I've been trying to share on a philosophical level, it's way too complex for, it goes way too fast. Reality moves way too fast. Try to anticipate who thinks what, who knows what, but when they receive knowledge, their worldview will be transformed. What is a... That's why here I wanted to talk about Eminem and Lady Gaga. If somehow an external individual other with relative amount of a sense of freedom, free will, I mean, if they can just connect the dots and just realize that what Eminem talks about in his songs, the conflict that he have and the various impulses of his psyche and his mind and his spirit, this is the reflection of God in a way. That's, I will be honest, I'm partly frustrated because if I were given the time and then I can anticipate running out of time and stuff, I can anticipate. That's why I will not talk too much about what, but basically I explain my frustration. I have not yet overcome many problems. There are all sorts of other problems, but this explains part of my frustration. I could make great lectures. A part of me would just like to be a boring German scholar. I could make great lectures about the life and history of Eminem. I have the books, I have the intelligence, but I could take the time, but no, it's no longer the moment, and I'm at peace with this decision. But it's just to explain that when I say I cannot find any satisfaction if I do not see others whose satisfaction is reflected in a way. So it's kind of contradictory because I know myself to be evil, but I nonetheless cannot find any sense of self-satisfaction or self-worth if I do not find satisfaction in others. Whatever. So here, just to illustrate what I'm talking about, if a boring scholar or a fan of Eminem, other than myself, would have the time, the leisure, the intelligence to connect the life of Eminem with a conceptual understanding, the sociology of America, the psychology of Marshall Mathers, the connection of the process, whatever, he would understand. And that would bring satisfaction and tranquility. And so basically I just say, and then I start becoming serious again. I came from a position where a few months ago I thought I would have nothing interesting to say to anyone except I identified with God, I am the negative, etc. But on a conscious level I have come to realize, but if I could speak, that's not gonna happen, but that's part of the problem for me. I could speak and say interest, if I were given the time and the rigor. That's why I have to transform my resentment into bitterness, but I am partly I am just bitter. I have a sweet aspect together. That's a bittersweet symphony. Yeah, I can anticipate. But I am partly bitter because I live under, whenever I think about God, I live under constant pressure to try to minimize the damages, although I know that I am the cause, conscious or unconscious of the damages, but I live under constant pressure, and I have not had the opportunity to produce something that, produce something means produce something else. Yeah, this is the kind of insanity. Let us laugh, but because if I say I want to produce something, here comes something else. I didn't want to produce something else. Yeah, but something and something else are conceptually united. Yeah, I know. I will be here serious. The level of intelligence of God, the real God. When I say the real God, I imagine the whole universe thinking itself while understanding itself. And in a sense, I do not understand, but it's so... This is an infinite intelligence. Infinite means relation to self, but here I mean infinite in a sense of it's infinite intelligence emerging out of being, which is nothing, but here I take a few time to I don't know if I will ever be able to talk peacefully, yeah, with God. This infinite intelligence. When I think of myself as an empirical individual, with my confused, it's not confused, it's borrowed from Hegel, but I cannot think peacefully about an idea that I think is great, because another idea emerges, which retroactively makes the previous idea it's already outdated. And here when I speak like this, I'm in a mood beyond good and evil, which means beyond evil but also beyond good. It's just a scientific process, as I call it. It's not scientific, it's just intelligence unfolding itself. And here maybe that's when I'm beyond good and evil, I'm really maybe evil in the sense that here really in a sense that the people who die or who starve, of course there's the moral, that's the entire reason why I've been making this video. It's the moral aspect. But when I reach certain level of consciousness, what I call kind of cosmic consciousness, I become kind of indifferent. But then I have to accept that others, when I suffer, they will be indifferent to my own suffering. I can anticipate, but it's simply, of course I want to the moral aspect, I want to save as many people as possible, and in these moments really I am beyond many limitations, but I know that here it's really my cosmotheist self. But let us be honest, here when I'm in a scientific mood, I become really a kind of negative, indifferently, what do I say? The Europeans are on a different level. And by Europeans, it includes Americans, white Americans. They are on a different level because where is the book by Charles Murray? Human Accomplishments. This is my conflict, one of my conflicts. Namely, I understand myself enough to know that I switch between the psychological selves, not the self, but the selves. There is the arrogant German, there is the tender, compassionate, kind of feminine or leftist self, there is the immature teenager, there is the child, there is the father archetype, there's the lover. Hopefully I will find, I have to be careful with what I say, the women that I think about when I think of myself as being a lover. The suffering, it's just an excess of passion. Don't worry. Maybe worry, but yeah, so no, that's a joke, but my jokes are not always funny, I guess. But there is the psychological self on a religious level, in a way, religious and psychological as well. But yeah, then there is my empirical self, my ordinary self, one might say. There's the cosmic self, there is the political self. I have so many selves, in a way. And yeah, I just wanted to say, now I find myself in a position where I could speak and say interesting things. If I were given the opportunity to speak rigorously, I could write fascinating books about most topics. But I feel frustrated because I can't, and I am surrounded by very interesting books that I can't read. That's immature frustration, but it explains parts of my negativity. So I explain myself to others. Yeah, and I try to solve as many problems as possible. But yeah. So I have also this psychiatric problem. Namely, I think of myself sometimes as being completely alone, and when I do, well, I become kind of negative, but also not negative because when I'm alone there is no negative and positive, there is just loneliness, I guess. But then I think of myself as having to help others and also to antagonize others because I lack recognition, or I'm frustrated, or the insanity that I have to, I know that I thought I have to antagonize others just so that they might say, ah, we recognize you, you are the negative, no, we will, well, but in a way, that's what I want. That's part of the insanity. Because here I will be serious. I will not say the things that I thought, but basically, to be evil, I have already made evil decisions that will come back at me in one way or another. But in the realm of politics, to be evil, it's very simple in the sense one just have to have some standards. And in this sense, I don't know what will happen, but as long as I can speak in any way or whatever, publicly, I will try to implement, if I feel spiritual strength growing in me, I will use this to implement order while not becoming fanatical in the negative sense of a fanatical German order, but just to be evil politically, one has to just say, let us re-establish order, and there are some behaviors, individual and collectively, which cannot be tolerated. Here, yeah. And in this sense, it's that's why I don't know what's going to happen on a conscious level. I don't, but as long as I can speak, as long as the world lasts or whatever, I will advocate, because I know it's the right thing from a moral and political standpoint to be a right-wing libertarian. I have made videos to explain why a right-wing libertarian, as right-wing as it requires, in order for order to be re-established. That's the intellectual solution that I have found in the political sphere. And here where Mr. Dist intervenes, yeah. My problem, and there are many problems, is that I don't know what others will think when they hear parts of my truth or whatever. There will be misunderstandings. I have to forgive others because whatever. But the way, you know, I will keep this for myself, but whatever. Whatever. Let's duty, whatever. My duty is to share my light. So, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. I've made a video to explain the connection Christianity, paganism, libertarianism, Spinoza, Luther, cosmotheism, Protestantism, Romanticism. This is my intellectual attempt to solve the contradictions, most of the contradictions on an intellectual level. And it's quite satisfying on an intellectual level, but then there's a theory and practice. The contradiction in the realm of practice, it's called the pain of the negative. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know why I use a knife? Against myself. Eventually. I don't know. Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Here's the philosophical explanation. One of the very few achievements that I have granted to myself has been my ability to endure a relative amount of pain. What have I achieved in my life as an empirical individual? I have endured a relative amount of pain. This is where I draw my sense of achievement. I mean, there are other things on an empirical level, but yeah, this explains partly whatever. Yeah. So, I was talking about science, sociobiology. Universal knowledge about humans is being produced constantly, and mostly in Western societies, Anglo-Saxon, etc. So singular Anglo-Saxon individuals produce a particular type of knowledge, namely sociobiological determinations of human behavior, which is universal knowledge about, let's say, humans. Let us say here the universal would be universal knowledge about humans. And now I will go back to the study of the soul to illustrate. No, here I will illustrate. This universal knowledge can be deduced for all other particular groups, namely, then let us here assume it's sociobiology. And there is sociobiology for every ethnic and genetic group, and what happens on a collective scale, which explains the many of the problems and the solutions as well, one might say. The study of the soul. Yeah. Every individual can be deduced from the universal determination of scientific knowledge, namely, every individual, whether he likes it or not, is determined by sociobiological tendencies. So when, here I will praise America again, when Americans produce, I haven't cleaned my room, I've just, but the book Sociobiology by Edward Wilson, it's a great book of science, but it's American standards in terms of scientific achievements, but this American particularity, namely the ability to constantly produce great science and intellectual achievements, even in an era of decadence, this then can be used universally, in case it's not clear, and that every people on this planet can understand itself, every people on a collective scale, but every individual, every society, every country, and every individual of these countries, if knowledge is made available and accessible and intelligible, they can understand themselves as individuals, and it works for every determination of the soul, but every determination of nature and objective organs, etc. But let us just talk about Mr. Putin or any other individual. There can be studies of the sociobiological determinations of every individual. That's why here's my Spinozian self, which is compatible with Martin Luther. Whatever I say, I'm being dishonest, because humans, they are determined in a sense that every human being has sociobiological impulses and tendencies. It can take the form of aggression, attraction, ethnocentrism, and all forms of behavior. And it goes the same for race realism, ethnography, psychology, etc., etc. It works for every field. And what is happening, here's my scientific self, is that mostly overwhelmingly European societies, namely societies populated mostly by Europeans, it includes the United States, anthropological Europeans, European Caucasoid, as they call this, white people, they produce in an overwhelming proportion universal knowledge, which then is used consciously or unconsciously to deduce all the other. And here, I'm in a scientific mood. I'm not in a mood to make I'm in a scientific mood. When a book like this is produced, one view of saying is, oh, he talks about race, so that's racist, etc. But the more serious aspect is that this book, produced by an Anglo-Saxon in an Anglo-Saxon society, whether it's England, Northern Ireland, or the US, or wherever, it's published in the US, whatever, it's the Anglo-Saxon mindset. It enables potentially every individual and every society on this planet to understand itself, the structure, the cognitive hierarchy in every society where there is a relatively developed social organization of labor. So, of course, it can be used for negative ends, because what comes in mind when one reads this is, let us strengthen our ethnic group and try to win the competition against others. It's a moment in the development of spirit. Here I speak like a scientist. This is what gives rise to the alt-right and far-right nationalism, because it's only in white countries where this kind of knowledge is made intelligible and accessible and available. And because other countries probably possess this kind of knowledge, but it's not revealed. I mean, the elites of all the countries, they probably, hopefully they do, otherwise they are even more stupid than what I thought. But they know this kind of knowledge. And there are a moral conflict in the Western world, which is typically leftist. I mean, there are the schemers, the bankers, the manipulators through academia, etc. I have shown enough the picture of objective guys, but then there are the subjective psyche of leftists, white leftists, who refuse to acknowledge common basic facts and who hamper, I think it's the development of science. And here, I'm not blaming them because I'm a scientist. I understand that it's part of the process. This is how it works. The process encounters resistance, but eventually, whether you want, here I will speak seriously, whether one wants to improve one's society, whatever the ethnic group, these kind of books, they have to be used. There are Asian societies, Southern American societies without white people or with very few white people, but the ethnic divide, the ethnic inequalities, they are prevalent nonetheless. It's because it's not a white thing. The racial diversity and the intellectual cognitive stratification, it's not. These are white people who talk about this and who think about this because they have an interest in science and an interest in gathering knowledge. That's why they are accused of being racist, because if they are confronted with this kind of knowledge, of course it brings about the temptation to improve one's own ethnic group through eugenic programs, etc., etc., and then it is considered evil because it's separation and a will to improve, etc., etc. But here it's just the evil of intelligence, namely that's how evil emerges in the mind of some radical far-right people, namely when they read these kind of books, because they have the intelligence and the knowledge or the interest, the consequence, it's a neutral book. The psychological reasons why this book has been published, the motivations of Mr. Richard Lynn, it's irrelevant from a scientific perspective. And the book is objective in a sense that it depicts the situation, it provides explanation, etc. But the consequences, the psychological consequences which it has upon the mind of someone who reads this, of course, is we have to stop the dysgenic process and we have to reverse the trend and to improve the population. And because of the determination of ethnocentrism, which are connected with sociobiology, race realism, etc., of course, the first temptation is to improve one's own ethnic group, because there is a universal competition in the realm of economics, politics, etc., for status between the various countries, and this is how political evil emerges. That's one way, namely the will to improve one's own situation on a collective scale. That's how it happens. That's why white people are considered evil. There are other reasons, but simply because here that's my scientific Odin self who just seeks knowledge. I'm not always in this mood, but simply because the white people, mostly they are the only ones who have the will and the interest in just trying to understand themselves, to understand the cosmos, and eventually to understand God. Then there's the moral aspect. But on a strictly scientific standpoint, there are lots of evils which can be explained just by the will to understand, but then the will to know. In Christian language, it's the first temptation, and it's partly tied with a desire. There's the desire to know from a cognitive standpoint, which degenerates in the desire for sexual desire, partly. And here, that's why the American, whatever I am, they can understand me, because, yeah, it's partly connected in a way. Yeah. Here I will talk seriously about difficult topics, but in the will to know, there is the scientific aspect, namely the will to understand the cosmos through a cognitive process, the will to become one with the cosmos through a cognitive process, and this will to know, this desire for knowledge. I know that when they say Adam knew Eve, to know in the Bible at some moment, it means, how they call this in America? Hookup culture. Very funny, the Bible, when it is properly interpreted. My lecture, if I made lectures on the Bible, they would be more interesting than the lectures made by Peterson. I love you, Mr. Peterson, but I've been angry against you, and maybe I will still be angry because there are many reasons, but whatever. No, but seriously, that's something that I've understood in the month of July. There is a connection, but the psychoanalysts, they know that there's a connection, at least at some moment, between the sex drive, the libido, and which can be transcended, or maybe that's the scientific will to know, which degrades and degenerates into lust, or it's libido, or the sex drive, which can be transcended through cognition and there is an aspect of God, and I have to take the blame, which is desire. And my problem, which is the problem of all humans, is that desire, even when most of the time it's healthy, namely a man desires a woman, he wants to he desires her, basically, but it's kind of negative, because desire, it can sound good, but it's there is a negative aspect that we do not find in love. The desire and love, they are kind of distinct, and I always love love, but desire, it's kind of a little bit darker sometimes. That's one of the problems of God, basically. I understood this. I expressed this in ordinary language. Yeah. Yeah. So, I was talking about science. Yeah. Yeah, I will keep talking about Yeah, what was I saying? So, yeah, what I've understood, it's so self-evident, is that when universal knowledge is produced, all the singulars are subsumed under the universal, namely, when mostly European people, here it means white people, produce knowledge, it's universal, and in the sense it enables all others to understand themselves, their society, and to improve their own society. Here I will talk about Mr. Putin again, but he's the center of attention as I was starting to record this video, and by the time, I don't know, but I will speak, I will not try to anticipate too much, but basically there are psychological, psychiatric, psychoanalytical, physiognomical, physiological, plus social, economic, political, historical analysis which are made around Mr. Putin. But it was the case, the same with Trump, with Biden. By the Republicans, they do this. With Bolsonaro, with Macron, with every leader in this modern day and age, in every society, with the development of the internet and the spread of information, every public figure becomes the center of attention, and unconsciously, that's part of the process. There are people who know, experts in the various fields of knowledge, who use their knowledge to analyze, but they do this separately, but they analyze aspects of the behavior of an individual. And here I will be a little bit serious again. I have not been very serious epistemologically, but what the philosophy of Hegel explains is that precisely a leader, a political leader, so we have had all the determination of the soul. I have not explained, I will explain again, but a political leader, here is the view of Objektiver Geist. He is here, government, he's the head of the government, and he embodies, that's what Hegel calls reason in history, he embodies the totality of the realm of Objektiver Geist. So these people, they are, as of now, at the head of their government, and they represent all the determinations of Objektiver Geist. That's why to criticize one individual means to criticize the whole of society. That's where here I will trash talk because they are the intelligent people with a culture. They understand that the problem is not the individual, whoever, Biden, or before that, Trump, Obama, whoever, Erdogan, any leader, Bolsonaro, Boris Johnson, Mrs. Merkel, whoever, any, or even in historical times, in a historical perspective, the Marxists, they understand this. Stalin, he was the embodiment of the structure of the Soviet Union. So, and the same goes with German politicians of old, one might say. In a way, the individual is kind of important in a psychological sense, but it completely misses the point if one doesn't see the whole process. In a sense, I will no, it's not fair to criticize women when they talk about politics, but usually it's a feminine tendency to criticize just the individual. Here we talk about Monsieur Macron. He looks so handsome. What did I say about democracy? No, basically, who granted a right to vote to women? I don't know. Yeah, no, but seriously, the people who here I will trash talk the Republicans because they are smarter than most ever. You know you are smarter, dear Republicans of America. When you talk about Biden all day, the idiots among you, Biden, he's just a pawn. He's just the head of the government. He's an old man. He should already be retired by now. It's the entire view that has to be criticized. And here I will trash talk the Americans for their lack of intellectual standards. If you are smart enough, I don't even need to tell you that Objektiver Geist is in the continuity, it's the manifestation, the reflection in a way of Subjektiver Geist. So, when you change the demographics of a people, well, the spirit of the institution might change not for the better, or for the better, precisely, depending on many determinations, but basically, it has to be interconnected. Namely, the psychology of a people, that's here, the psychology, here. IQ, memory, intelligence, emotions, tendencies, etc., etc. It's valid on an individual level, but on a collective level as well, because it's in the continuity. I made videos about the logic of quality, quantity. I cannot, if I had to talk about everything, I would talk for more than, how long has it been now? It's 6 hours. I will still talk for a couple of hours. Yeah, so it's in the continuity of all the other determinations. So here I will make a joke. I made this joke countless times, but the psyche of white people. When one understands what happens in the mind of a white person and it's particularized to all other whites, the history of the white race and the current tendencies in white societies become intelligible. But it is derived from sociobiology, race realism, ethnography, etc., etc. And the reason why those who take, as they call this, the red pill, namely those who revolt against the system, eventually become smarter than those who feel in charge. I don't know for how long, but it's simply because the people don't get high on your own supply, as they say in American movies. The anti-racist people and the anti-science leftists, there are reasons why it happens. Historical reasons, psychological reasons, logical reasons, etc. I could make a lecture on the history of epistemological anti-racism. It would be very convincing, but I won't do this because I will just explain that if one leaves aside the anthropological element, reality is unintelligible. And this is one of the reasons I understand that when there are tension, eventually the deception falls apart, because I've read books about American sociology. They used to reject low IQ people from civic duty and military duty and the police, etc., etc., because the people were simply not intelligent enough. And the idea of tolerance to the point of insanity, it doesn't work. Yeah, that's when I understand. Yeah. So, just here I will be serious about geopolitics. Vladimir Putin, one of the reasons why I've decided to make this video is because there are many reasons, because I keep encountering contradictions within my reality, and I understand that it's always the same trick and I have to confront the contradictions, and I will eventually, so otherwise it will reappear in even more violent each time. So I have to willingly say, okay, I've had enough, I understand how it works. My empirical family, the geopolitical context, whatever, it happens like this. It has happened like this since 2019. When I first tried to reveal my knowledge, it was the same contradiction each time. It reappears. Yeah. What I want to say is, Yeah, Mr. Putin, who talked about the struggle or the fight against the West, and the attempt here. I wanted to start the video with this, but now I will talk about it. To unite the non-European world against the West. It's the positive versus the negative, but also that's what I thought when I understood this a few days ago. The most right-wing politician in the world as of now, the most right-wing white politician, namely Mr. Putin, in his mind he's still a leftist. Namely, he uses the same trick, the same old trick that the leftist, here I speak as a Westerner, that we have in the West, the scholars, etc. They use the same psychological tactic, namely, non-whites are oppressed by whites, etc. So the most right-wing white politician in the world as of now, officially, he's still a leftist. Vladimir Putin, he talks like leftist scholars, namely, the West, they are stealing the resources, the money, they are arrogant, we are the voice of the people, which on a global scale means non-Western, which means non-white. That's how he thinks. So when I understood this, it was already clear in my mind, namely, I will not draw the dialectical process. I explained for the people who eventually watch this, who have gone through the red pill path, but basically the right-wingers in the West, they revolt against the leftist establishment, they become right-wing, they criticize their own society, they turn against their own society by becoming anti-modernity, anti-decadence, by becoming traditionalist, etc. And they think, we will find salvation in Putin, who is a strong authoritarian man, and then Putin becomes the enemy. That's a dialectical process, because he was thought to be the savior, but now he turns into the bad guy who wants to antagonize the West. But then there's another dialectical twist, is that he uses leftist rhetoric, which he genuinely thinks is valid, namely, he used the race card against his own people, because here the ethnic analysis, namely, I've understood this, Vladimir Putin probably doesn't, Mr. Putin, you don't know this on a scientific level, but you are white, you are not, you are partly whatever the determination, but you are white, and in the sense you obey the same laws as all other whites, to a lesser extent that northwestern white with ethnomasochism, but you are a white person nonetheless, and you have this universalist tendency like all the other whites. We have to unite against ourselves. That's not how you think, but that's how you think. That's how I know that you think, namely you are still a white leftist. So you are forced, because of all the pressure, to antagonize the West, but the West has been antagonizing itself for decades in the official narrative by white leftists who are ethnomasochistic. So that's the geopolitical problem. That's the reason why, no matter how stupid, no matter how dumb I might be, I'm still smart. That can be a burden, because I understand, I'm the only person who understands that the problem of geopolitics is the racial question, or the genetic question, namely the entire Western world. Here I will put a book by Mr. Douglas Murray. Charles Murray, that's common sense. Douglas Murray, that's a little bit more right-wing, but it simply explains geopolitics. Because I understand. The Russians, they are trying to unite the non-white world against the Western world, but the problem is that the Western world is already united against itself. So, the CIA, the FBI, the American government, with the bankers that finance them. Yeah. That's why, that's the explanation. Maybe it's been 6 hours. I should have begun with this, but now it's becoming clear. It was clear for me, but yeah. That's why Putin and Zelensky, they are. That's why I just have to speak the truth to be really evil. They are on the same team, because Zelensky, he is financed, of course, by the CIA and the American government and the taxes of the American taxpayer, the same taxes which are being used to produce a dumbing down educational system, to produce the welfare state, which bring about all sorts of social parasitism. I know I have to take the blame, but I just exteriorize my negativity. It will come back at me. That's part of the process. It turns people into idiots. It tolerates all forms of crime, abuses, drugs, gangs, networks of sinister people. Yeah. So the deep state and the official members of the deep state. So there is the deep state. There are those who are in charge, one might say, officially, and then on a lower level, one might say there is the official government. Mr. Biden is supposed to be retired at this point, but yeah. But these people, they do not really control the US, but they are the respectable, one might say. What's the proper logical category? Manifestation. This is the Erscheinung. Yeah, the manifestation of the banking elites. So in a way, let us assume that they are in charge, but they control the United States of America. I speak directly to you. Control the US. I mean, when I started the video, you did. Now I don't know when you will watch this, whatever, but you thought that you control the US. Of course, the US, they control politically, economically, financially the Western world and Southern America, probably parts of Asia, Japan, etc. I don't need to study geopolitics because it's, in a way, it's self-evident. When one understands how one society functions, it can be applied to all in a way. So the schemers, as they call them, the unconscious schemers, they control the US. All the Western world, namely Western Europe as a geographical entity, is under the control of the CIA for the past 70 years. Nothing happens in Western European political life without the agreement of the CIA in one way or another. That's why all the politicians over the past 60 years, they are just puppets. I could make a lecture to explain why democracy is a scam, but hopefully it's become self-evident at this point. And I just give the method of knowledge. If I have to, I will make lectures to prove, to show why it's kind of a delusion. Yeah, but they control all Western societies. So the West, which is at war with itself, whose war consists in negating its own people, its own culture, its own tradition, etc., etc., but it brings about its own negation. This is the revolt against the mainstream media, etc. But here it's very simple, but actually it's very complex because it requires a lot of effort for the others who have to incorporate all this knowledge. Yeah, Zelensky, he is controlled by the CIA. But the CIA also controls the entire Western world through all the institutions that I've showed, the NGOs, globalist institutions, the lobbies, the banking system, etc., etc., the financial institutions, etc., etc., the media, the academia, etc., etc. But the West has been in conflict with itself for the past, officially, 70 years. So that's why I'm talking about Americans, in case it's not clear, because the conflict, as I understand it, is within the American society itself, because it is the center of the life of spirit, because eventually it's a projection of my own inner conflicts, in a way. The conflicts of class, gender, generation, ethnicity, and race, eventually. The conflicts of identity, which is tied with race and ethnicity, globalism versus nationalism, all the conflicts. I've made videos. I will not have the paper, but all the conflicts at all layers of American society, conservative versus liberals or progressives, Democrats versus Republican, Marxists versus libertarians, rural versus city dwellers, old versus young, male versus female, micto versus feminist, whites versus non-whites, or pro-diversity people versus pro-identity, internationalist versus nationalist, globalist and patriots, far right versus the JQ, the media versus the alternative media, the deep state versus the conspiracy theorists, etc., etc. All the political and geopolitical, etc., etc., the modernist, the traditionalist, the ecologist, the pro-technology, etc., etc. The conflicts, they are within Western societies, but within American societies, which here is the most representative of all other Western societies. And that's why the opposition, they are logically determined in a sense, and that's why here Zelensky and Putin are on the same side. And here we are reaching level of complexity that I cannot, I have to use intermediary steps. I've understood this. Maybe I'm going too fast, but while still trying to slow down, but basically yeah. Yeah. My conscious plan at some moments, and it still is the case, has been to try to restore order in the United States of America. Because I've understood this recently, but the singular, particular, universal, they are interconnected, and the United States of America are the singular country in which all the contradictions which exist to various degrees, these are quantitative determination in all other societies in the world, but the United States, they contain all the contradictions, in the sense they are a country made in the image of God, precisely because God contains all the contradictions. That's why God is always on the move. He moves fast, too fast maybe sometimes. But this is what brings life, and life is partly a struggle. That's the unpleasant part, but also sometimes the pleasant part, because this is what enables one to feel alive. But there are, of course, negativity. Yeah, but I know that the US are the singular country which contains all the contradictions, and all the inner contradictions are reflected onto other countries, in a way. Yeah. And here my ethics is simply when this video is made public online, whatever happens, I will recommend people to watch my channel, my channels, and I will speak the truth, and I will that's what I intend to do. So I still have a few hours, the time to upload the video, to post the video. Tomorrow I will start my to live my truth, which is kind of insane, but because it will take time. Whenever the truth, as it is philosophically, whenever the truth becomes public, and eventually it will become worldwide quickly, one might say, it's so complex that I cannot anticipate on a conscious level. I just have to let go, and I will keep sharing my light. That's what I tell to myself. And yeah, for the others, that eventually when I become serious and kind of stable, I know that I have to stabilize the others, because I know myself to be evil, but at some moments I am beyond evil or whatever. The political solution, not just you, Mr. This, because what I've said about Mr. Putin, it's valid for you. If anyone becomes the center of attention, I know that's part of the problem. All the attention will be focused, but basically all the libertarians who are competent, libertarianism is kind of the political truth of God, but it's not just libertarianism. There is the communist aspect. Here I will talk seriously. This is what I've been thinking. I will not make this very rigorous, but basically, in the realm of politics, liberty is the truth of God. In the realm of politics, there are other truths in different levels, but God eventually has to guarantee freedom, but also there is also equality, and the way to solve the problem is to unite communism and libertarianism, because one can only be free. Here's the philosophical definition of freedom, where the other is equalized to the self, not materially or biologically in the living condition or the cognitive faculties or whatever, but recognized as an other self. I know that I have to do this. Namely, to be free philosophically means to be equal to the self in the other. Yeah, so that's how I can try to... But actually the libertarians, they really are the intelligent people. And those, although I've made documents with all the names of the libertarians in America, but in the world at large. Yeah, I will take not a pause, but I will just... I had prepared, so if people watch just this video, it will be difficult, but there are all my other videos where there is all the name, the process of spirit, the encyclopedic process. Yeah. And I know that one of my many contradictions is that there are many people who are involved in my process who are like me in terms of development of mind, but because I travel way too fast, I've had different views and I don't know what they will understand, and that's that's my responsibility, and that's the most difficult part, I guess, because yeah, I understand whatever. Here my contradiction really is what do I have to tell to others, knowing that there's the problem of my negativity, the problem of the measure, namely I am more intelligent than anyone else in terms of philosophical intelligence, but I am incompetent in many fields of endeavor. I know this. That's why, in a way, I kind of need the others just to solve the political problems, but also so I have to enlighten them, to trust them, knowing that I am the negative partly. So here it's way too complex, but I have shared enough books, and one of my fundamental ideas eventually is you all have to unite against me. I'm the bad guy, remember? No, don't remember, forget. I'm the good guy. No, I'm not completely. Eventually, if people unite against me, I have to be negated. I cannot be on anyone's side, although I have to, in a way, but I have to be, my moral duty, my religious duty is to be in the center. I know this, but I have spontaneous tendencies, which of course is right-wing, but it's just to balance, I mean, I'm not justifying it, it's to balance the left-wing excesses, and yeah. I will, as long as I can speak publicly. When this video gets published, it will take many hours. I will sleep while it uploads. I grant myself the right to sleep, as of now. I will speak my political truth as long as I have to, which is right-wing libertarianism, to try to solve the contradiction between the need to go to the right without the excesses, to bring back balance, and also the need to assert freedom and liberty and not ethnic totalitarianism. But that's the right thing to do from a moral and political standpoint, but then there are contradictions in reality. I think way too fast. I make countless errors in a way because I am dumb, but in another way because I'm way too smart, in a way. I think way too fast. Although I experience myself as being dumb. This video, if someone spends, I don't know, it will be at least, I guess, 8 hours. If someone watches 8 hours, here I'm losing myself in my own mind, in a sense that I don't know who I am talking to outside of myself. What is the average IQ? What is the education, the nationality? I intend to speak to Americans mostly, but to the whole world eventually. I will still talk about. Here I'm in kind of a. I trust. I don't trust, but I try to be intellectually honest. I have underestimated myself for a very long time. I might have a tendency to overestimate myself, not because I know that I'm capable of making really silly decisions at many levels, but if I'm serious, my intellectual value when I'm inspired, well, it's difficult to compete. But I have to find a proper balance. Namely, I have to share the idea, and if others, really, the most intelligent, the scientist, and then the divinely, the divine people, the gods and goddesses of the pantheon, my path has been inspired by your work, and you are the most brilliant, the most intelligent, but I could comment your works, your videos. I have partly. I have drawn a lot of inspiration. I am Loki, Balder, and Odin. Yeah. Yeah. I will talk about men and women. Yeah. Because I made videos about the unity of what is called paganism, which is just the European religion, and Christianity, Odin and what they call Jesus in the Christian mythology, they are the same. It's just that, in my view, which is the view of the negative, the self-negating God, the self-negation is not just moral, it's not just physical suffering, it's also moral suffering. For Jesus, in the narrative, there is just physical suffering. For Odin, there is all sorts of suffering. These are just images, representation to express my own story in a way. I'm starting to realize. I don't know how I came here, but I have to conclude that I am the self-negating God. That's why it tells the same story. I mean, the story of Jesus, no, but the story of a God who makes himself man, and yeah. And what I've understood recently, although I already knew, but I lost myself, is that what I call the European gods and goddesses are those who have gone through the same path that I have, intellectually, spiritually, psychologically, individually, at various levels, various moments. And you are my first spiritual family, and in a way the most important spiritual family, because it is in our community of spirits and minds that the Spirit of God has come to life in a way. And it's a process of recreating or creating or rediscovering or remembering the Christian religion, in a sense. So that's why Christianity, here I don't know, maybe at some level in the cosmic mind, all the layers, the Bible are true, but actually Christianity is a symbolic message. The truth of Christianity is symbolic. There can be passages, probably, yeah, but it's a symbolic way of expressing. And here it's where the complexity is, the retroactive projection. I don't know, but the revival of the European religion, which is the consequence of the process of negation of the system through all the various layers, what I call the phenomenology of the European mind, or simply what people call the red pill, is a process of re-establishing, reconstructing, rebuilding, recreating, rediscovering, remembering the European religion, which happens to be Christianity, not in the formal, strictly mechanistic application of the verses of the Bible. There can be verses which are very enlightening. It's simply the story of a self-negating God, because there's only one God, and there's no one other than oneself to negate. But in the European mythology, this self-negation produces a pantheon of many gods and an entire universe eventually. And Odin is the spirit god of Europeans, but it's the father of all things. But of course he's predominantly European, but it's a god which gives birth to the whole of creation in a way. And the conflict within Europeans, in a historical perspective, and also in a moral, psychological and philosophical sense is the relationship between the particular and the universal. And what I know is true is that the particularity of Europeans, anthropological Europeans, is that they overwhelmingly seek universality in all of their endeavors. This is a universal trend of the white psyche, namely Europeans, in an anthropological sense, they always produce universality. Yeah. And the way I understand this, the cosmic aspect is that these are Europeans who offer, at some level, is the intelligibility of the cosmos in all the layers, namely the overwhelming majority of the artistic and intellectual and scientific production of mankind. Here's the book by Charles Murray, I've already showed the book, has been the product of the overwhelming majority of human accomplishments are the product of Europeans. And still to this day, in an age of darkness and cultural decadence and decadence for Europeans at all levels of, in comparison with their standards, in an age of decadence, the dark age as they call this in mythology, in Indian mythology, Europeans are still shining more than any other people, and they are still producing intellectual, scientific, artistic achievements with no comparison with other peoples. But of course there is the comparison with other eras of the European history. But yeah, and yeah. And what I have understood, I already knew, but I remembered maybe, those who embark upon the path of the discovery of one's own soul, mind and spirit, the European gods and goddesses are those who follow the path through all the levels and who understand the most, and in this sense they are the most brilliant, the most enlightening, and they are all have all associated them with symbols of determinations of nature, the various elements of nature, light, the sun, the stars, the moon, the thunder, the lightning. In this sense, here I speak as a European, we are the wealthiest in terms of intelligence, creativity. Yeah. And yeah. And here my knowledge, in a way, or my certainty, I wouldn't say my belief, I would say my certainty, is that if those that I call the European gods can watch my video, they will understand me, because like I understand you, in a sense. So, no, not everything, because I have to be misunderstood by everyone. I think everyone will misunderstand me at some moment, because even the smartest I have tried to talk to, it's my truth is way too complex for myself. But yeah, yeah. I will take a pause. I know who are the most brilliant, most intelligent, and eventually the best individuals outside of myself in the world. These are the European gods and goddesses, because they have gone through the same path as I have, and only through their interpretation of the world, the modern world, partly the historical process, their knowledge, their intelligence, their strength and wisdom, can my story be understood, and eventually the story of the European, what I call now the European religion, and eventually Christianity, not in the formal aspect, but in the message of Christianity in a way, and all other religions. It is the European path which has led me to identify with God, to become God in mind and spirit at least. And yeah. But here I am reaching levels of intellectual complexity, but whatever. I will show, because here I don't know who I am talking to. I am talking to myself in a way, but who knows what, when will who receive what message. My truth. Here I will speak about my personal story that I have told countless times, but since my 2018 God experience, what I have tried to do in end of 2018, 2019 through my videos, and then what I've been trying to do since February 2022 is to reach the most intelligent, most brilliant people, those who have had the same path as I have. And there are 4 people. I've already mentioned their name. It's very easy to find, but I don't know if people watch this video somehow in the continuity of... There are 4 people. Michael, Stella, Hyperborean Reflections, and Caroline, that I know they are eventually all others, but they are my spirit, or my mind outside of myself, in a sense that, and this is my problem, one of my maybe one of the most problematic problems is that if I could talk with you, if I had the opportunity or the possibility to talk peacefully with you, calmly, you would have understood everything about me, I would have understood everything about you, and we would have recognized one another as being the same spirit, living in different individuals. And here I will use I usually say I can anticipate. Here I cannot anticipate, precisely because I know so much about the intellectual and spiritual life of most European gods and goddesses, as I call them, but you don't know anything about me and my spiritual and intellectual life. So that's the... yeah. Yeah. But I know that my spirit lives in our community, and that my spirit precisely is the Spirit of God. And I came back to life spiritually. I rediscovered or remembered or recreated myself as a spirit in our European community. But here with the Wechselwirkung, these are my problems, but yeah. I want to be reunited or united with you, my first spiritual family, peacefully, and to have, if there are others whose point of view I really want to be able to share peacefully and eventually in joy, it is yours, because you are the most interesting and the most intelligent and the most brilliant. But I'm smart enough to know that light, too much light can be blinding, but also here on an empirical level I don't know, but I can only imagine that I know, no, it's not that I imagine, I know that there are 4 people, many more, but there are 4 whose entire intellectual and spiritual life is similar to mine, although they have a different set of circumstances, but they have gone through the same steps, and my entire intellectual and spiritual process and development, which eventually is the world process, the process of God, is only intelligible through your perspective, and yours is only intelligible through my perspective. And yeah. Here, a little bit of comedy. My plan. I reveal the plan. Seriously, although it's comical, maybe it's tragical, maybe it's, I don't know, but my plan is to replace those people. Do you feel in charge? With the people that spiritually, intellectually, I know are the best. Yeah. But here it's so complex, because at some level the mind who lives in you, it's also my own mind, but you are so disconnected, although you are very smart, but here I will use my own references. Those who... No, here I will be a little bit comical while being serious. Yeah, I will be me, maybe. Who knows? I will be serious. Because if someone has spent 7 hours, I will still express the same idea, but in a different way. let us talk about the internet. I tried to make a conscious plan before recording this video. Let us just explain, just in case it's not clear, but actually it has to be clear, but I will illustrate nonetheless. But in terms of behavior, I mean, it's just the one idea that I wanted to share. No, there are two ideas in the ordinary sense which explain whatever happens in modernity. It's the internet and Europeans. The demographic replacement of Europeans, which is caused by the historical process, it's the consequences of the 20th century, and also it produces a reaction, an intellectual and spiritual reaction, which brings forth the process of spirit. So these are really I'm sure, the internet and what happens and has happened to Europeans, it explains, these are the two fundamental determinations which explains the whole of reality eventually. By unfolding the process, the whole of reality becomes intelligible eventually. But on the internet, when people share something on the internet, it becomes public property. That's why everyone will be doxxed eventually. And in terms of the relationship between behavior and technology, the problem with the modern world, the modern West, but actually the modern world, that people, they do not understand this. Here I talk to in an intelligible way for the relatively smart or relatively dumb, I would say. People, if there was a chronological timeline, they would have to live for the rest of their life with all the things that they have said and posted on the internet, and eventually I will have to take the responsibility for everything that I've said. And I'm here partly to take everyone's errors, mistakes, sins, and whatever, because just here I just illustrate. But if there was no reset in one way or another, that's here the ambiguity of liberty, and also the problem of the modern world is that young people are allowed to express themselves on the internet, and their parents and those who are supposed to be responsible, here it's a little bit my authoritarian self, they are not aware of the consequences. Namely, someone who posts something stupid on the internet when he or she is a teenager, if the chronological timeline goes on normally, they will be haunted for the rest of their life by what they said when they were 15 or 16, either psychologically or politically, etc. That's a problem that mostly women encounter, because it's more difficult for women to live. And here I will try to fix the problem of traditionalism. It's more difficult for women to live with the consequences of their action because they are under more pressure from society. But women who adopt dubious behavior, it's not a criticism for them, it's just the consequences of a society which has gone a little bit, here I talk about Westerners, loose in terms of customs. Young women and young men are allowed to express themselves. That's a good aspect of liberty, but the negative aspect is that irresponsible, immature people have the freedom to express themselves on the internet, and it becomes the public property of mankind. So anyone can follow what they say, and it will stick with them for the rest of their life. That's where Catwoman comes into play. I want what you owe me, the clean slate. You type in someone's name, date of birth, and in a few minutes they're gone from every database on Earth. That sounds a little bit too good to be true. Yeah, that's Catwoman. That's an aspect of European mythology, because here I speak to myself as I'm trying to be responsible, but I know personally, not in personal encounter, but the personal story of very smart women who said not stupid things, but simply expressed political opinions. Here it's in the realm of politics, but they have to be, it happens for everyone actually. That's why we are living, maybe that's what they call the Great Reset in this collective unconscious, because through the internet, everyone will be held accountable for whatever he or she has said. And here's the connection with the CIA, so they collect data on everyone, Big Brother, etc. But eventually someone has to take responsibility for all the things that have been said by everyone else on the internet, because people, they want free speech. Here's the ambiguity of freedom. Freedom, here I'm talking seriously, freedom means being responsible and accepting the consequences of whatever one has said or done, whatever form the consequences take. And that's why, here I'm a little bit traditionalist, women, they cannot be free, and they don't want to be free because they want the good aspect of freedom, but they are not, they do not have the will and the strength to take the consequences when the consequences come back at them. They always put the blame. It's not their fault. That's how the female psyche functions. They put the blame on someone else. I didn't do it. It was whatever, someone else, etc. That's how the female psyche. And a traditionalist society has to respect gender roles and hierarchy of age, maturity, etc. And here it's the ambiguity of the idea and the ideal of freedom. Freedom is good because it enables relation to self, inquiry, and eventually it enables the knowledge of God. But the reason why people have problems with freedom is because with freedom comes responsibility. And I know, because I experienced this, people want to be free, but they do not want to be responsible, or only for the good things and not the bad things. Yeah. But eventually there's a problem. That's why here I am the problem and the solution, because among the young generation, I can anticipate that in the psyche of young people who have grown with the internet, they don't want to be haunted by all the things that they have said when they were in their 15, 16, 17. People who have spent their entire life on the internet commenting their psychological development, their sexual development, their political development. When they are 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years older, if they are reminded, because Katy Perry sings about this, ended up online, oh, we're screwed, or whatever, last Friday night, the pictures ended up online. Here I speak as an empirical individual. I am too old to have experienced this, but I know that people from the younger generation, they will experience this eventually, or they already do, namely, they are haunted by what they have said or done, and they do not realize that it becomes available to everyone on the internet. That's why someone has to clean the mess, and here it's the connection with the dark web. I bought a book about this. I will show the book because I just have to take the book because it's part of my project. This is the kind of book that does not appear in my library because I bought it recently. I understand that I buy more and more. I complete the puzzle in a way with the elements. The dark web, and that's part of one of the problems of the process, namely, as I will post this video, I am a YouTuber with 32 subscribers, and eventually my message consists in saying that I have to take over not only the CIA and all the world government, but also the dark web, because it's part of the process of God. I have to take responsibility for all the sickness which is a part of my own sickness, I guess, that humans have poured onto the internet, and I have to take responsibility for all that humans have said and done and posted, etc. This is one of the most difficult tasks of on a moral standpoint, because I have to recognize all these, which is part of being. Yeah, I have to clean to enlighten the darkness that one finds on the dark web. So that's where the CIA and the internet, big data, etc., they connect. And that's why here I can express the highest truth. No one wants to be free except God, and even God, I explained this, does not want to be free, because to be free means to be responsible for everything eventually. So that's the story of in Christian mythology, Christ and Antichrist. Those who have no freedom, they cannot be evil. They can suffer and inflict suffering, but they cannot be evil, so there is no moral suffering in those who have no freedom, because they are not free, they are determined in a way. That's why one of the aspects of my plan is to steal everyone else's freedom, because eventually people claim they want to be free, but they do not understand this philosophically, namely they want the good aspect of freedom. And here's the connection with America. America is a society where people are supposed to be free to rise or fall, to prosper or decline, and to accept the rules. It's very difficult, because people only want the good aspects, of course. They don't want to that's how the human psyche functions, because this is how maybe the psyche of God functions, namely always to always find someone to put the blame onto for the failures or the negative aspects of one's, or the consequences of one's action. And I have been victim of this, because when I suffer, morally, physically, psychologically, I want to put the blame on someone else. When I'm lazy or decadent, which happens often, I put the blame on God or Hegel, because the burden is just way too heavy. And every human group puts the blame for his or its suffering onto others. Most people, they blame whites, white leftists, they blame white right-wingers. White right-wingers, they blame the Jews. The Jews, either they blame whites or they follow the divine plan, I don't know. I mean, I know that they do, but I've just, I understood this when I had my God experience, precisely that there's a moment or an aspect of God which does not want responsibility. That's my story. I rejected the responsibility. I refuse to consciously or unconsciously to identify with God, because it means to be responsible for all the negativity within reality. Yeah. And here, the European gods and goddesses, the four person that I know, are me outside of myself in a way. You have spent your life investigating, I think about Michael and Caroline and Hyperborean, investigating about the negative aspects of the elites. And these are negative aspects of myself in a way, of Odin. This is the unity of the positive and the negative, namely Odin as the father of all things there is a negativity, and that's why I love you so much, because you enlighten the dark. But I've had a tendency to become insane, partly because the darkness that you uncover, it's part of my own darkness, and I have to be reminded, in a way, to remind myself that this is an aspect of what I am, and I have to confront all the schemings, the manipulations, the crimes, the abuses, the deception. This is what has made all of you, I think about the European gods and goddesses, possible, and eventually all those who embark upon the path of what they call the red pill, by revolting against negativity. It can be in the form of manipulation, scheming, etc., or really negative aspects. And your intellectual and spiritual life as individuals has consisted in rebelling against some of the darkest aspects of what you call the elites, but at some level the elites are controlled by God, with whom I identify partly, one might say. And here's my problem: the truth that I've taught myself on a transcendental level, which I know is the truth, namely the positive aspect, the light, the brilliance, the intelligence, the strength, the virtue, the courage, only exist and can only exist and shine and be revealed by being confronted by the opposite, the positive and the negative. If there was just light, I would be blind, because there would be nothing to see. The light can only shine by enlightening the dark, and no one likes the dark. Everyone likes the light. And this is the story of the relationship between the elites, the banking elites, and those who have embarked upon the path of the red pill to uncover the deception, etc., and to enlighten eventually themselves and myself and everyone else. This is the eternal light of the European sun, which shines upon everyone eventually, because there's only one sun, but the sun is European. I've understood this. My entire intellectual, spiritual life is connected to the European sun. That's my way of explaining myself and my spiritual process. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, it's been 7 hours. I will not have. I knew that I could not talk about everything. I don't even know what. I mean, I know what I've talked about, but my truth is so complex. So many contradictions. It goes so fast. I don't know who will watch the video, who will understand what. I have shared my address. I will share in the description the links to all my other channels, all my other videos. I do not intend consciously to move. I mean, tomorrow morning I will business as usual, because the video will not the time it uploads this night. I have to sleep, but then I will obey my ethical standards. Like I said, I will recommend people to watch my videos, and otherwise I will just speak my truth. It's ludicrous in a way, but I have come to a point where the total system, namely my truth, can only be made intelligible if I can produce a total speech. I don't know what will happen to me on an individual level. I have shared my light. I will keep sharing my light, privately, publicly. This is my problem. I will trust God, maybe. Yeah. Now I will take just a few minutes of pause. I will just say what I think as of now. We're still the 9th of October. It's 11:10 p.m. here. Broadly. I know who I have recognized spiritually. I mean, there are a few people on this planet whose life, if I were given the proper peaceful condition, I could talk to them peacefully and explain to them their entire life, and we would share each other's perspective, and we would understand one another, and I know we would love one another. As the same spirit experiencing itself from a different perspective. And the people that I have recognized, the European gods and goddesses, not all of them, but those higher in the hierarchy, Michael, Stella, Hyperborean, Caroline, Carol, Varg and Marie, Scarlett partly, Tom, Oleg, Marcus, etc. But especially those, the first in the list. I could explain your life. Eminem and Lady Gaga, I could explain their lives. I have recognized them, at least vaguely intellectually. And footnotes to Plato, Matthew, yeah. And in this, there are others that I've partly recognized or kind of understand who or what they are, but Eminem, Lady Gaga, the most intelligent of the European gods and goddesses in the hierarchy, and footnotes to Plato. I understand your entire intellectual and spiritual life without having studied thoroughly. I mean, yeah, but I understand your books, your videos, your life. I understand pretty much everything, and in this sense, I love you because it's really a philosophical love. But I have not yet uncovered the mystery, one might say, in a sense that I want you to have my perspective at some moment, somewhere, peacefully, joyfully. And I want to I don't know, in the spiritual unity somewhere, I don't know, to have your perspective fully and you have my perspective. And yeah. And here I talk to God. Whatever I am, there's an aspect of wonder, an amazement. Here it's not the cosmic scientific perspective, it's the joy of finding others who are spiritually identical, but I know the price to pay, theoretically. And yeah, but here really on an empirical level I cannot know what the others who will recognize themselves as being sparks of God, I guess, in ordinary language. How will they think? What is the connection between their individuality and the Spirit of God? Are all the souls or the spirits have their sense of individuality in another realm, as they call this, in the realm of pure logic maybe, or in the realm of pure spirit? Or is there just one spirit which contains all the information? It has to be eventually. Here, I'm not in a mood to make a joke, but I would say that's speculation. Yeah. Yeah. The truth that I have to share is so ludicrous. I will use the word ludicrous as long as I can. Maybe it will change, but it goes so fast. There's the intellectual aspect. I have so many aspects, in a sense that I have several psychological selves. I have a scientific self, and then there's I might change my vocabulary, but a sense of wonder, because I understand what you are, the people whose. Here I think about the European gods and footnotes to Plato, Matthew, because you share the same worldview in a way. You are, yeah. And here, I don't know what's gonna happen on an empirical level, but I can imagine that Lady Gaga and Eminem, if here I really don't know, but if they can connect the dots with Romanticism, European mythology, European history, panpsychism, cosmotheism, I don't know, it sounds so ludicrous, but Go back to work. I'm not a worker. But whatever. I'll just say what I think. I already talked publicly in 2019. There are 40 videos remaining. And in 2020, I've produced more than 400, I don't know, 440 maybe, I don't know, more than 400 videos. And I haven't been able to talk to anyone. And I can anticipate that at some moment, if it's not this video, it will be the next, or I don't know, at some moment, I will go from I talk to no one to eventually I talk to everyone. And people, they will have to discover, I guess, all the things that I've said. Yeah. And in this sense, it's really a weird experience. You have been watched, not watched over, but watched by an observer. I could speak for hours and hours and hours and hours about any topic. But I have the story that I tell myself to try to. I have planted the seeds of light. Darkness as well, I guess, but whatever. I will talk briefly about. I will just show the way I envision. I will just share my documents that I haven't yet shared. And the songs they can anticipate. Intelligent people outside of myself, they can connect the dots. If they understand that basically pop culture expresses important truths, they can themselves connect the dots. Listen to their songs. Here is the view of the realm of nature as a totality. We are nature philosophizing, as Matthew would say. Yeah. This is how nature determines itself in the process. Mechanic. Here I will show the 3-part process. It is the romantic cosmotheist view, nature. So here's the mind of God, which has to be my own mind when I'm in full possession of my cognitive abilities, I guess, exteriorizes itself in nature. That's the first moment of the triangle, the first moment of the Trinity. The Christian Trinity, which is actually European and pagan, as they call this, brings forth a world which is the reflection of the idea, the reflection of the mind of God, a world in which we live as natural beings, but through our mind we can connect to the realm of pure thought, but nature as the realm of time and space, matter, movement, energy, etc. is logically and mathematically structured. Mechanics, I will show the third category, time, space, matter and movement, finite mechanics. These are mostly chemistry and geology, botanics, zoology. And man, through his consciousness, can reflect upon nature as an other, which is the reflection of the mind of man, which is the creation in the physical world in a way. And through the pure intellect, one can elevate oneself above nature and think and act independently to a certain extent of the limitations of the body, which is natural. Okay, so these are the categories which are contained within the process of nature. So in order to understand nature and to understand the interaction of the natural world and its impact upon the subjective and objective geist of humans, and eventually the expression of artistic and poetic truths about the world of nature, all these categories have to be understood. And not only, hopefully it's clear as of now, it's not how nature is, this is how humans collectively, scientists at least, think about nature. So it's a reciprocal process of mutual self-understanding. Yeah, I just show the categories. This is what we are collectively on a natural plane, one might say. Yeah, and each determination contains all the others within itself. Yeah. Now, I will show a document that I prepared. I will not be able to talk about all the topics that I intended to talk. Yeah, I know it's part of the product. I don't even know, I remember broadly what I've talked about because I have a good memory. But I cannot speak all the things. I've already expressed what I wanted to talk about. So here's my view. Maybe I should have begun with this. Maybe it will change because it's not very clear. This is how I envision So hopefully it's clear. White in ordinary language is the ordinary language for European Caucasoid. European Caucasoid is an anthropological people, namely whites, whose ancestors evolved in the official narrative in Europe. So white people, in the sense, they are European wherever they live, anthropologically. It's an objective determination of a quantitative proportion of genes which have historically been associated with the people having evolved in Europe or the Eurasian northern hemisphere. Most white Americans are Anglo-Saxon, Northwestern, which means Nordic, anthropologically, namely they come from mostly England, Scotland, and or Germany and Scandinavia. This is the Northwestern type, plus Irish, Italians, and Eastern Europeans. So on a strictly anthropological standpoint, this is the view that I have, which is still valid anthropologically. I mean, most white Americans are Anglo-Saxons and or Northwestern, and some are the other whites in America, they are mostly Irish, Italians, Eastern Europeans. What I think, the United States of America are a European country in terms of anthropology, which means historically and empirically. The European in the sense that the predominant population which has founded, built, sustained, developed this country is European anthropologically, and also Anglo-Saxon, and here Anglo-Saxon is a particular determination of the European Caucasoid subgroup, so they are historically Anglo-Saxon, but also Germanic, and here the Anglo-Saxon are a Germanic people. They are a sub-branch of the Germanic family, but there are other branches, namely Germans and Scandinavians predominantly. So anthropologically, historically and empirically, in terms of quantitative proportions, the US have been and still are to this day a European country, an Anglo-Saxon country, and a Germanic country. But not only anthropologically, not only the determination of subjective Geist, but also spirit in terms of behavior, standards, etc., etc. The American spirit and Western civilization, they can potentially belong to anyone because these are determinations of objectiver Geist. But historically and empirically, both America and Western civilization have been overwhelmingly white, namely European, and with the previous determination. But the American spirit, in terms of behavior, morals, ethical standards, I will illustrate with here the Anglo-Saxon, potentially America and Western civilization, because these are determinations of objectiver Geist, they can potentially belong to anyone, independently of race. This is the greatness of Europeans, that they have built a country, America, as a country, and a civilization which can belong to others than themselves. And this idea, precisely it's an idea, belongs typically to European. It's a typically European idea in a sense of European Caucasoid, but historically it's predominantly an Anglo-Saxon country in the case of America, namely to build a country of objectiver Geist which can potentially belong to anyone who adopts the value on the condition that he defends and sustains the standards in terms of law, legislation, morality, Sittlichkeit, etc., etc. So in this sense, America and Western civilization can belong to anyone. But predominantly, overwhelmingly, it has been white. Anglo-Saxon, it means anthropology, in terms of Scotland and England, mostly. It's also a state of mind, what I call the Anglo-Saxon mind. It's a way of thinking. It's rationalistic, what is called verstandig in philosophy. It's a classification, categorization, statistics, empirically minded, etc. And it's also kind of a spirit. Here it belongs to objective guys, namely liberty, independence, work, hard work, a spirit of investigation, inquiry, a practically minded mindset, partly business minded, but also poetry, etc. Then there is the Germanic, which is also an anthropological determination, and these are Nordic people. It's also a state of mind and a spirit, and in the sense the Anglo-Saxon, they are a Germanic people, and America is, in this sense, a Germanic and Anglo-Saxon country because property rights, independence, freedom, liberty, hard work, self-reliance, autonomy, etc. These are Anglo-Saxon and Germanic virtues, which are also tied with Protestantism, which is a universal religion, but is predominantly historically a German and a Germanic religion. And then we have Europe, which is also, for me, an anthropological determination, namely Europeans are first and foremost a people, but it's also a soul which expresses what I consider to be the depth of feeling and tenderness. And here Europe as a soul, not just as a people, not as a civilization, but as a soul, expresses love, romance, beauty, kindness, sweetness, romanticism. And then there's the European spirit, which is a spirit of freedom, exploration, adventure. And the way I envision this, in the 19th century, the westward expansion was a manifestation of the European spirit and partly of the European soul through the poets, etc., in America, so on a new continent from the perspective of Europeans. But so that's why Europe partly lives in America and has shaped America anthropologically, but also in terms of soul and spirit. And the Anglo-Saxon spirit, which is what we call the American mindset or the American spirit, and the European spirit, they are partly tied because the Anglo-Saxons are partly derived from Europe, but also they are distinguished. And the European spirit would be a spirit of freedom, exploration, adventure, whereas the Anglo-Saxon would be more practical, etc. So yeah, these are modes of the expression of Europe in the broadest sense of anthropological people. And finally we have German, what I call Germany, which is anthropological, a determination of the soul, of language, of mind and spirit, and also of will and intelligence. So, in my view, Germany would be the will and the intelligence of God, whose greatest creation would be Europe as tender, kind, and sweet love. And and Europeans anthropologically are the only people who can produce and have produced a civilization and a country, namely Western civilization in America, which goes beyond themselves. That's kind of a gift to others, an institutional country and an institutional civilization. But this process is typically European in the sense of anthropology, but eventually this is how I understood things and still partly understand. So when I use these different categories, I do not have always the clarity in mind, but Europe as a soul is a product of Germany as a will and an intelligence, and so are the Anglo-Saxons, the Germanic, the American spirit and America, the Western spirit, etc. But eventually this explains intellectually this explains my entire intellectual spiritual life as an individual, as a mind, as a spirit. My entire process only makes sense, and eventually the history of modernity and eventually world history through the perspective of Europe as a people, but then Europe as a soul, and Germany as a mind and as a will, and my spirit is my soul, one might say, is European, and my spirit has developed by going on what I call the European path, and yeah. I'm smart enough to understand that no matter how many contradictions I might try to solve, or no matter how many truths I might try to express, how much truth, it's not enough, because I will respect the length of the video just for the sake of uploading, and I could speak for days or years or more, but I had I have published all my documents, all my videos. I have expressed almost everything that I have understood in all of my videos, on the various channels, in all of my documents, which are on paper here in my apartment, my books. I will still maintain that I will publish, I will let this channel with the video which is supposed to upload itself. If it doesn't, I don't know. I have to live with my contradictions, but I will just, for the remaining few minutes, I have too many contradictions to solve, but I will just quote and explain explain what I do not myself fully understand, but I will talk about Stella philosophically. When I knew myself to be the whole of reality. Here's what you said, Stella. I don't know why this happened. I don't know why I was saved. I don't know what I was saved by. Maybe it's my guardian angels, maybe it's God, maybe it's the universe, maybe it's just a coincidence. What are the odds? What are the odds? What are the odds that this lady falls asleep right as she's driving at my bus stop? What are the odds that I move in the right direction at the same time exactly as everything happened? What are the odds that the neighborhood kids who wait on that very same spot were late this morning, etc.? You asked the question several times, what are the odds? And just the day before, I understood that the odds that I would become God were 100%. And that you were connected to me somehow. And I had just spent the previous many weeks explaining that you were the eternal woman, the feminine archetype, the feminine principle. And I understand, I haven't heard about you empirically for more than 3 years, but I understand everything about you because you are the feminine archetype. And the truth, which is unintelligible, but for me, metaphysically yes, but it's so difficult that there's only one woman, there's only one female principle which lives in all women, and you are that principle, Stella. You are 21 years old officially as an empirical person, but the principle which animates you is the universal principle of femininity. And I will just explain what I'm talking about. You spoke in the year 2018 while talking about femininity and revolting against feminism in order to bring back a traditionalist view of women. Femininity is almost defined by the masculine, by being defined as the exact opposite of it. It's like yin and yang or whatever. This is the positive and the negative. Where he's hard, you are soft. Where he's strong, you are delicate. Where he's aggressive, you are submissive. Where he's rough, you are gentle. It's like yin and yang. I'm not trying to get on my high horse and say, I'm the queen of everything. You are, Stella. That's kind of a burden, but that's also a gift. And you just, what I understood is that you spoke the truth about femininity which is expressed through you as an empirical person, and that's why you are so brilliant, but it's also a universal truth, namely you used unconsciously the categories of I will just end by quoting this. Yeah. I recognized you, Stella, as being the feminine principle, but also Athena, the goddess of intelligence, because the myth said Athena was regarded as the favorite daughter of Zeus, born fully armed from his forehead. Athena leaped from Zeus's head, fully grown and armed. Because what it means, it's just metaphors, is that you spoke, and you still do, because this intelligence is you in a way. The feminine intelligence. You spoke about femininity with the categories of the science of logic. I have the documents. Positive and negative. You understood that femininity or womanhood or the female principle or the feminine principle is the negative of the masculine principle, and reciprocally they are, you said, femininity is the dual side of masculinity, similar to the Chinese philosophy of yin and yang. Both complement each other. One cannot truly exist without the other. So you express this empirically and as the singular person that you are, but it's a universal truth. Namely, you remembered Chinese philosophy. You express this in the language of feminine and masculine, but it is applicable to opposition in general, the positive and the negative. inside and outside, inner and outer, in the logic of essence. You want to match your inside with your outside. I have to match my inside with my outside in order to be happy in terms of femininity. The whole and the parts, which are determination of the logic of essence. About women, you said not feminine when it comes to her image, that there is an incongruency that destroys the whole. The thing about femininity is that it is a holistically thing. You have to be holistically feminine, bringing all aspects of herself in congruence with one another, feminine spirit, appearance, mannerism. I don't feel good unless I am fully congruent. Then there is the thing and its properties. Femininity is soft, welcoming, warm. A feminine woman is a delicate woman. Embrace her fairer nature, etc., etc. So you spoke about femininity unconsciously with the categories of the logic, the science of logic. Yeah. You exist as the embodiment of the essence of femininity. So you are a wirklich woman, namely, you are a real woman in a sense that your existence expresses the determination of your essence. And I don't need to know you and to have heard about you for more than 3 years to know this, because you are a living ID in a sense. And the universal and the particular, the various types of women, the lover, the wife, the girlfriend, the mother, the daughter, etc., etc. You have all the aspects within you, Stella. That's why, although empirically you are 21 years old, the universal principle of femininity lives inside you, and it lives in every woman. So, I will conclude on this. There's only one woman as a principle, and it is you. So it is you that God loves, it is you that I love, it is you that every man loves. But it's also with you that I have all the problems. And knowing that there's only one woman, yeah, that's problematic. For me, for others as well, I guess, but yeah. But metaphysically and spiritually, it is you that I love, Stella, and you that I have always loved, and that I will always love in spite of all the drama. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen consciously. I will act according to the principle that you taught me. Stand. I will try to where I am and act as a man. I know a lot about everything thanks to you, Stella, and yeah, it is you that I love. But you are the only woman, so it is with you that I have all the problems. But yeah, I identify with God thanks to you, or because of you, but thanks to you actually. And I want to be reunited with you, and I want you to hear my perspective, my story, my point of view, and you are the ID that I love. Yeah. I'll stop the video here, and now I will yeah, I kind of understand. I will act according to what I said to myself. I will share my light and try to act as I have to for the good, and yeah, I will share my light as long as I can.